He was just a delivery driver, until the richest woman in the city suddenly claimed she was pregnant with his child. Everyone laughed at him. Her family wanted him dead. Her fiancé swore to destroy him. But they all made one fatal mistake. They thought he was just an ordinary delivery driver. They had no idea they had just declared war on the most dangerous man in the entire country. The young man rides his motorcycle at high speed while his phone rings non-stop. We are introduced to Wang Han, a food delivery driver who answers a call. On the other end of the line, a female voice says she is pregnant with his child and needs to talk. Wang Han hangs up right away, thinking it is a prank, and grumbles that he does not have time for this. Believing it to be a scam, he ignores the call and speeds his motorcycle through the city streets. Shortly after, the young man arrives at the delivery hub while his coworkers are chatting. They comment that the young lady from the Su family is not just anybody and find the situation unfair. Wang Han parks his motorcycle and approaches with a cigarette in his mouth, looking at the guys. He asks one of his chubbier coworkers what they are grumbling so much about. The coworker explains that the daughter of the Su family is going to marry the son of the wealthiest man. The young man shows a photo on his phone and says she is gorgeous but is going to marry an ugly guy. Wang Han looks closely at the photo and realizes that the woman's face is familiar to him. He takes the phone to get a closer look while thinking that he has seen that girl before. In his mind, he remembers the night a tipsy girl tried to approach him. The young man begins to suspect that the call from earlier might not have been a prank after all. The story then flashes back to 1 month ago in a hallway where a woman is feeling dizzy. She leans against the wall and wonders if a man named Kyun Hao put something in her drink. The young woman continues walking with difficulty until she reaches the door to room 809. She notices the door is open and cannot remember if she forgot to close it when she left. Inside the room, Wang Han is frustrated and takes a drink to calm himself down. He thinks about how he was told his aura was too intense, which is why he went back to being a delivery driver. Suddenly, the woman from the hallway enters the room and collapses onto the bed behind him, completely drained. She asks who he is and if he is there to help her because her head is spinning. Wang Han turns around and is blown away by the beauty of the woman lying on his bed. The young woman gets closer and asks for help, leaving the guy confused and wondering if it was a dream. The flashback ends and Wang Han returns to the present, still looking at the photo on the phone. His coworker snaps him out of his trance and starts making fun of him, saying he makes up too many stories. He mocks him and asks if Wang Han is now going to claim he hooked up with the Su family Harris. The other delivery drivers join in on the joke and laugh at the stories Wang Han tells. They remember when the guy claimed to be an arms dealer or the head of an elite family. Wang Han simply lights his cigarette and says they do not understand the art of laying low. His coworkers keep laughing and say it is time to stop talking and grab their orders. At that moment, a luxury red sports car pulls up right in front of the delivery hub. All the delivery drivers drop their jaws, completely shocked by the incredible car. The door opens and a very elegant woman steps out of the vehicle, leaving everyone mesmerized. Wang Han's coworkers get hard eyes when faced with the young woman's beauty. One of the guys notices that she looks just like the Su family Harris from the photo. They soon confirm it is Suki, the Su family Harris, and cannot understand what she is doing there. Suki walks straight toward Wang Han and asks why he did not answer her calls. His coworkers are in total shock, unable to believe that Wang Han actually knows the woman. Wang Han's coworkers are paralyzed by the news and cannot believe what they just heard. Wang Han also looks shocked and asks Suki if she is not mistaken about this. She stares at him with a serious look and tells him to come with her to the hospital. Then Suki asks him to get in the car, and his coworkers push him to hurry up and go. The protagonist decides to go and asks the guys to cover for him with the manager. Shortly after, the red sports car speeds through the city streets with the two of them inside. Inside the car, Wang Han still has his doubts and asks if the baby is really his. Suki answers seriously, questioning if he thinks she would lie about something like this. Faced with her answer, the young man looks at the road and promises to take responsibility. She then mocks him and asks how he plans to do that with a delivery driver's salary. Wang Han leans back in his seat and says there is nothing wrong with making an honest living. The young woman reveals that she belongs to the powerful Su family and that he knows what that means. But Wang Han does not care about status, and irritated by his response, she steps on the gas. The car speeds up rapidly and Wang Han is thrown to the side by the acceleration. He yells at her, asking what is so special about the Su family anyway. Moments later, Su-Q parks in front of a large hospital and tells him to get out. The two step out of the luxury car and walk toward the building's entrance. Suki warns him not to talk about responsibility because her family could do something to him. Wang Han gets irritated and says that if the child is his, of course he will take responsibility. She then stares at him and asks him to go into the hospital with her. Upon reaching a hallway, she guides him and asks him to wait there for a moment. Wang Han is very confused when he realizes they are standing in front of an operating room. Without giving any explanations, Suki looks back and coldly says she is going in. The protagonist gets desperate at the thought that she might do something to the baby. He grabs her by the shoulder and asks if she is serious about this. Wang Han looks her in the eye and firmly states that money will not be an issue for them. At that moment, a nurse approaches and calls Suki for the procedure. The young woman simply nods while Wang Han watches the scene with concern. Suki then turns around and enters the operating room, leaving the young man behind. He stands there frozen, thinking there is nothing he can do to stop her. Inside the room, Sukyu is already lying on the stretcher while the medical team gets ready. The young Harris's face shows a bit of sadness and apprehension about the situation. One of the doctors prepares an injection and tells her to relax because it will all be over soon. But at the very last second, Suki's hand goes up in a clear gesture for them to stop. Outside, Wang Han sits waiting, thinking he cannot do anything if she has already made up her mind. Suddenly, he sees Suki coming out of the room and is amazed at how fast the procedure was. She explains that she is a little tired and asks him to drive her home in her car. With a confident smile, Wang Han replies that of course he can, and that he even knows how to fly a fighter jet. The red sports car then leaves the hospital parking lot at high speed. Wang Han drives through the city streets toward an upscale neighborhood called Longwon. While driving Suki's car, the protagonist answers a mysterious call on his cell phone. The voice on the line informs him about an event and says a man named Lin Qingjin will help him. They finally arrive at the large, luxurious Su family mansion in the Longwon neighborhood. Wang Han parks the car and lets Suki know they have reached her destination. The young woman asks him to leave, but Wang Han insists on walking her to the door. She coldly rejects his help and tells him to stop meddling in her business. But just as Suki turns around to leave, the heel of her shoe twists on the ground. The Su family Harris loses her balance and lets out a cry as she falls toward the floor. In a very quick move, Wang Han manages to catch her in his arms before she falls. The guy calls her clumsy and Su Chu gets very annoyed by his comment. In response, the girl pinches his waist extremely hard using her nails. Wang Han yelps in pain from the hard pinch he receives from the furious Harris. Even though he is in a lot of pain, he decides to pick her up to carry her inside the house. The interior of the Su family mansion is even more luxurious and beautifully decorated than the outside. Once in the living room, Wang Han kneels down to tend to Suki's injured ankle. He opens a first aid kit, but she keeps trying to push him away. At that exact moment, two women walk into the room and catch the unexpected scene. They are Yang Humin, Suki's mother, and Lin Shufu, the young woman's best friend. Wang Han tries to explain that she sprained her ankle, but Suki interrupts him to speak. With a calm look, Suki says she sprained her ankle and her boyfriend was helping her. Wang Han is completely shocked and speechless at the lie she just told. Her mother, Yang Humin, does not believe it and asks if a delivery guy is really her boyfriend. The woman approaches the two of them furiously, demanding an explanation for that scene. She then points straight at Wang Han, wanting to know who that young man is. Suki then walks it back and says it was just a joke she was playing on her mother. Yang Homin calms down and reminds her daughter of her upcoming marriage into the important Kyun family. But Wang Han gets annoyed by the disrespect and asks what is so wrong with being a delivery driver. Suki's mother calls him a nobody and tells him to keep dreaming about dating her daughter. The protagonist gets furious at the insult and glares at her with a very threatening look. Sensing the tension, Suki asks Wang Han to leave and thanks him for his help. The young man then turns to leave while Suki's friend Lin Shufu watches him in silence. Yang Haman orders the floor where the delivery guy stepped to be cleaned and asks Shufu to take Suchu upstairs. Once inside the bedroom, Lin Shufu asks her friend what her relationship is with that guy. But the friend does not buy her denial and says the way she looked at him gave everything away. Having no way to deny it, Sukyui reveals her big secret and says she is pregnant with his child. Lin Shufu is completely shocked and her jaw drops at the bombshell revelation. She questions the choice of a delivery driver, but Suki says it was a one-night accident. Her friend worries about the Kyun family, but Suki states she has decided to keep the baby. Lin Shufu cannot believe it and yells that she has completely lost her mind with this decision. Sukyui explains that Wang Han guaranteed multiple times he would take responsibility for the child. In the bedroom, Lin Shufu tries to convince her friend that Wang Han is not worthy of her, but Suki interrupts her, says she will handle this on her own, and asks about her friend's return. Lin Shufu explains that her grandfather came to meet someone important and she tagged along. Suki's friend seems to have a sudden idea and her expression completely changes. With a snap of her fingers, she says she had a brilliant idea to solve the problem. The suggestion is that if the secret leaks, Sukyu should accuse the delivery guy of something terrible. Far from there, Wang Han is on the street complaining that there are no cabs in that upscale neighborhood. At that moment, a very sleek black car pulls up right in front of the protagonist. Wang Han is surprised to see the car stop exactly for him right there on the sidewalk. An older man in a suit steps out and introduces himself as Lin Qingjin from the Jialong Chamber. Lin Qingjin explains he is there to take the young master to the bidding event. The protagonist remembers the call and mentions his grandfather had brought that up. Before leaving, Wang Han asks to take a shower and change clothes for the event. Shortly after, a black limousine speeds through the city streets. The scene cuts to a lavish ballroom full of wealthy and important people. Wang Han, now wearing an elegant suit, looks around the place and comments on the crowd. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to him, and he turns to see who it is in the middle of the party. It is Lin Shufu, who stares at him in surprise and asks what a delivery guy is doing in a place like that. She accuses him of working a side gig at the event and forbids him from getting close to Su Qi. Wang Han tries to explain himself, but the girl does not seem willing to listen to him at the moment. Without giving him time to answer, Lin Shufu grabs him forcefully by the arm. She pulls him into a more private corner, saying she really needs to talk to him. The young woman says Su Qi is pregnant because of him and threatens him if he does not step up. Wang Han is confused because he thought she had ended the pregnancy at the hospital. Furious, Lin Shufu yells that Su Qi decided to keep the baby, leaving the guy in shock. The protagonist's mind flashes back to the day before at the hospital, and he understands everything. Suki's friend threatens him once more and says he will regret it if he runs away. To make her message crystal clear, she steps hard on his foot with her high heel. The protagonist yells in pain from the unexpected stomp he gets from the angry girl. At that moment, the master of ceremonies announces that the bidding event is about to begin. Wang Han decides he needs to handle his business there and look for Suki later. A woman with glasses approaches him and greets him, calling him young master. She introduces herself as Lu Yu, his new assistant sent by Chairman Lin. The protagonist nods and says they should go because the bidding is about to start. Wang Han and his assistant Lu Yu walk confidently toward the main hall. The auctioneer announces that the new district project will be contested by the Kyun family. A man with a quirky mustache smiles and says he expects everyone to pay their respects. He is Kyun Lei, the young master of the Kyun family, and he threatens anyone who dares to challenge him. Lu Yu explains that Kyun Lei is from one of the wealthiest families and is their biggest rival. She adds that the Kyun family can help the Su family if they win the auction today. Wang Han remembers his coworker saying Suki's fancy was a piece of work, and it all makes sense now. He realizes the Kyun family is the exact same one Sukai has promised to marry into. At that moment, the auctioneer announces the main item of the night, Lot 53. Without hesitation, Kyun Lei of the Kyun family raises his paddle and bids 5 billion all at once. The crowd is blown away by the opening bid and assumes victory is already certain. But to everyone's surprise, Wang Han raises his paddle and bids 6 billion for the lot. Everyone in the hall is shocked and wonders who would dare challenge the powerful Chun family. People comment that the young man does not look like he is from around town and is looking for trouble. Upon hearing Wang Han's bid, the young master Kyun Lei clenches his fist tightly. He turns around furiously and yells, asking who the guy is and if he is looking for problems. With a calm smile, Wang Han replies that in an auction, whoever makes the highest bid wins. Kyun Lei does not accept the answer and yells that he had already warned everyone the project was his. The protagonist looks at him with disdain and says he does not care about what he wants. The event guests are shocked by the young man's nerve to stand up to the Kyun family. Ignoring the threat, the young master of the Kyun family raises the bid to 700 million. Wang Han responds immediately and, without a second thought, bids 800 million. Kyun Lei loses his patience and charges toward Wang Han with the security guards right behind him. He shouts that in their city the Kyun family is the law, and no one can take what is theirs. With a menacing look, he makes a bid of 900 million and dares Wang Han to keep going. The protagonist just lets out a mocking laugh at the young master's attitude. He then raises his paddle and, with a confident smile, bids 1 billion for the project. Kyun Lei explodes with rage and lunges at Wang Han, threatening to take him down. But the protagonist blocks his rival's punch with impressive speed. Before the guards can react, Wang Han kicks them all away in a single swift move. The men fall to the floor, completely overpowered by the guy's fast and precise strike. He dodges another attack and hits one of the guards with a spinning kick. The last guard tries to attack but is quickly neutralized with a clean hit. Kyun Lei stays on the floor holding his face, unable to believe the guy dared to hit him. With a cold look, Wang Han approaches and says that he is exactly the one he is beating up. The protagonist then drops him to the ground with a single strike, leaving everyone in shock. After settling the commotion, Wang Han turns to the audience and asks if there are any other bids. The auctioneer turns pale and stutters, saying there are no more offers for the lot. Wang Han then asks Lu Yu to handle the paperwork because he has an urgent matter to attend to. Elsewhere, Lin Shufu finds her grandfather in a private room waiting for someone. She asks who is this person so important that made her miss the night's auction. Her grandfather warns her to watch her words because the guest is unpredictable. The young woman gets curious to know who this person is that makes her grandfather so cautious. An assistant informs them that the auction ended, and the Kyun family did not win the project. Lin Shufu is outraged and wonders who would have the nerve to challenge the Kyun family. Her grandfather then reveals that the person they are waiting for is the auction winner. Lin Shufu stands up and lets her grandfather know she is stepping out for a bit to call her friend. Walking down the hallway, she thinks she needs to warn Su-Kyu that the Kyun family lost the auction. Distracted by her thoughts, the young woman ends up bumping into Wang Han, who is coming the other way. She gets very irritated and yells at him, calling him a smelly, clueless delivery guy. Paying the guy no mind, she walks away and continues her call to break the news to her friend. Wang Han then enters the room where Lin Shufu's grandfather was waiting patiently for him. The protagonist says the deal is sorted and asks who that woman from earlier was. The man explains it was his granddaughter, Lin Shufu, and tries to introduce her to the young master. Wang Han ignores the topic and asks what he knows about the Su family heiress, Su-Kyu. Lin Shufu's grandfather explains her situation, but the guy wants to know about her personal life. The man answers that she has a strong personality and has never had a boyfriend before. With a satisfied smile, Wang Han understands the situation, and right then his phone rings. The call is from Su-Kyu, and he thinks to himself how he was just thinking about her at that exact moment. He picks up, and the young woman asks if he has time to see her, and he says he will meet her. Wang Han says goodbye, and Lin Shufu's grandfather tries one more time to talk up his granddaughter to him. Shortly after, Su-Kyu is sitting on a park bench with a thoughtful and distant look. The camera focuses on her face, which shows a mix of worry and also hope. Suddenly, the protagonist arrives on his motorcycle and stops right near the bench where she is. He gets off the vehicle and walks toward the young woman, who watches him in silence in the park. Wang Han reassures her and says he will take care of her and the baby, and they can get married whenever she wants. Suki looks at him suspiciously and asks if he really has the means to support them. With an air of superiority, the guy replies that there is nothing he cannot afford. She then shows off the expensive watch on her wrist and challenges him to say how much it costs. Wang Han describes the model accurately and guesses the exact price of 352,000. The young woman is surprised and asks how many years a delivery driver would need to work to afford it. He says money is not an issue, and Sukyu gets irritated by his habit of showing off. In the middle of the conversation, the Su family Harris's cell phone starts ringing persistently. It is her mother on the line, saying Kyun Hao is at the house waiting to discuss the marriage. After the call, Suki asks Wang Han to take her home, and he gladly accepts. The protagonist then hops on his motorcycle and tells the young woman to get on the back so they can get going. The two speed through the city streets on the red motorcycle with their hair blowing in the wind. The scene shows the two of them riding off together toward the powerful Su family's mansion. Wang Han parks in front of the house and walks the young woman to the main entrance. As soon as they enter the lavish living room, Sukyu announces to her mother that she is home. Yang Humin scolds her for taking so long and says Kyun Hao has been waiting for a long time. The young woman replies that she just went out for a walk and steps into the room followed by Wang Han. Her mother questions why she brought a man and reminds her of her wedding to Kyun Hao. Sitting on the couch, the young man named Kyun Hao waves and says he came to discuss the wedding. The narration introduces him as Kyun Hao, the second young master of the rich and powerful Kyun family. Sukyu cuts him off and says their business is on hold since the Kyun family lost the auction. Kyun Hao smiles with disdain and says the auction is a trivial matter and everything will be sorted out after the wedding. In his thoughts, he plans to take advantage of Sukyu first and only worry about the money later. Her mother, Yang Human, insists, saying Kyun Hao promised 1 billion to help the family. But Suki interrupts her and, with a firm look, declares she is absolutely not marrying him. Kyun Hao and Yang Homan are completely shocked and left speechless by the young woman's decision. The young lady then steps closer to Wang Han and reveals she is pregnant with his child. Suki's mother panics and screams in desperation, unable to believe what she just heard. Yang Human questions her about having a child with a delivery guy, but Suki says it will help the family. Furious at her daughter's stubbornness, the woman raises her hand to slap her across the face. But in a swift move, Wang Han grabs Yang Homan's arm and stops the attack. He stares her down and asks what is the problem with being a delivery driver and why so much contempt. The protagonist asks if marrying off your own daughter for money is not the real shameless act. Yang Human gets angry and orders him to let her go immediately, calling him filthy trash. Kyun Hao stands up and insults Sukyu, saying he never expected her to be so vulgar. He accuses her of cheating with a delivery guy and promises to ruin Wang Han's life. Before he can finish his sentence, the protagonist lands a massive slap across Kyun Hao's face. The young master goes flying across the room and hits the floor from the impact of Wang Han's strike. The young man hugs Sukyu and says she is his woman and nobody has the right to insult her. Lying on the floor, Kyun Hao yells in rage and threatens Wang Han, saying he will regret it. He then grabs a heavy ashtray off the table to use as a weapon against the protagonist. Kyun Hao charges at the couple, screaming that he is going to take them both down right there. Wang Han asks Sukyu to stay behind him, and she agrees, even though she looks a bit scared. The protagonist easily dodges Kyun Hao's attack and glares at him with contempt. With a single punch, Wang Han knocks the young master into the air and completely disarms him. Kyun Hao hits the ground defeated, and the guy warns him to never touch his woman again. Wang Han gets on top of him and says the time has come to teach him a good lesson. The protagonist then unloads a barrage of punches right into his rival's face. Desperate and with no way to defend himself, Kyun Hao starts screaming for help in the living room. Sukyu is startled by the scene and asks Wang Han to stop the beating right away. At that moment, a group of older people walks in and asks who is causing a scene. The young woman is surprised to see the man leading the group and calls him grandfather. The scene shows Sukyu's grandfather and other relatives staring at the mess in the living room. The older man says in a deep voice that he heard everything that was said in there. He bangs his cane on the floor and shouts, asking if she is really pregnant by a delivery driver. Suki lowers her head with a sad look and confirms the story to her family. Everyone is outraged and says the only solution is to end the pregnancy so as not to offend the Kyuns. Kyun Hao stands up and says that even so, he wants nothing more to do with Sukyu in his house. The Su family panics and starts arguing, saying it is all over for them. Suki just listens to her family's accusations in silence with a pained expression. Tired of the situation, the young Harris yells at everyone and tells them to stop arguing. Amidst the chaos, Suki feels dizzy and holding her head asks everyone to stop fighting. Wang Han supports her and tells her not to be afraid because he will get her out of there. An older man shouts at the guy to let go of his daughter and threatens him with violence. The protagonist shoots a cold look at the family and asks if they even consider themselves human. Not caring about the threats, he picks Sukyu up in his arms and walks toward the exit. Two men try to stop him, but Wang Han easily kicks them out of the way. With a defiant look, the young man states he is taking Sukyu and asks if anyone has a problem with that. The members of the Su family are paralyzed and completely stunned by the young man's actions. Seeing that no one is moving, Wang Han says he is leaving and takes the girl out of there. The scene shifts to a tall building at night, which is the apartment complex where the protagonist lives. Once inside his apartment, he gently lays Suki, who has passed out, on the couch. While getting her comfortable on the couch, he notices an ID card fell out of her bag. Wang Yan bends down and picks up the document that was lying on the floor next to the couch. Upon reading the card, he discovers that today is her birthday and feels sorry for the young woman. He decides to show her what he can do since she is now his woman. 20 minutes go by and Soo Kyu-ai is still unconscious on the apartment couch. Shortly after, the Soo family Harris wakes up confused, not knowing where she is. Wang Han comes out of the kitchen wearing an apron and says she must be hungry. He sets out a table full of food and says he prepared everything especially for her. The smell of the food is incredible, and the guy brags about his culinary skills. Suki looks at him with a slight smile and asks if he can ever stop showing off. He replies that today she is not allowed to use a certain word, and she looks confused. The protagonist then reveals a surprise and brings a small pink cake to the table. With a smile, he lights the candle and wishes a happy birthday to the young Harris. Soo Kyu-ai is completely moved and covering her mouth asks how he knew. The two sit at the table, and he asks if she did not think the surprise was amazing. With tears in her eyes, the young woman watches him in silence, completely touched. Wang Han offers his shoulder for her to cry on and brags one more time in a playful way. The Soo family Harris lets out a laugh and seems much happier and more relaxed. She then picks up her silverware, and he encourages her to try the food he made. After the first bite, she admits it is delicious, and he replies that it is obvious. The table is filled with varied and colorful dishes that look mouth-watering. Wang Han asks her to make a wish, and Suki closes her eyes to blow out the candle. After the special moment, the protagonist asks what her plans for the future are. She reminds him of his promise to support them and questions if he is going to back out. He confirms his promise but challenges her on marrying a simple delivery guy. With a determined look, Soo Kyu-ai accepts the challenge right away and says she is not afraid. Wang Han smiles with satisfaction and says the matter is settled between the two of them. Suddenly, the protagonist's cell phone starts vibrating on top of the dining table. He stands up and says he needs to take the call, and Soo Kyu-ai just nods. Outside on the balcony, Wang Han asks his contact Xiaoho what happened. Xiaoho warns him that a mercenary named Hydra is heading to the city to take him out. The contact says Hydra was spotted near the Lin family mansion, and the protagonist hangs up. Meanwhile, Soo Kyu-ai is sitting on the couch eating the birthday cake she received. She answers a call from her friend Lin Shufu, who wishes her a happy birthday. Upon learning she was not the first, Soo Kyu reveals that it was Wang Han who congratulated her. Lin Shufu gets annoyed knowing her friend is with delivery guy again. Soo Kyu then tells her they are getting married the next day, making her friend panic. On the other end of the line, Lin Shufu tries to calm her friend down and says she will figure something out. She promises she will beg her grandfather to help, and the call suddenly drops. Back on the balcony, Wang Han hears from Xiaoho that a princess was asking about him. The protagonist gets furious and lights a cigarette, hoping his contact has not talked. But Xiaoho confesses he spilled the beans out of fear of this princess's temper. In anger, the young man crushes the lighter in his hand upon hearing the news. He yells at Xiaoho on the phone, saying he betrayed him and sold him out to the princess. His contact tries to justify himself but fakes a bad signal and hangs up on him. Wang Han crouches on the balcony floor, worried about the mess that is coming. Right after, his phone vibrates again with a message, and he wonders who it is. It is a message from Lin Shufu asking to talk about the new district project. In the text, she offers a deal and says she will do whatever he asks. Wang Han ignores the message and gets a call from Lin Qingjun apologizing. The man begs forgiveness for his granddaughter taking his contact info without permission. The protagonist reassures him and asks him to give Soo Kyu full authority over the project. The next day, Soo Kyu wakes up in a comfortable, tidy room in the apartment. She receives a text from her friend saying she secured a meeting with the big boss. Suki smiles excitedly and confirms the meeting for the next day, completely unaware of the truth. Wan Li-hun walks into the room and asks, what is the reason for so much happiness first thing in the morning? She changes the subject, and the guy notices she had a book and comments on her reading habit. He says there are many things about him she cannot even begin to imagine yet. Suki feels awkward and asks what he wants, even though they already agreed to marry. Wang Han simply hands over a pillow and says he will sleep on the couch so she can rest. He warns her that reading in bed is not good for pregnant women and leaves the room. The young woman is surprised and relieved, thinking he was going to try something with her that night. The scene cuts to the apartment balcony the next morning with the sun shining. Wang Han is working out, doing push-ups in a very difficult and unusual way. Suki watches him and jokes, asking if he is practicing Toad Kung Fu. He replies that it is his dragon hand technique, and she says she has never heard of it. The guy explains that it is a real Chinese martial art and not just a flashy move. He shares that his father taught him to use strength to protect the family and end wars. Suki agrees, and Wang Han lets her know breakfast is on the table and the bathroom is ready. Suki, with her arms crossed, asks Wang Han to walk her home after dinner. The guy asks why, and she says she needs to grab her documents for the wedding. He jokes, asking if she is getting cold feet, but the young woman states they are going to get the certificate right now. Outside, the protagonist asks if they should meet her parents first, but she says no. Soo-kyu explains she is afraid his family will look down on her, and with the baby, everything would be easier. The protagonist asks if she is marrying someone beneath her, and she ironically praises him. Rubbing his head, Wang Han says his family is a bit poor to justify the situation. He laughs at the whole thing and says it was just a joke before hopping on his motorcycle. Suki gets on the back of the bike, still a bit annoyed by their conversation. Wang Han tells her to hold on tight and then speeds up the motorcycle to head to her house. The red motorcycle accelerates at high speed toward the luxurious Su family mansion. Meanwhile, at the mansion, Kyun-hao is furious, and one of his men asks what they should do. With a cigarette in his mouth, Kyun-hao says he is going to crush the delivery guy and take Su-kyu from there. His goons agree with the plan and get ready to follow the young master's orders. Far from there, the protagonist keeps riding his motorcycle with the Su family heiress on the back. Suddenly, Wang Han notices that a white van is following them in broad daylight. He tells Su-kyu to go home and pack her things, saying he will handle the situation. The guy drops her off safely and then speeds off on the bike to shake off their pursuers. Wang Han rides fast until he reaches a large, modern mansion in an upscale neighborhood. He tells Su-ki he is going to sort something out and will come back to get her when he is done. The protagonist sees the van followed him and sarcastically says he was worried they might get lost. Then, the guy speeds up once more, luring his pursuers to the spot he chose. The sign on the mansion reveals the place belongs to the Lin family, and he stops out front. With an agile and precise move, the protagonist leaps off his motorcycle in front of the mansion. The scene focuses on his feet hitting the ground firmly after jumping from the bike. Wang Han then looks up at the second-floor balcony of the mansion and notices some movement. Just as he expected, a mysterious man was waiting for him on the balcony, ready for an ambush. The guy faces the situation and says it is time to stretch his muscles for combat. Without hesitation, Wang Han enters the mansion and heads up the stairs to meet his enemy. In upstairs room, he finds a black briefcase left on top of a table. Inside the case is a precision rifle, and he compliments Old Man Lin's efficiency. But when he turns around, he is startled to see a piece of women's underwear on the bed. Suddenly, Lin Shufu steps out of the shower and screams, asking what he is doing in her house. At that exact moment, Wang Han senses the danger and yells for the young woman to get down on the floor. A projectile crashes through the window, and the protagonist dives to shield Lin Shufu from the shot. Pinned beneath him on the bed, the girl gets annoyed and orders the guy to let her go immediately. The protagonist holds her down and whispers for her not to scream or they might be discovered. Now holding the rifle, he gets ready to fight back while she watches in fear. He aims through the window and challenges the mercenary Hydra to see if he is really as good as they say. Wang Han then pulls the trigger and fires a clean shot in the shooter's direction. The projectile fired by Wang Han flies at high speed through the glass of the opposite window. In a quick flashback, he yells for Lin Shufu to get down as a projectile whizzes by. The shot hits the wall just inches from where they were standing a second before. Protected by Wang Han, the young woman warns him that someone is shooting at them from the other side. The guy covers her with a dress and notices that besides Hydra, the suspicious van is also outside. He tosses the dress over her and thinks the situation is complicated with so many enemies. With the rifle in hand, the protagonist gets into position while Lin Shufu hides behind him. He aims carefully and fires another precise shot toward the enemy shooter. The projectile hits the window of the other building, shattering the glass upon impact. The shooter's vision is completely blinded by the glass breaking right in front of him. Across the courtyard, the mercenary known as Hydra hits the floor, already defeated. Wang Han stands up, and a furious Lin Shufu asks why he broke into her house with a weapon. The protagonist is caught off guard by her question in the middle of all that chaos. Suddenly, a second hidden shooter starts firing in their direction. The man fires a barrage of shots at the window of the room where they are. Wang Han dives to protect Lin Shufu once again while she screams in terror. After the volley of shots, he stands up and pulls one of the bullet casings from the wall. He examines the ammunition and notes it is a special projectile from the Abai's mercenary organization. The guy asks Lin Shufu if she got involved with anyone from Eastern Europe, but she denies it. Wang Han realizes he only asked for 2 rounds and now wonders what he is going to do without ammo. The young woman then remembers that an Eastern European boss wanted to buy her technology. Instantly, the protagonist pushes her to the floor, yelling at her to be careful. They hit the floor surrounded by shards of glass from an object that was broken by a shot. Wang Han picks up one of the glass shards from the floor and eyes it as if it were a weapon. He stands up and, with the glass shard in hand, prepares to throw it at the enemy. With incredible strength and precision, the protagonist throws the glass shard like a dagger. The piece of glass hits the second shooter head-on, and the man cries out in pain from the strike. Outside the mansion, both shooters are now lying on the ground, defeated. Wang Han tells Lin Shufu to get up because the danger is past and they are safe now. The young woman asks if being a delivery driver is a cover, and he says she does not need to know. She threatens him, saying she will tell Sukyai everything, but he motions for her to be quiet. The protagonist warns her that he heard more noises outside and that there are more people out there. Lin Shufu is terrified at the thought that there are still more enemies in the mansion. Seeing the girl's panic, Wang Han tells her not to worry and that he will go check it out. Downstairs, Kyun-hao's men wonder what a delivery guy is doing in that house. The group leader assumes the guy is probably in the mansion to steal something. At that moment, Wang Han comes down the stairs and greets the intruders calmly. With a confident smile, he asks if all those men came just to see him. The leader of the goons says they were sent by Kyun-hao to get payback because of Su-ki. Wang Han pretends not to understand the situation and asks what they really want. Kyun-hao's men get ready to attack Wang Han while he just watches in silence. The protagonist dodges the first attack and lands a powerful kick squarely on the enemy's chest. The struck goon falls backward, completely unresponsive from the force of the blow he took. Wasting no time, one takes down the other two men with fast, precise kicks. The group leader is shocked to see that the delivery guy is actually a martial artist. He refuses to believe he cannot handle a simple delivery driver and charges in for an attack. But Wang Han dodges his strike with impressive agility and leaps over him. With a powerful downward kick, the protagonist disarms and drops the group's leader. At that moment, Lin Shufu comes downstairs and sees all the intruders lying on the floor. She screams in fright when she sees one of the men suddenly getting up to keep fighting. The man stands up and, with a mocking smile, asks why the little girl is screaming. He then grabs Lin Shufu by the arm and pulls her close with a malicious look. The leader takes the young woman hostage and threatens to end her if Wang Han comes any closer. But the protagonist just stares at him coldly and dares him to carry out his threat. The goon is caught off guard and hesitates while the guy keeps taunting him to attack. Wang Han asks with a defiant look if the man lacks the guts to actually do anything. Desperate, the leader of the intruders yells at the protagonist not to come any closer. In the blink of an eye, the guy rushes forward and appears right in front of them in an instant. Using only 2 fingers, Wang Han pinches the blade of the weapon and stares at the enemy with disgust. The man is shocked by the protagonist's strength and cannot move his weapon a single inch. Wang Han smirks and asks why he is just standing there doing nothing. The leader of the goons is terrified and starts stuttering, not knowing what to do. With a quick flick, the protagonist breaks the enemy's weapon completely. The shards of the blade fly across the room, and the man is in shock at what just happened. Wang Han grabs him by the neck and humiliates him, saying he is not worthy of fighting. The man tries to argue and claims he belongs to the Black Dragon Society to intimidate him. But the protagonist does not care about the threat and punches him hard in the face. The leader of the goons flies across the room and hits the floor, feeling intense pain from the blow. Lying on the floor, the man tries to lecture Wang Han, saying he is way too young. Out of patience, the protagonist steps closer and lands a solid kick right to his face. The goon cries out in pain as his nose gets badly hurt from the heavy strike. He begs him to stop and says he has important information to tell him. Wang Han gives him 3 seconds, and the man reveals that Kunhao has already gone after Su Qi. The protagonist is shocked and furious to hear about the new threat against his fiancée. He then lands one more kick on the goon for not sharing the information sooner. At that moment, the doorbell rings, and the police announce their arrival outside the mansion. Wang Han says he is going to look for Su Qi and asks Lin Shufu not to mention he was there. 2 officers enter the house and tell the young woman not to be afraid because they have arrived. The officer flashes his badge and asks her what exactly happened in that mansion. Outside, Lin Shufu explains she was in the shower when 3 men broke into the house. At the Lin family mansion, the police handcuff Kunhao's 3 men and take them to the station. One of the officers informs the captain that 2 defeated men were found across the street. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Kunhao corners Su Qi and says he will use force this time. The young woman tells him to get out, but the guy says he is going to get revenge on the delivery guy right in front of her. Furious at the rejection, he lunges at the heiress, saying he is going to destroy her. He throws her onto the bed and says no one will come to save her, no matter how loud she screams. With a wicked look, Kunhao claims Wang Han cannot even save himself. But before he can do anything, a shoe flies through the air and hits him square in the face. The young master is thrown back by the impact of the blow and falls to the floor dazed. Standing at the bedroom door, Wang Han glares at him and warns him he has pushed his luck too far. Kunhao cannot believe the delivery guy actually hit him and tries to use his father's name as a threat. But the protagonist says it does not matter who his father is because he will pay for having a son like him. The young master reveals his father is Chun Gang, the richest man in the city, and threatens him. Unfazed, Wang Han kicks him away and asks who he thinks he is. He walks over to Su Qi and calms her down, telling her not to be afraid because everything is fine. The young woman hugs him in relief, and he promises that as long as he is there, no one will lay a finger on her. Across the room, Kunhao flees through the door, yelling that he will get his revenge on the delivery guy. After the commotion, Su Qi asks for the time, and Wang Han questions the reason for asking. She says she has an important meeting and asks him to go with her, and the guy agrees. Shortly after, they arrive at a commercial building, and she is told CEO Liu is waiting for her. Su Qi and Wang Han enter the meeting room, and she apologizes to the CEO for being late. But the CEO is actually Liu Yu, Wang Han's assistant, who is surprised to see him. The young woman greets him as an old colleague, leaving Su Qi confused by the situation. Wang Han acts naturally and asks CEO Liu to have a seat so they can start the meeting. They sit at the table, and Liu prepares to talk about the new district project. Suddenly, the boardroom door swings open, and Su Qi's family walks in right in the middle of the meeting. The young woman is shocked to see her grandfather and the others, while Liu greets them. Su Qi's grandfather says he was excited about the meeting and rushed over to join. He criticizes his granddaughter for bringing so many people, but she states the decision is hers. Her father, Su Jiani, yells at her and demands she give up her seat for her younger brother. Her brother, Su Li, walks up to Liu and announces he is going to negotiate the project. Su Qi tries to reason with her grandfather, but her father yells at her to pour water for the CEO. Her uncle, Su Jianzhang, also tells her to leave the business matters to her brother, Su Li. Wang Han gets annoyed and asks why they want to take away the project that belonged to Su Qiu. Her grandfather tells him to shut up and asks who he thinks he is to speak up in there. Su Qi's relatives mock her for being pregnant by a simple delivery driver. Her grandfather orders her to kick him out, but the young woman defends Wang Han, saying he is honest. The patriarch of the Su family explodes with rage and yells at his granddaughter for her audacity. Wang Han steps up and says only Su Qiu can be in charge of that project. He then asks his colleague Lu Yu to back him up because Su Qi is his fiancée and she agrees. Su Li tries to take over the negotiation, saying his sister Su Qi knows nothing about the company. Lu Yu ignores him and tells the grandfather that the project will only happen if Su Qi is in charge. The grandfather tries to argue, but she states he is not qualified to speak with her boss. The patriarch of the Su family is left speechless by the young CEO's firm in direct response. Afraid of losing the deal, Su Qi's father agrees to the terms and decides to sign the contract. Lu Yu then asks everyone to leave because she needs to discuss the details with Su Qi. With no choice, the grandfather and the other men leave the meeting room completely defeated. Su Li still tries to complain to his father, but he tells him to shut his mouth and get out of there. Wang Han watches the scene with disdain, and Lu Yu hands the contract to Su Qiu for review. Outside the room, Su Li complains to his father about Su Qi being in charge of the project. Her father, Su Jiani, tells his son not to worry because he has a plan of his own. He pulls his brother, Su Jianzhang, aside for a private chat and reveals a massive secret. Su Jiani says that his wife could not have children and that Su Qiu was actually adopted. Her uncle looks thoughtful and asks who his niece's biological parents are. Her father says he does not know and that she only had a worthless pendant when he found her. Su Jiani reveals his plan to let Su Qi handle the project and then steal it for Su Li. Su Qi's uncle smiles wickedly and agrees with his father's treacherous scheme. The scene cuts to the large company building where the meeting just took place. Outside, Wang Han walks up to two security guards and asks to borrow a lighter. The guards ask if he is there for an interview because of his formal clothes. The guy says he is just a delivery driver, and they joke that they are professional rivals. Wang Han laughs at the joke and lights his cigarette while the guards watch him curiously. Suddenly, one of the guards tells the other to get into position because CEO Su is arriving. The protagonist pokes fun at them for acting that way over a single woman. At that moment, Su Qi walks up, thanks the guards for their work, and says she is driving. The security guards are shocked to see the CEO talking to them, and one of them feels lucky. The guard then tries to give Wang Han some advice, saying he also needs to dream big. But Su Qi opens the door to her luxury car and tells the protagonist to get in right in front of them. Wang Han says his goodbyes and thanks them for the words, leaving the two guards utterly confused. The red sports car speeds off, leaving the two guys behind with their jaws on the floor. Inside the car, Wang Han comments on her happiness, and Su Qiu thanks her friend Shufu. He agrees with a smile and lets her know he has already scheduled their wedding for the next day. Su Qi explains she only married so her child would have a father and offers him 30,000 a month. The guy does not mind, and she complains that if she is meant to support him, that amount is way too little. She tells him not to push his luck and asks how much he makes a month as a delivery driver. The young woman speeds the car through the city streets, still arguing with him about money. Shortly after, the red sports car pulls up in front of a luxurious and modern mansion. Wang Yan jokes that she has already memorized the way to his house, and she says she just used the GPS. As they get out of the car, the protagonist's cell phone starts ringing and he asks for a minute. The call informs him that a batch of goods was stolen by the leader of the Black Dragon Society. On the phone, Wang Han promises to handle the situation before noon the following day. The person on the other end reveals he heard about his wedding and questions him about it. The man accuses him of turning down several proposals only to fall for a girl from the Su family. He also warns him that his older sister will look for him the next day for a chat. Su Qi notices the guy's sudden mood shift and asks what happened on the call. Wang Han reassures her, saying it is nothing, and calls her inside so they can go home. The two enter the luxurious mansion, and the scene showcases the elegance of the place. Su Qi spots an envelope on the table and asks what it is. The protagonist says it is just a card and invites her to eat since she must be hungry. Sitting on the couch, the young woman thinks to herself that it might be nice to have a husband who takes care of the house. Wang Han appears wearing an apron and says the food will be ready shortly. In the kitchen, he thinks that being a house husband supported by his wife is not so hard. Su Qi watches him in silence, seemingly charmed by the care he is showing her. The next day, the couple arrives in front of the city's registry office building. With the marriage certificate in hand, Wang Han thinks to himself that he has now become a family man. Su Qi teases him about his plans, and he says he is going out to have some fun now. She calls him a lost cause and tells him to do whatever he wants, but he just smiles. Wang Han says he first needs to finish the mission he got from the old man on the call. He arrives in front of a tall building and notes that this is the Black Dragon Group. The protagonist reflects that the former local gang has now become a corporate group. In his mind, he lists the group's illegal businesses, like reselling and debt collection. With a determined look, Wang Han says he is going to see what they are capable of today. Inside the building, two men ask him what is the reason for his visit there. With his hands in his pockets, the guy coldly replies that he came to collect a debt. One of the men invites him to go upstairs, but he clarifies that the debt belongs to their boss. The goons get angry and charge at Wang Han, saying he must be tired of living. But the protagonist dodges the first attack with a precise, powerful kick. He follows up the combo with a second kick that hits the exact same man. The goon hits the floor with a broken knee from the impact of the guy's strikes. Wang Han finishes the move and the man collapses entirely defeated on the ground. The second goon tries to attack, but the protagonist stares him down with a confident smile. With a fast and precise spinning kick, he strikes the other enemy right in the face. The second man flies backward and hits the floor next to his already defeated partner. Wang Han then walks up to the first one and asks if he can take him to the boss. In the leader's office, a woman with purple hair sidles up to him seductively. The bald boss known as Liu teases her, asking if what she is drinking is any good. He tells her to drink more, and the woman compliments him, calling him Brother Liu. Suddenly, one of his men runs in and warns him that someone has broken into the place. Boss Liu scolds him for the interruption and asks who dares to invade his territory. The goon points to the door and stutters, saying the intruder is right there. One of Boss Liu's goons is hurled forcefully into the office. The man crashes onto the floor right at the feet of his boss, who watches in surprise. Bald Liu gets furious and yells, asking who dared to invade his turf. Suddenly, a black card is thrown with serious force and embeds itself into the wall plate. The boss of the Black Dragon Society grabs the object and inspects it, totally confused. Upon recognizing the symbol, he turns pale and screams that it is a card from the 10 clubs. His goon on the floor explains it is an organization made up of 10 underworld bosses. Outside the room, Wang Han overhears the conversation with an ironic smile on his face. Upon entering the room, Bald Liu throws himself on the floor and calls him Young Master Ju. Wang Han says that even after being away, people still remember his name, and the boss asks what he wants. Terrified, the gang leader hurries to light the young master's cigarette. The protagonist mentions the stolen goods, and Bald Liu denies everything in a panic. Wang Han congratulates him on his bravery, and the boss promises to return everything immediately. The guy reminds him of a saying that whenever the black card appears, everyone loses their lives. Feeling cornered, Bald Liu pulls out his weapon and threatens the protagonist. But Wang Han puts out his cigarette and flicks the butt with his fingertips like a projectile. The cigarette butt hits the weapon, and the guy warns him he does not like having weapons pointed at him. He then throws the black card he used earlier and states that whoever points a weapon at him gets eliminated. With incredible speed, the card slices through the air and strikes Bald Liu's neck. The strike is precise, and the boss of the Black Dragon Society falls to the floor lifeless. The woman who was with him screams in sheer terror while the goon stares at the boss's body. The man is stunned and cannot believe his boss was defeated so easily. Other goons rush into the room and are also left in shock seeing their leader on the ground. The news spreads and all the gang members panic over the situation. Wang Han then offers 2 choices to the goon he defeated at the building's entrance. The man quickly drops to his knees and swears loyalty to young Master Ju to become the new boss. The protagonist agrees and orders someone to take him to get his stolen goods back. The scene cuts to the facade of the Black Dragon Group's large building in the city. Outside, Kyun Hao and his father Kyun Gang arrive by car, and the young man wants revenge. Kyun Hao yells at the building entrance, stating he came to see the boss of the Black Dragon Society. With his head bandaged, he thinks to himself he will pay Boss Liu any amount to get payback. Meanwhile, the new boss Wenlong gives a speech to his men, promising wealth to all of them. Kyun Hao walks into the office and calls out for Boss Liu, unaware that he was already defeated. He looks around confused and asks the new boss where the former group leader is. Wenlong says Boss Liu is gone and that he is the one calling the shots around there now. Kyun Hao congratulates him and offers 50 million for him to get rid of a certain person. The new boss is intrigued and asks who is the target worth so much money. Upon finding out it is just a delivery guy, Wenlong thinks it is a bad joke. But Kyun Hao explodes with rage and screams that the delivery guy stole his woman and humiliated him. Wenlong laughs at the situation and says he just took over and already landed a massive deal. Kyun Hao says he does not have a picture but knows where Wang Han lives and wants to tag along to see the revenge. The new boss Wenlong agrees and rounds up his men to accompany the young master. Meanwhile, at the delivery hub, Wang Han is told by his cow workers that his boss is looking for him. He says goodbye to the guys, saying he is going to make his deliveries and talk to the boss later. Wearing his delivery uniform, the protagonist hops on his motorcycle and heads out to work. Halfway there, a black van blocks his path and forces him to stop in the middle of the street. Kyun Hao steps out of the van holding a metal pipe and threatens him with a hateful glare. Wang Han gets off the bike and says his appearance there was a bit unexpected. The young master Chun insults him and says he is going to make him kneel and cry today. The protagonist just watches him with a cigarette in his mouth while his rival gets ready to attack. Wang Han dodges the strike and slaps Kyun Hao across the face, making him cry out in pain. He then grabs him and delivers a heavy knee to the young master's stomach. With another strike, Wang Han forces his enemy to kneel on the ground just like he wanted. The cigarette that was in the guy's mouth falls to the asphalt while Kyun Hao remains on his knees. Boss Wenlong steps out of the van and Kyun Hao orders him to attack, but he just watches the scene. The goons from the Black Dragon Society step out of the vehicle and surround the protagonist. The new boss says he wants to see if delivery drivers are really as amazing as they seem. Kyun Hao tells him not to take the guy out all at once because he wants to play with him first. Wenlong walks up and puts a hand on Wang Han's shoulder as if they were friends. The protagonist stares him down with disdain, and the goon realizes the mess he got himself into. With a single strike, the guy knocks Wenlong to the ground and asks who he thinks he is. He reminds him that he has only been the boss for a few minutes and is already acting way too arrogant. Wenlong recognizes Wang Han's true identity and calls him Ninth Young Master Ju. Kyun Hao is completely clueless and asks what that title he used even means. Without hesitation, the new boss lands a kick on his client and knocks him to the ground. The young master of the Kyun family falls unconscious from the sheer force of the blow. Wang Han walks over to him and warns him that this is the last time he will spare him. He steps hard on Kyunhao's face to make his message incredibly clear. The guy tells him to stay away from his wife Soo-kyu and threatens him before leaving. Wang Han grabs his motorcycle and thinks his delivery driver disguise has lasted way too long. Across the street, Chunhao complains to Wenlong for not being able to handle a delivery driver. The new gang boss simply replies that that man is someone he absolutely cannot offend. The scene shifts, and the protagonist arrives at an old, run-down building for a delivery. He thinks the place is a bit shabby but goes upstairs to do his job as a delivery driver. Wang Han knocks on an apartment door to deliver the food order for the day. A tired-looking man opens the door, and the guy tells him the total for the delivery. The man seems surprised and stares at Wang Han with a strange, confused expression. Suddenly, a woman in torn clothes screams for help from inside the apartment. Another man covers her mouth and stops her from continuing to yell for assistance. Wang Han tries to figure out what is happening, but the customer tells him to go away. From inside the apartment, a voice says to take out the delivery guy since he saw everything. Standing outside, Wang Han just thinks this is all one massive coincidence. Without a second thought, one of the men opens the door and charges at the protagonist with a knife. But Wang Han dodges the attack and, with a single kick, knocks the thug to the floor. He walks into the apartment and complains that even while delivering food, he ends up in a fight. The second man gets spooked and realizes the delivery driver is actually a martial artist. Even so, he charges forward, yelling at the guy to mind his own business, and attacks with another knife. Wang Han easily grabs the enemy's wrist and looks at him with utter disgust. With a fast and precise strike to the neck, the protagonist knocks out the second man. The goon hits the floor completely unconscious, begging for help right before passing out. The guy then kicks open the door to the next room to see what is going on inside. He stays dead silent for a second upon seeing the terrible scene unfolding in the bedroom. A young woman is tied to the bed with torn clothes and is begging for help. Wang Han begins untying her and asks if she is still able to walk normally. The young lady nods, and the guy drapes his delivery jacket over her shoulders. He tells her he has already called the cops and will call her house so they can come get her. The protagonist lets her know he is going to tie the two men up so they cannot escape. Shortly after, the two thugs are tied up and sitting on the living room floor. The girl says thank you and introduces herself as Shisha Waning, and Wang Han gives his name too. Right then, the young woman's cell phone starts ringing, and she reaches for it to answer. Wang Han picks up the phone for her and hands it over so she can speak to the person. On the other end of the line, a woman calls him a brat and complains that he got married without telling her. It is his older sister, warning him that she is arriving in the city tonight and wants to meet his fiancée. Before he can reply, the woman hangs up the phone, leaving Wang Han deeply worried. Suddenly, the police arrive with an older man who shouts Waning's name. The young woman runs into her father's arms while he looks at her with deep concern. The man hugs her and asks if she is hurt after everything that happened. Xia Waning reassures him and points to Wang Han, saying he was the one who saved her. The guy tells the officers that the two criminals were knocked out by him right there. The girl's father thanks him and asks if he really was the one who took down the two thugs. He is highly impressed, realizing that a delivery driver is actually a major talent. The man introduces himself as Xia Tianxiang and says Wang Han's skill level is impressive. The protagonist reads his card and notices he is a master at a martial arts school. Xia Tianxiang offers him a job, but the guy turns it down, saying he needs to get going. The man thinks it would be great to have that young guy on his side, and when he notices the jacket. Outside the building, Wang Han heads back to his motorcycle while the police take the criminals away. He thinks to himself that a simple delivery turned into a huge mess and that he needs to find Su-Chu. The guy then speeds up his motorcycle and rides away from the old building in the squad car. The scene cuts to the large, modern building of the Shenghua Group downtown. In the president's office, a man tells Su-Kyu he rushed back from abroad as soon as he heard about the trouble. The man named Lin Jingping promises Su-Kyu that with his help, she will overcome the crisis. He confesses his feelings, saying she is the only one in his heart, but the young woman asks him to back off. Lin Jingping grabs her arm and begs her to be his woman, accept everything he has to offer. But Su-Kyu slaps him across the face and reveals she is already married and pregnant too. The man is completely shocked by the news and cannot believe it is true. At that exact moment, Wang Han walks into the office and thinks he has quite a few rivals in love. Lin Jingping scolds him for not knocking, and Su-Kyu asks in surprise what he is doing there. The guy says he brought food, and the young woman introduces him to Lin Jingping as her husband. Wang Han feels happy and his heart warms up being called a husband for the first time. The rival is paralyzed and unresponsive, seeing the two of them together acting like a real couple. The protagonist tells him to leave, saying he and his wife want to eat their lunch in peace. Su-Kyu repeats Wang Han's words, and the man glares at them with intense rage before storming out. He promises he will not give up and complains at the reception desk about letting strangers in. After the man leaves, Wang Han serves the food and makes fun of his rival who just ran away. But Su-Kyu corrects him, saying that since there is no love between them, he is not a real rival. The protagonist gets the message and cracks a smirk at her response. The young wife then looks at the lunch boxes on the table, ready to start eating. She opens one of the containers of food that Wang Han brought for their lunch in the office. But he closes the lid and says that since there is nothing between them, she should not eat it. Irritated, she fires back that he needs to feed her since he is the one who got her pregnant. The young woman then starts eating and admits he is actually a fantastic cook. She suggests he open a restaurant, but the guy brags about his cooking one more time. Suki teases him and asks how many other women he has cooked for in his life. He says only for her, but quickly corrects himself and says it was only for the baby in her belly. The young woman then notices he is not wearing his work uniform and questions him about it. Wang Yan explains he lent his clothes to a girl he rescued earlier that day. Feeling jealous, Suki tells him to go find his girl, and he is surprised by her reaction. The guy tries to calm her down by saying pregnant women should not get angry. She ignores him completely and keeps scrolling on her phone while sitting in her office chair. Suki stares at her phone with an expression of anger and disdain for her husband. But soon she gets a sweet text from him saying he is going to work for their baby. She invites him to dinner at her house, and he asks him what capacity he would be attending. Outside, Wang Yan reads her reply and calls her a stubborn woman with a smile. He reads the text that says he is her husband and the father of her child and feels incredibly happy. Satisfied with the answer, the protagonist hops on his motorcycle to go to work. The guy then hits the gas and leaves the large company building behind. Later that night, Suki's luxury car pulls up in front of her family's mansion. As they walk in, her mother Yang Human gets angry seeing Wang Han in her house once again. Suki hugs his arm and says that since they are married, she can bring her husband home. Her mother goes into shock and screams, unable to believe her daughter married a delivery guy. Standing next to Wang Han, Suki states very confidently that she knows exactly what she is doing. Her father Sujiani asks them to stop fighting, and Suli defends his sister's right to marry. Suli smiles and invites Wang Han to come in and sit down, saying dinner is almost ready. Suki's father asks his daughter, whom he calls Nanan, to go upstairs and change her clothes. Yang Homan asks Suli if he is just going to watch Suki marry a piece of trash without doing anything. The guy reveals he has already invited young Master Kun over, and that he is going to teach Wang Han a lesson. In the dining room, Suli and his mother invite young Master Kun to take a seat at the table. The guest is Kun Hao, who asks why Suli invited him in such a rush for dinner. Suki comes downstairs with Wang Han and is surprised, wondering why Kun Hao is there. Sujiani calls Suchu Nanan and scolds her for not greeting their special guest. Her mother, Yang Human, tells Suchu to sit right next to young Master Kin at the table. The young woman then notices there is only one empty chair at the dining table and gets annoyed. Her uncle Su Jianzhang explains that not just anyone can sit at the Su family table. Wang Han asks why he cannot sit, and Su Li disrespects him in a very rude way. Sukyu's adoptive father says whoever cannot sit can eat squatting on the side of the table. But Sukyu refuses and tells Wang Han to take the chair because she will stand. Her father slams his hand on the table and yells for her to sit down and have dinner with young Master Kun. At that moment, Wang Han stares him down with a serious and threatening look that intimidates him. Scared, Kun Hao stands up right away and offers his seat to Wang Han with deep respect. Yang Homan is confused and says he does not need to give up his seat for someone like Wang Han. Kun Hao insists and says that if Wang Han is not worthy of the table, then he is even less worthy. Wang Han sits down and invites his wife to sit as well since she cannot stay standing. He serves food to Suki while the whole family watches the scene in total confusion. The protagonist ignores everyone and proposes a toast with his wife, who holds her wine glass. Suli whispers to Kun Hao that he put a substance in Chu's drinks, so he does not have to worry. Kun Hao panics and accuses Suli of trying to ruin his life with that scheme. Young Master Kun then yells and warns everyone not to drink because someone tampered with the drink. He points at Suli and reveals he was the one who tried to tamper with Suki's drink without him knowing anything. Furious upon hearing the truth, Suchu throws her glass of wine forcefully right at her brother's head. Suli sits paralyzed with wine dripping down his face and a handprint marked on his skin. Wang Han turns to Suli and glares at him with pure hatred in his eyes, calling him a brat. The protagonist then lands a massive punch right on Suli's face, knocking him down instantly. Lying on the floor, Suli hears Wang Han vow to end him if he ever touches his wife again. Suki calls the place disgusting and tells her husband it is time to leave, walking out on the family. Yang Human and Su Jani rush to help Su Li, whose face is bruised against the chair. Once inside the car, Suki takes the wheel and asks Wang Han if he is not going to explain the situation. She wants to know the real reason why Kun Hao became so terrified of him all of a sudden. Wang Han smiles and replies that some shameless people only learn after a good slap. The young woman says he is showing off again and that it is hard for him to fit into her family. He teases her back, saying her family is nothing and that his family has way stricter rules. Inside the car, Wang Han looks at his phone with a panicked expression and thinks it is all over. He gets a text from Rao Rushuang saying she arrived and that he has 10 minutes to meet her. The scene cuts to the outside of a modern building at night with the moon high in the sky. Sukyui and Wang Han walk toward the building, and she asks who scared him that much. The guy explains his older sister is visiting and asks his wife to please watch her words. He warns her she will understand everything when they meet, but stresses she must not say anything out of line. Upon entering the apartment, they find a woman with short hair sitting on the couch. Wang Han smiles and greets her, saying he missed her and asking why she did not give a heads up. A text box introduces the woman as Rao Rushuang, Wang Han's older sister. With a serious expression and crossed arms, she simply orders her brother to get on his knees. Without hesitating for a second, Wang Han kneels on the floor, leaving Sukyu completely shocked. Rao Rushuang then turns to Sukyui and orders her to come over and kneel down as well. But the protagonist defends her, saying his wife is pregnant and cannot do that. His sister then glares at Sukyui and asks in a dead serious tone if she is actually pregnant. Sukyui grabs her hand to introduce herself, but Rao Rushuang maintains her ice-cold stare. Suddenly, the woman lands a hard kick on Wang Han and accuses him of picking up bad habits. On the floor, the guy tries to talk to his sister, but she just keeps glaring at him with pure anger. Rao Rushuang says he must endure the family's discipline before he is allowed to say anything. At that moment, Sukyui steps in front of her and, with open arms, stops her from going any further. She asks what kind of family rule allows hitting someone without even explaining why. Wang Han's sister lists off the many rules of their family, and Sukyui asks which one he broke. She then lists his 3 mistakes: getting married without notice, and having a child before wedlock. Sukyui gets furious at being called someone not good enough for him and challenges her. Rao Rushuang reveals the family arranged 4 fiancés for him, but he rejected every single one. Wang Han begs his sister to stop talking so she does not upset Sukyui because of the pregnancy. But the young wife yells at them to drop the act and stares at them with deep suspicion. Sukyui starts laughing and says she gets it now, realizing they really think she is native. She asks if Wang Han thought she would feel inferior just because he is a delivery driver. He tries to deny it, but she does not buy it and says she refuses to let her child be born into that kind of environment. The young woman turns to leave and says she will reach out again after the baby is born. At her friend Lin Shufu's house, she is comforted and told she can stay as long as she needs. Sukyui complains she never imagined Wang Han was that kind of person, but her friend has doubts. His wife says it is impossible for noble women to fall for a delivery driver. Lin Shufu suggests that if it is all true, then Wang Han's true identity is not simple at all. Her friend then asks why she is suddenly starting to stand up for her husband. Sukyui holds her and asks if she is hiding something, but the young woman denies everything. The pregnant woman then starts tickling her friend and jokes, saying she is not allowed to doubt her. Lin Shufu asks for an update on the favor she requested to set up a meeting with a big shot. While the two are talking on the bed, someone knocks on the bedroom door and they jump. When she opens the door, Lin Shufu finds Lin Jingping and asks what he is doing there. Lin Jingping tells Lin Zhufu that he knows the big shot they were talking about for Nanan. Suki's friend asks in surprise if he really knows the project's investor. He confirms and says he can take Nanan to meet him since his grandfather already introduced them. Somewhere else, Wang Han complains that his wife is stubborn and will not pick up the phone. While smoking on the balcony, he gets a notification for a new message on his cell phone. The guy checks the device and notices with a sigh that the text is not from Sukyui. It is a message from Xiao Wenying asking where she can drop off his freshly washed clothes. Right after, his phone vibrates again with a call while he is deep in thought about his life. He answers and hears his contact Xiao inform him that Tato has passed away. Shocked, Wang Han hears that his friend gave his life trying to rescue people who fell into the water. In her room, Xiao Wenying tells her father the guy does not want the clothes back anymore. The girl looks sad and wonders if they will never see each other again after everything. Her father Shi Tianxing walks in and asks why she is unhappy, but the young woman complains. He apologizes and says he knocked but she did not hear him, and asks if she is worried about something. The man then invites her to the Zhou family's young master's party scheduled for the next day. The father explains that the guy was rescued and is throwing a banquet to celebrate his new lease on life. Xia Tianxiang smiles and asks if she ever managed to get in touch with the delivery guy. The young woman confirms they spoke but explains he did not want the clothes back anymore. Her father closes his eyes and sighs, saying it seems they just were not meant to be together. In a ballroom, a man in a vest steps on another guy and says he is going to teach him a lesson. The man threatens the guy on the floor, saying he is going to take him out right then and there. But before he can do anything, a foot comes flying out of nowhere straight into his face. A mysterious figure lands a massive kick that sends the man in the vest flying. The attacker hits the ground and stares at the man who kicked him, completely confused. It is Wang Han who arrived with his men and asks the guy on the floor who exactly he was trying to eliminate. In the middle of the chaos, Xia Wenying realizes it is brother Wang and is happy to see him there. The man in the vest gets on his knees in front of Wang Han and orders his security to attack him. He yells that no one causes trouble on the Zhou family's turf and commands them to charge. But one of Wang Han's men tosses a security guard away using just one arm. Within seconds, the protagonist's crew begins dismantling all the security guards. One of Wang Han's men lands a heavy blow on a guard who goes flying backward. Another member of the protagonist's team kicks another guard right in the face with full force. A third man wearing sunglasses lands a straight punch on the security guard attacking him. With all the enemies on the floor, Wang Han and his team stare down the man in the vest. The protagonist steps closer and asks in a serious tone who exactly those people in the hall are. He reveals his brother was named Tito and that he lost his life just to save him. Wang Han sits down and says he was very unhappy to hear that he called him an idiot. The man in the vest defends himself and says his life is more valuable because he has power. At that moment, a group of security guards carrying Baton storms the hall to attack. The young master of the Zhou family orders the guards to take them all down right now. Wang Han picks up a heavy vase and says he gave him a chance, but the kid threw it away. The protagonist then smashes the vase right onto the young master, who screams in pain from the hit. From the impact, the guy flies backward and lands right on top of his birthday cake, ruining everything. On his knees and covered in cake, the young master of the Zhou family is left in a state of shock. The protagonist glares at him and warns him that since he did not take his chance, it is too late now. Without a second thought, Wang Han lands a brutal kick on the guy, who screams once more. With his enemy on the floor, a voice speaks up and asks who is the arrogant piece of trash in there. Two older men walk in, and one of them is introduced as Zhou Xinghuai, the young man's father. His son spots him and begs his dad to save him from this messy situation. Zhou Xinghuai points at the group and orders his guard, named Old Song, to defeat them. A man warns Xie Wening that the enemy is tough and her friend Wang Han is in real danger. Old Song charges forward and leaps toward Wang Han, calling him an arrogant junior. But before he can follow through with his attack, Old Song's fist is blocked by someone else. The Zhou family's guard is absolutely shocked to see his attack completely stopped. One of Wang Han's men holds him back and says he is going to play with him for a bit first. The bald man then winds up a special strike to attack the Zhou family guard. With a single hit, he strikes Old Song in the head and drops him to the ground immediately. Zhou Xinghuai cannot believe what he is seeing and asks his guard what just happened. Old Song explains the technique comes from the ancient family of the port city, leaving him stunned. The young man's father changes his tune, apologizes, and says they can discuss this peacefully. But Wang Han ignores him and says his offer was already on the table, but his son refused to take it. Zhou Xinghuai offers 1 million for the mechanic's life to settle the issue right there. Furious at the offer, Wang Han kicks the table and screams that his brother's life is priceless. He grabs him by the collar and asks if the Zhou family really has that much money to throw around. The man laughs and boasts, saying the lives of a few mechanics are barely worth anything. Wang Han states he can bankrupt his entire family and asks Xiaohua to make a phone call. Xiaohua gets on the phone and orders every single one of the Zhou family's businesses to be liquidated. Zhou Xinghuai laughs and asks if they are shooting a comedy movie for television. But an employee runs in frantically and reports that something terrible has happened to the company. He reveals that every single partner canceled their contracts by order of the Lai Group. Wang Han's trusted right-hand man then introduces himself as Lei Xiaohua and winks. Zhou Xinghuai freezes and bows an apology the second he realizes who the man really is. He pulls his son closer and demands he apologize, claiming the whole thing was just a big misunderstanding. Wang Han steps on the guy and asks what kind of misunderstanding it was, sending the young man into a panic. His father tries to negotiate and threatens him, saying his brother holds a rank in the military. The protagonist laughs off the threat and asks another one of his men to make a call as well. The man with glasses pulls out his phone and starts looking up anyone from the Zhou family in the city. Wang Han announces he has taken the kid and says they can call whoever they want for help. Zhou Xinghuai's son screams and begs his dad to call his second uncle. The man smiles with his phone in hand and announces he has already placed the call to the uncle. On the other end of the line, Zhou Xinghuai's brother screams that his nephew Feiyu messed with some heavy hitters. He warns him he is getting fired and investigated because of this mess, leaving the father in utter shock. The scene cuts to a shot of a large cemetery filled with many well-kept white gravestones. The focus then shifts to a specific grave with the name T2 written prominently on it. Standing in front of the grave, Wang Han and his men stare down the young master of the Zhou family. The protagonist puts his foot on the young man's head, who warns him that what he is doing is a crime. But Wang Han does not care and yells for him to get on his knees and apologize to his brother. With pure force, the protagonist shoves the young master's head against the stone ground. Wang Han tells T2 that he brought the kid to apologize for everything that happened. Elsewhere in the cemetery, Suqiu visits her grandmother's grave to talk and vent her feelings. She shares that she married a delivery guy, is pregnant, and her family totally disapproves of the relationship. The young woman laments that the father of her child is a hypocrite who hired actors to pretend he is rich. Wanting to talk about something positive, she mentions that a benefactor helped her secure a big project. Suka leaves her grandmother's favorite foods by the grave and says she bought them just for her. As the rain starts falling, she says goodbye and promises to visit again when she is less busy. Her friend is waiting for her with an umbrella and tells her to hurry up and get in the car because it is pouring. Inside the car, Suki tells Lin Jingping to drive fast, and he asks her to be a little more polite. Suddenly, a black limousine pulls up right in front of their car, completely blocking their path. Lin Jingping gets furious and yells, asking who has the nerve to block his car like that. Under the heavy rain, several men in suits step out of the luxury car holding umbrellas. They open the limousine door for an important figure they address as Young Master. It is Wang Han stepping out of the car, and he asks Xiaohua to look after Tai To's daughter, who is left all alone. Lin Shufu looks out the window and recognizes Wang Han, pointing him out to her friend who is stunned. Suki cannot understand what her husband is doing there and watches him from afar from inside the car. Lai Xiaohua holds an umbrella over Wang Han as he gets ready to step inside the vehicle. Suki's friend asks who is opening the door for him, but she says she has no idea who they are. But Lin Jingping recognizes the man and states it is Lei Xiaohua, the heir to the Lei family. Wang Han's convoy leaves the cemetery, and he orders them to head to Tito's house first. Lin Shufu says there must be some mistake and suggests her friend call Wang Han to figure it out. But Sukai refuses to call her husband and says that is absolutely out of the question. Lin Jingping says she must have been seeing things and asks about their meeting with the big shot. He smiles confidently and assures the two young women that everything is already taken care of. An older man is seen mentioning he will take his daughter to meet the so-called big shot. On Amada Street, Wang Han's luxury car parks near an old man sleeping on a bench. The protagonist and his men step out of the car, and one of them says this must be the place. Wang Han approaches the man and asks if Tito's house is anywhere around there. The old man wakes up confused and asks what kind of two he is looking for in this neighborhood. The guy then corrects himself and uses his friend's real name, which was Chen Chiang. The man recognizes the nickname Chiangzi and points up to the third floor of one of the buildings. As they walk away, the old man sighs, saying Chiangzi's relatives took over his property. In the hallway of the building, Wang Han and his crew find a little girl crouching on the floor. Lai Xiaohua gets annoyed by the situation and steps up to ask if that is Chen Chiang's apartment. The little girl nods but says her dad is not home and that he went to a place very far away. Hearing that, Lai Xiaohua and the other man are stunned when they realize she is Tito's daughter. Wang Han crouches down to talk and asks why she is not inside, and she says they will not let her in. The little girl points to a cardboard box and says her aunt told her that was her new house. Upon discovering the child was living in a cardboard box, Wang Han gets furious at the cruelty. Without a second thought, Lai Xiaohua runs up and lands a massive kick on the apartment door. The door flies open from the impact, revealing a couple enjoying a feast of lobster and crab. The man jumps up and yells, asking who they think they are breaking down the door like that. Wang Han walks in with the little girl and asks the man exactly when that house became his. Tai Tu's relative tells him to get out and accuses him of stealing the property and mistreating the girl. The protagonist grabs him by the collar, delivers a brutal knee strike, and calls him an animal. From the hit, the man flies backward, and the woman screams for help, claiming they are being invaded. Wang Han asks one of his men, Maitreya, to show them exactly what kind of place they are in. Maitreya and another crew member stare the couple down with a menacing look and prepare to act. The bald man lands a heavy punch on Tai Tu's cousin, who screams for help on the floor. The couple begs him to stop, and one of the men asks the little girl's name, which is Go Go. Lai Xiaohua tells Wang Han the kid deserves pity and will be treated terribly if she stays there. The protagonist asks Gu Go if she would like to come live with them, and the little girl accepts. Wang Han suggests Xiaohua take care of her, but he admits he has no idea how to raise a kid. The guy looks thoughtful while Gu Go tugs at the hem of his shirt with hopeful eyes. One of the men says that since Wang Han is married, he should adopt her, and the girl calls him godfather. The protagonist smiles at the idea and accepts the fact that he just became a father right after getting married. The next day, the scene cuts to the exterior of a large, modern residential building. Wang Han serves breakfast to Gu Gu and says he will take her to school as soon as she finishes eating. While the girl eats, he scrolls on his phone with a slightly serious and thoughtful expression. He sends Suki a text asking her out to dinner, but she flatly refuses to see him. Go Go announces she is done eating, and Wang Han comments on his wife's stubborn temper. He then tells the girl he is going to get changed so they can head to her new school. Shortly after, they arrive at a private school with a massive and absolutely beautiful campus. Wang Han explains that Uncle Lei got her into the best school in the district and asks her to study hard. When they walk into the principal's office, a woman greets them and welcomes young Master Wang. A man introduces himself as Principal Duan and says the woman next to him is Teacher Xia. Wang Han is completely shocked when he recognizes the teacher at Gogo's new school. The teacher is Xia Waning, who smiles happily and greets him, calling him Brother Wang. He says that she is actually a teacher then, and the woman asks if Gu Go is his daughter. The protagonist rests his hand on the little girl's head and confirms she is his daughter. Principal Duan notes that since they already know each other, Teacher Xia can take her to class. Wang Han says his goodbyes and lets them know he is leaving Gogo in her care because he has to go to work. Wang Han says goodbye to Teacher Xia, and Gugo waves goodbye to her godfather. The protagonist smiles at the little girl and promises to pick her up after class. The teacher asks if he isn't the biological father, and the girl explains that he is her godfather. Xia Waning understands the situation and says she will take the good girl to the classroom. Outside, Wang Han thinks that after a busy morning, being a father is not easy at all. At that moment, his cell phone rings and a woman asks if he missed her. Surprised, he calls her princess and asks how she got his phone number. The woman warns him and says she will find him, but he lets her know he is married and his wife wouldn't like it. The next morning, Wang Han drops Gugo off at school once again and says goodbye to her. He thinks it is best to warn his wife about the visit since she is expecting a baby. Wang Han warns Su Kai about the woman, but she thinks it is just another one of his hired actresses. The young man sighs and thinks about how difficult women have been to deal with lately. He then speeds up his motorcycle and regrets that another one of his orders will arrive late. At noon, the protagonist parks his motorcycle in front of a large and luxurious mansion. He is impressed by the size of the house and realizes it is a luxury estate. The delivery driver then rings the doorbell and announces that the food order has finally arrived. A woman opens the door and he hands over the food, wishing the customer a good meal. To his surprise, the person who answers the door is his wife, Suki, who is shocked. Wang Han breaks into a smile and tells his wife that this is a huge coincidence. A woman asks who Suki is, and a young man says that Wang Han is just a delivery driver. The lady asks if she knows him, and Suki says they were classmates in school. The girl introduces herself as Hu Saitong and says she doesn't remember him from their school days. The young man makes up the name Zhang Wei and says it is normal for her not to remember him from class. The other young man says there was no Zhang Wei in their class and gets suspicious. He then adds that none of their classmates would become a delivery driver. The young man questions Sukyui for knowing a delivery guy, and she asks what the problem is. He says the gap between social classes is wide and that this friendship will bring her trouble. The young man then tells Wang Han to leave and takes money from his wallet to give him. With a mocking smile, he offers 200 as a tip for the service provided. Annoyed, he asks why Wang Han doesn't leave, and the protagonist controls himself. But the delivery driver just takes the money with a smile and thanks him, calling him boss. Elsewhere, Shiwaning asks if her pizza has arrived, and a young man named Yuan Bo says yes. She turns around and is very happy to see that the delivery driver is actually Brother Wang. The protagonist smiles at her and also says that this is a great coincidence. Yuan Bo asks if she knows him, and Xia Waning says he was her great savior. The lady invites him to come in and rest for a bit, but he declines because he needs to work. Yuan Bo looks down on him and Waning scolds him, asking what he means by that type. Wang Han says goodbye to leave, but Xia Waning runs over and asks him to wait. The teacher says she needs to go to work and asks for a ride since she doesn't have a car. But Yuan Bo offers to take her in his Porsche and calls the young man's motorcycle dangerous. Wang Han and Xia Waning stare at each other in silence while Hu Saidong watches them with crossed arms. With an annoyed expression, Hu Saidong tells him to take the teacher if he wants and to stop looking at her. Xia Waning gets on the motorcycle and says goodbye to Sukai and Saitong, saying she needs to get back to work. The protagonist then speeds up the motorcycle, and the two quickly move away from the luxurious mansion. Meanwhile, Yuan Bo invites Sukyu to come in and eat something, calling her goddess Su. But Sukyu declines and says she has urgent business at the company and needs to leave alone. Far away, Wang Han rides his motorcycle through the busy city streets during the day. He then asks Xia Waning, who is on the back, if he was driving too fast. The teacher leans on his back and replies no, that is perfectly fine for her. Suddenly, a red sports car stops next to their motorcycle in the middle of the street. The driver is Su Qi, who tells Waning to get in her car, but Wang Han says it isn't necessary. He thinks he absolutely cannot upset the mother of his child and makes up an excuse. Upon arriving at their destination, the teacher thanks him and invites him to dinner over the weekend. Wang Han declines and says they can reschedule as he still needs to make deliveries. Xia Waning waves goodbye to him and asks Brother Wang to be careful on the road. Alone, the protagonist sighs and thinks that women are truly very difficult to deal with. The scene shifts and time advances, showing that it is already night in the big, busy city. Wang Han walks with Gugu and asks if she is hungry, promising to cook at home. Upon arriving, the girl notices a pair of high heels, and he realizes they have a visitor. He looks at the bedroom door, which is slightly open, trying to see who is inside. A woman wearing a white towel comes out of the room, and her name is Princess Jiang Tang. Wang Han is shocked, covers Gugu's eyes, and tells the woman to put some clothes on. Jiang Tang looks at the little girl next to him and asks who that little girl is. The young man replies that she is his daughter and reminds her he said he was married, but she didn't believe him. The woman approaches Gugu, touches her face, and tells the girl to call her mom. Indignant, Wang Han yells at her and asks what kind of nonsense she is spouting now. He steps in front of the girl and tells the woman not to try corrupting children. But Jiang Tang tells Gugu that he is her father and, as his wife, she is the mother. The protagonist ignores the woman, hands Gugu her backpack, and asks her to do her homework. The little girl obeys and walks to her room while Wang Han stares at Jiang Tang seriously. Furious, she grabs him and complains that he got married behind her back without saying anything. The young man feels a sharp pain and complains about where she hit him so hard. Jiang Tang attacks him with a high kick and asks provocatively if he missed her. He dodges the strike and yells again for her to go put her clothes on immediately. The woman sits on the sofa and warns him, telling him to wait and see how she will handle him. Wang Han throws a coat at her and tells her to put it on, reminding her that he is a married man. She gets dressed and reveals that she looked into his marriage to Sukyu because of the pregnancy. He changes the subject and asks how long she plans to stay in the city of Jining. Jiang Tang explains she came for 2 reasons, to see him and for a deal with Lin Shufu. The protagonist thinks in relief that Sukyu is not involved and confirms he knows about the deal. Wang Han then invites Jiang Tang to eat and says Gugu must be hungry too. The woman stares at him and asks mockingly if he really became a full-time dad. Suddenly, Jiang Tang gets close to him, and the protagonist asks what she is doing. She holds his face and says it is curious how he acts like a saint around her. At that moment, Gugu appears at the door and tells her godfather she wants to eat now. The little girl feels awkward about the scene and covers her eyes with her hands so she won't see. Wang Han steps away from the woman and tells her to stop messing around so they can go eat. Shortly after, he takes Gugu's hand and warns that if she doesn't come, they will go alone. Jiang Tang smiles confidently and thinks that sooner or later he will be hers again. The scene shifts and shows the front of a very modern and luxurious restaurant in the city. Inside, an employee welcomes them, and Jiang Tang says she will foot the bill for everyone. The woman corrects Go and says she should call her godmother instead of aunt. The employee takes them to a VIP suite and asks if they are satisfied with the place. Jiang Tang makes an inappropriate joke, and Wang Han scolds her, asking her not to speak nonsense. Elsewhere, a man named Suli talks to his boss, who he calls Brother Lei. Suli explains that he hasn't found out who took the project, but knows there is a connection to Lin Qingjin. Brother Lei gets annoyed upon learning that the project is now under Suki's control. Angrily, he says he will use the media to smear Sukyu and take the project for himself. Sui praises the idea and tells the boss that it is truly a brilliant plan. Suddenly, Brother Lai notices someone familiar and thinks it is the person who competed with him. The other man recognizes Wang Han as Sukyu's husband and decides to go over there to see. He peeks through the room's door and sees the protagonist having dinner with Jiang Tang and Go Go. At the table, the woman offers more chicken to Go Go, who happily accepts the food. The man observing them breaks into a malicious smile and thinks the situation will be interesting. After the meal, Jiang Tang asks Go Go if she liked it, and the girl thanks her godmother. Meanwhile, Sukyu arrives at her front door and finds the silent strange wondering about Wang Han. In the elevator, Wang Han, Jiang Tang, and Go Go are going up to the apartment. When the door opens, Wang Han comes face to face with his wife, Sukyu, and both are shocked. Jiang Tang stares at the woman in front of her and asks if she is Sukyu, Wang Han's wife. Desperate, the young man makes up that she is his cousin Mei Tang and that she is in town for business. Sukyu says she was just passing by and will leave now since they are busy. She turns to leave, taking Go Go by the hand with a very annoyed expression. Awkwardly, Wang Han invites her to eat something before going to try to calm the situation. Jiang Tang then crosses her arms and asks why they don't live together if they are married. Annoyed, Sukyu tells him to unlock the door if he wants her to eat, and the other woman agrees. The protagonist becomes tense between the two and thinks that it feels like a real battlefield. To resolve the situation, Wang Han says he will cook and tells Go Go to do her homework. Once inside the house, Sukyu turns to Jiang Tang and asks how she learned to cook. Sukyu thinks he said he only cooked for her, and Jiang Tang says she wants to taste the food. Wang Han complains to Jiang Tang and says she just ate, and it makes no sense to eat more. Jiang Tang ignores his complaint and says with a smile that she got hungry again. In the living room, Sukyu approaches with a glass in hand and tells the other woman to behave. She offers water and sarcastically says that the aunt's daughter must be thirsty. Jiang Tang says that, based on looks, Sukyu is older and that she barely noticed. The woman then ignores Sukyu and asks Wang Han when the food will be ready. Shortly after, the protagonist appears with a bowl of noodles and announces that it is ready. His wife, Sukyu, sits at the table to eat the meal he prepared for her. But Jiang Tang walks over and says she wants to eat the noodles her brother made, annoying him. Sukyu ignores the provocation and starts eating the noodles in silence in front of everyone. She praises the food and asks for vinegar, saying she has a craving for sour things. Jiang Tang says she can eat as much as he cooks, and Wang Han warns her so she will eat. At that moment, Go Go approaches and says she finished her homework and wants to read a book. Jiang Tang seizes the chance and calls the girl over, saying her mom will tell her a story. The little girl says thank you and calls her Aunt Jiang, but the woman insists on being called Mom. She tries to bribe Go Go with sweets, but the girl keeps calling her Aunt Jiang. Sukyu intervenes and asks her aunt's sister not to make things difficult for the child. She then turns around and calls Go Go closer to her, away from the other woman. With a serious look, Sukyu tells the little girl that she should call her mom. Go Go stays silent, feeling the immense pressure of the situation between the two women. Wang Yan watches the scene without knowing what to do, while the girl looks at him sideways. Finally, Go Go calls Sukyu mom, and the woman takes her to the bedroom to tell her a story. Before leaving, Sukyu tells the aunt's daughter to eat slowly, and the two leave the living room. Wang Han then serves the noodles to Jiang Tang, who reluctantly agrees to eat. He says it is already late and offers the other bedroom to her, saying he will sleep on the couch. Jiang Tang questions him and asks why they don't sleep together if they are married. The young man tells her not to talk too much and just eat so she can go to sleep right after. Sukyu then returns to the living room and tells Wang Han to go inside and sleep in his room. While he obeys, Jiang Tang comments that she has never seen him be so obedient before in his life. The scene advances and shows that it is already early morning in a city apartment building. Wang Han is exercising on the balcony, practicing martial arts movements. Sukyu watches him and lets him know that breakfast is already ready and served on the table for him. She says she won't eat because she is in the preparation phase of the project and is heading to the company. He offers to give her a ride, but his wife declines and says he should take Go Go to school. The protagonist then offers to pick her up from work in the evening, but she declines again. Wang Han cracks a slight smile and thinks that his wife really has a strong temper. While driving, Sukyu receives a call saying the media was paid to smear her. Shocked, she asks how the project could be halted, and the person sends a link. The news headline says that the Harris of the Su family is interfering in the life of a delivery driver. Sukyu gets furious at the photos and wonders who in the world could be behind that. Back home, Jiang Tang says something happened to his wife, and he gets annoyed. Jiang Tang shows her cell phone to Wang Han and tells him to see with his own eyes. Upon seeing the fake news, the protagonist gets furious and says those responsible for this will pay. He then picks up the phone and calls a man named Wenlong, asking for his help with something. The scene shifts to the front of a large and luxurious hotel during the day in the city. Inside a room, a woman asks a young man named Young Master Su what makes him happy. He replies that it is a good thing that is leaving him very refreshed and satisfied. Young Master Su says he is celebrating because an enemy is about to lose control of the company. Suddenly, the room door is kicked open, and the young man is startled by the intrusion. A tattooed man and his henchmen enter the room and stare at young Master Su seriously. The young man recognizes him as Boss Wen and fearfully asks what brings him there. Boss Wen tells him to get dressed and warns that a very important person wants to see him. Annoyed, the tattooed man yells for the young man to stop stalling and get dressed right away. Elsewhere, Wang Han talks on the cell phone, is informed that the person he was looking for has been caught. The scene cuts to a man with an eye patch who seems surprised to hear Wang Han's name. Young Master Su is taken to Wang Han and yells about what a delivery driver is doing there. He continues to insult the protagonist, who stares at him in silence with a cold expression. Without saying a word, Wang Han moves quickly and grabs young Master Su's collar. The protagonist then lands a powerful punch on the young man's face, leaving him unresponsive. Holding his face, young Master Su asks if Wang Han has a wish to be defeated. Wang Han replies with a strong slap that violently turns the man's face to the side. The young man falls to the ground completely defeated by the delivery driver's impressive strength. Young Master Su is left with a bruised and swollen face after the blows he received. Wang Han lifts him up and asks if this is how he treats his own sister Su Qiu. With eyes red with anger, he says the young man doesn't even deserve to be called human. The protagonist lands another powerful blow that throws Suki's brother far away. Boss Wen holds the young man, who tries to bribe him into defeating Wang Han. But Boss Wen kicks him in the face and scolds him for speaking like that to Brother Han. He asks Wang Han what to do, and the protagonist tells him to resolve the fake news. Boss Wen grabs the young man's head and tells him to do what was ordered immediately. Even bruised, he still begs Boss Wen to take down the food delivery driver. The tattooed man gets annoyed and slams the young man's head into the floor very hard. Desperate, young Master Su yells that he will silence the media and asks them to clear everything up. Boss Wen says that if he had obeyed from the start, none of this would have happened. The scene changes to the building of a large company called Shenghua Group in the city. Inside, an assistant informs Sukyu that the media is asking for 80 million to take the news down. Suddenly, two men barge into the room and accuse Sukiai of bringing disgrace to the Su family. She tries to explain herself and says it isn't quite like that, but they don't seem to want to listen. An older man says he never imagined she would be another man's mistress. He slams his cane on the desk and says the truth doesn't matter, the problem needs to be solved. The other man says the solution is for her to hand over her power in the company to them. One of the men from the Su family says the project was theirs and she got lucky, but now she should be careful. Suki refuses to hand over the power and says she has nothing to fear because she is innocent. The older man from the family slams his cane hard on the floor, showing his anger. He says she is too young and that President Liu wouldn't trust someone like her. At that moment, a woman in a suit enters the room and announces the arrival of President Su. She then turns around and announces to everyone that CEO Liu has finally arrived at the company. One of the men apologizes to CEO Liu for the incident and promises to resolve everything soon. The older man pressures Sukiya about the money, but she says she will solve the problem. Suddenly, the assistant enters and informs them that the negative news in the media has been resolved. Sukiya is completely shocked and asks the woman how that is possible. The two men from the Su family are also surprised and see that the news has vanished. CEO Li's assistant says her boss gave the project to Sukiya because he is interested in her. The woman then says goodbye and states she needs to leave because she has other things to do. But Sukai interrupts her and asks CEO Liu to wait a minute because she needs to talk to him. The assistant asks what she wants, and Sukyu says she would like to meet her boss. The woman replies that she cannot make that decision because she doesn't know what her boss looks like. With nothing more to say, the assistant says goodbye and leaves, leaving everyone behind. Upon leaving, the men threaten Suki, and she replies that everyone knows who ruined the family. Alone, she sits down and tries to understand who the person was that solved this entire problem. She then sees a news piece saying that a delivery driver was fired because of the scandal. The scene changes and shows the front of the distribution center where Wang Han works. The protagonist arrives at the location with his motorcycle for another day of work as a delivery driver. A coworker sees that his cell phone is out of battery and asks for a charger. The young man, a chubby man, warns Wang Han that he is in trouble and was on the news. The protagonist doesn't care about the gossip, but the coworker says he has been fired. With a confident smile, Wang Han doubts it and asks who would dare fire him from there. A man's shadow appears and his coworker greets the manager who just arrived. The manager informs Wang Han that the company decided to let him go because of the negative impact. Wang Han argues that the news is fake and that the media has already cleared up the whole truth. The manager says he can't do anything and offers an opening at a security company. He advises him to trust himself and not rely on anyone forever in life. The man hands over a business card and Wang Han thanks him, calling him Brother Bing. His coworkers lament his departure and Wang Han says he was already tired of being a delivery driver. He offers a cigarette to his friends when a voice asks for a person named Wang Han. His chubby coworker is surprised by the question and the protagonist turns to see. The person looking for him is Shisha Waning, the teacher, who is happy to find him there. Wang Han asks Teacher Xia what brings her to the city's delivery center. She explains that his cell phone was off and that a friend told her where he worked. The young man then asks if she came all the way there to see him for a specific reason. Xia Waning reveals that it is actually her father who wants to see him about an important matter. Wang Han agrees to the teacher's invitation and says he was on his way out anyway. His former coworkers watch him leave, and one of them comments that he is going to make an enemy. The manager kicks the gossiping coworker and tells him to get back to work instead of being jealous. Suddenly, a black luxury car stops abruptly next to the delivery drivers on the street. The guys are surprised by another luxury car and wonder what is going on. A woman wearing sunglasses gets out of the car and asks where she can find Wang Han. The delivery drivers are impressed by her beauty, and one of them asks what she is to him. The woman smiles and replies that she is his wife and came to take him home. Shocked, the guys wonder if he has another wife and comment on how incredible he is. The chubby coworker points the way and tells the woman that Brother Han has already left. With her arms crossed, Jiang Tang thinks in annoyance that he was very fast and slipped away from her. Far away, Wang Han rides his motorcycle with Xia Wenying on the back through the city streets. They arrive at a large martial arts school, and the protagonist notices the size of the place. The teacher guides him inside and lets him know that her father is waiting upstairs. A man named Kang Hongji finds the visit strange and wonders why Wenying showed up. The teacher greets him as Brother Kang, and he asks if Wang Han is a new disciple. She denies it and explains that the young man beside her is actually the new boxer hired by her father. Kang Hongji doubts Wang Han's ability and says he wouldn't withstand a slap from him. Wenying scolds him for his tone of voice and says she needs to get through to meet her father now. He tries to invite her to a show, but the young woman declines, saying she already has plans with Wang. Impatient, the teacher asks Brother Kang once again to get out of her way. She then grabs Wang Han's hand and pulls him to climb the stairs, leaving the other guy behind. The image focuses on their holding hands as they climb the stairs of the place. Kang Hongji gets furious and thinks that the rookie stole his woman and that he will crush him. Upon arriving, Xia Wenying announces to her father that Brother Wang is finally there. An older man stands up and says she should have given him a heads up about an important guest. The man introduces himself as Master Xia, greets Wang Han, and invites him to sit down. The two shake hands firmly, with a golden energy emanating from the handshake. Master Xia praises the young man's internal strength, who replies that he is being very kind. He then introduces his friend Li Yamping, who is also impressed by the young man. The master gets straight to the point and invites Wang Han to become a boxer in his gym. The protagonist says he needs money to take care of a child because he lost his job. Master Xia laughs and offers a salary of 50,000 a month for the new boxer. With the proposal on the table, Wang Han accepts the job and promises to dedicate himself to his new role. Li Yamping congratulates old Xia on the excellent hiring of a great new boxer. The master offers to show him the training environment, and Wang Han agrees to check out the place. They gather all the students on the mat to make an important announcement to the team. Master Xia introduces Wang Han as the martial arts school's new boxing instructor. The students doubt the new master's capability, and one of them asks what martial art he practices. Kang Hongji stares at him and mockingly asks Wang Han to teach them what he knows. Wang Han lists several fighting styles he has learned, such as Tai Chi, Wing Chun, and others. Kang Hongji accuses him of bragging and says he can't do everything he claims. The other students agree, and one of them says it's all just to show off for them. Xia Wenying scolds him, but he says a teacher there cannot be a coward. The students support Kang and ask him to fight the new instructor to see what he is made of. Master Xia then encourages Wang Han to show everyone what he is capable of doing. Kang Hongji warns that he can be ruthless, but guarantees no one will get hurt. The protagonist accepts the challenge and replies that, coincidentally, he is also ruthless. To spice things up, Kang proposes a bet with a date with Wenying on the line. Wang Han says that depends on the teacher, who asks what happens if he loses. The challenger laughs and says if he loses, Wang Han can ask him for whatever he wants. Then, the protagonist says that if Kang loses, he hands over the tickets and he will go with Wenying. The disciple asks the master what to do if he seriously injures the new boxer. Kang Hongji calls the other students over and tells everyone to clear the way for the fight. Master Xia observes the scene and thinks the new instructor is quite arrogant for a rookie. The disciple rushes forward and yells that he wants to see what Wang Han is truly made of. Kang tries to land a strike, but his face is caught by a hand before he can attack. Wang Han holds the opponent's face with one hand, completely stopping his movement. In a swift motion, he flips the man's body and throws him to the other side of the mat. Kang Hongji is thrown hard to the ground, unable to understand the new instructor's speed. The protagonist says the speed is good, but he lacks power to be a good fighter. Xia Wenying is impressed and tells Brother Wang that he is truly incredible. Master Xia comments to his friend that Wang Han only used 30% of his strength. Fallen on the ground, Kang Hongji gets up angrily and prepares to attack again. But Wang Han turns his back and Xia Wenying yells for him to watch out for the attack. The disciple attacks from behind, but the protagonist dodges and hits him with an elbow strike. The blow is so strong that the man is thrown into the air and falls to the ground with a dull thud. The teacher scolds him for the unfair attack, but he says that being merciful is being cruel. Li Yamping says the disciple has no martial ethics, and Master Xia stays silent. Kang Hongji stands up and says the winner is the king and the loser is the villain of the story. He then rushes into attack, but Wang Han kicks him in the face with extreme speed. The kick throws him against the wall with such force that the sound of the impact echoes through the gym. The man drags himself across the floor and is shocked to see that his opponent hasn't even moved from his spot. With a look of contempt, Kang realizes that all he can do is hide and run away. He tries to run away, but the protagonist is much faster and easily catches up to him. Wang Han stops his opponent's punch and says his strikes are too slow for him. He says he is going to teach him a lesson and that in the martial arts world, nothing beats speed. Kang Hongji gets annoyed with the speech and tells the instructor to stop talking and fight. He tries to land several strikes, but the protagonist dodges them all very easily. Wang Han then asks if that is all the disciple is capable of doing in a fight. Kang Hongji gets furious and says he has practiced for 15 years and will not be humiliated. Lu Yamping gets startled and warns that the disciple is using a fatal move against the young man. Desperate, Xia Wenying screams Brother Wang's name, fearing the worst that could happen. But the protagonist dodges the strike with impressive ease and faces his opponent. Wang Han moves so fast that Kang Hongji can barely keep track of him with his eyes. With a single kick, the new instructor knocks his opponent to the ground with great force. The students are shocked by the defeat, and Xia Wenying celebrates Wang Han's victory. She runs to his side, hugs his arm, and says he was simply amazing. Old Lu says he is a great master and that the martial arts school will grow. Wang Han apologizes for hurting the student, but Master Xia says he brought it upon himself. While the students call an ambulance, the master invites them to continue their conversation. The young man looks at his cell phone and thinks he needs to take food to the mother and the child. He then notices that his wife Sukyu sent him a text message on his cell phone. She offers a job for 10,000, but he replies that he found one for 50,000. Suki doubts him and asks him to be more realistic, so he sends a photo of the contract. After a moment of silence, she simply replies that this is very good for him. He thanks her for her approval and asks if she is hungry, offering to bring food. The protagonist finds her response that she is going to meet someone very important strange. He asks if it is a man or a woman, and Sukyu says it is the person who gave her the project. Wang Han realizes she doesn't know it was him and worries that she might have been deceived. He then calls Jiang Tang and asks her to find out where Sukyu is at that moment. The woman on the phone takes a while to answer, and he insists she hurry up and help. Jiang Tang then reveals that his wife is drinking with another man in a hotel. She completes the information and says the man slipped something into Sukyu's drink. Upon hearing that, Wang Han becomes completely furious with the news he just received. He speeds up his motorcycle and swears to himself that he will make sure that man faces severe consequences. The protagonist races through the busy city streets at high speed to get there in time. In a luxury hotel, a man laughs maliciously while observing the situation. Sukyu is unconscious on a hotel bed, completely vulnerable to the danger. The man reveals he put something in her water to ensure she couldn't resist. With an evil smile, he celebrates and says she won't be able to escape his grasp. He grabs his cell phone and says he will film everything to blackmail her and anger the delivery driver. The man prepares to start his plan and says the show is about to begin. But before he can do anything, the room door is kicked open powerfully. Wang Han bursts into the room, and the man gets startled, complaining about the do not disturb sign. The young man is shocked to see that the intruder is the protagonist and calls him an animal. Before the man can react, Wang Han lunges forward with a flying kick toward him. The protagonist is completely consumed by anger and attacks with all his might. He hits the man with a violent strike that throws him across the room. The man falls to the ground and complains about the pain from the blow he received from Sukyu's husband. The man tries to attack again, but Wang Han easily dodges the enemy's strike. The protagonist then lands a powerful knee strike on the man's back, making him scream in pain. Fallen, the man reveals that his grandfather is Lin Qingjin and offers money for him to stop. He continues to threaten him and says that, believe it or not, he will make his entire family disappear. Wang Han steps on his face and asks if he is even going to survive to carry out the threat. The man begs for his life and promises to give him 1 million if he lets him leave in one piece. The protagonist then hears Suki on the bed and realizes the effects of the substance have worsened. The man takes advantage of the distraction and tries to attack Wang Han, but is thrown against the wall. The young man rushes to give water to Sukyue to try to help her recover. Meanwhile, the defeated man calls his grandfather and asks for help, saying they are going to finish him. He gets scared seeing the protagonist's shadow approaching him with a furious look. Wang Han kicks the cell phone out of his hand, stopping him from continuing to ask anyone for help. The scene changes to another hotel room, where the protagonist is sitting waiting. An older man enters the room and introduces himself, saying he has finally arrived there. Wang Han smokes a cigarette and calmly asks if he is the defeated young man's grandfather. The older man apologizes and says it is his fault for not having disciplined his grandson. The aggressor asks his grandfather if he came alone, expecting him to have brought backup. The grandfather hits him with his cane and asks if he is trying to get beaten by a delivery driver. He continues to strike his grandson with the cane and yells at him to shut his mouth and stop talking. After the punishment, the older man turns around and says the young master will decide what to do. The aggressor is shocked to hear his grandfather call the delivery driver young master. Wang Han stands up and tells Old Lin that he knows the rules of their sect. Old Lin agrees and says he himself can apply the severe punishment to his grandson. He then turns to his grandson and says he has brought complete disgrace to the Lin family. The older man raises his cane, preparing to administer the punishment to his grandson. The grandson screams in pain as he receives the blow, which appears to be in a very sensitive spot. Far away, Suki wakes up in a hotel bed, confused and with a headache. A blonde woman enters the room and asks where that scumbag Lin Jingpeng is. Suki says she doesn't remember anything, just someone breaking in and beating Lin Jingpeng. Her friend says the important thing is that she is okay, and that they need to get out of there quickly. As she gets up, Suchi notices a strange small object left on the hotel bed. She picks up the object and says she seems to have seen those beads somewhere before. The blonde woman asks if it was left by her beloved, and Suki confirms it was. She then asks her friend Jufu to help her find out who it was that saved her. Elsewhere, Wang Han enters a room and thinks she must have been terrified. He gets ready and thinks he needs to handle the old man's business, so he doesn't get annoyed. Suddenly, he realizes his beads are missing and thinks they might have dropped at the gym. Elsewhere, a man asks Lil how a delivery driver defeated him like that. Leo, the bruised grandson, explains that Wang Han has connections with the Black Dragon Group. A fat man laughs and says the Black Dragon Group is nothing special to them. The fat man suggests to young Master Kyun that if Su-Q disappears, the power will return to him. Young Master Su, who is Leo, is confused by the suggestion and doesn't understand the plan. He then says they need to get rid of not only Su-Q but also the delivery driver. The fat man agrees with the plan and says the sooner they act, the better it will be. Lil gets excited and says he will find someone to do the dirty work today. Far away, Wang Han arrives home with Gu Go after a long day of work. He asks the girl to do her homework while he goes to the kitchen to cook. But Jiang Tang appears and offers to help Gu Go with her homework, calling herself godmother. The protagonist worries about Su Qi and thinks she must have been very terrified. He sends a message offering food, but she declines and says she will eat at home. At that moment, his phone rings and he finds it strange, wondering who it could be. The call is from Su Li, who apologizes and invites him to a reconciliation dinner. The young man accepts the invitation, and Lil hangs up the phone with an evil smile on his face. Wang Han finds the young man's behavior strange and becomes suspicious of the dinner invitation. He gets on his motorcycle and thinks he should have enough time to get to the dinner location. Night falls, and the protagonist rides his motorcycle through the dark and busy city streets. Suddenly, he sees a woman and a child being approached by men in a black van. He brakes his motorcycle and wonders if those people are trying to get hurt on purpose. A black van stops abruptly in front of the mother and son, blocking their path. The protagonist then stops his motorcycle and decides to intervene to help the family in danger. Two men step out of the van and start approaching the woman and child on the street. They forcefully grab the woman and the boy, try to take them inside the vehicle. The mother screams and asks what they are doing, trying to protect her son from the attack. Desperate, she begs for help and yells for the men to let her son go immediately. Wang Han is shocked by the scene and can't believe they are kidnapping people in public. The kidnappers try to flee with the victims, speeding the van down the dark street. But the protagonist gets on his motorcycle and says they had bad luck running into him today. He speeds up the motorcycle and starts a high-speed chase to save the family. One of the men in the van sees him and yells for him to mind his own business if he doesn't want to meet his end. Wang Han ignores the threat and continues the pursuit, getting closer and closer to the van. A bald man tells him to ignore him and get away, but the blonde driver seems annoyed. The driver gives the protagonist the middle finger and threatens him, saying he will settle the score. The van speeds up and tries to shake the motorcycle, but the protagonist doesn't give up on the chase. With a confident smile, Wang Han thinks they would have to call him Grandpa to beat him. He makes a daring maneuver, cuts the van off, and stops in front of it, blocking the street. The blonde driver is startled by the maneuver and can't brake in time to avoid the crash. The van crashes hard into the motorcycle, but the protagonist jumps and lands on the hood of the vehicle. He glares at the driver and asks with a smile why he isn't running anymore now. Furious, the blonde man tries to attack the protagonist, who easily dodges the strike. Wang Han grabs him by the wrist and asks if he still dares to yell after everything. Wang Han lands a strong blow to the back of the blonde kidnapper's neck, who glares at him in anger. With a swift slap, the protagonist leaves the man dizzy and unresponsive in the middle of the street. The blonde kidnapper falls to the ground defeated, and Wang Han goes to free the little boy in the van. He calms the boy down and tells him not to be afraid, because his mom is already coming to get him. Meanwhile, the bald kidnapper tries to run away, but the protagonist spots him running. He runs toward an alley, but Wang Han catches up to him and asks if he is still going to run. The protagonist corners him in the alley and tells the man that he has nowhere to run. The chase continues through the buildings, and the kidnapper tries to lose his pursuer. The two climb a fire escape, with Wang Han right behind the fleeing criminal. The man enters a hotel room to hide, but the protagonist follows closely behind. Wang Han walks into the room and asks with a smile if the man wants to play hide and seek. To his surprise, there's a woman on the bed, and he realizes the fugitive has new tricks. The woman invites him closer and says she will service him, trying to seduce the protagonist. He closes the door behind him, and the woman gets off the bed, approaching him. She asks if he is dissatisfied with her, but Wang Han does not seem interested. The girl tries a move, but he stops her and offers a discount of 598. Wang Han says he didn't go there to see her and asks her to get out of the way so he can pass. Suddenly, the room door is kicked open, and a police officer appears with a gun in hand. The police officer orders him not to move, and the woman gets startled, saying it is Officer Yang. The officer orders the two to put their hands on their heads and kneel on the room floor. But the closet opens, and the bald kidnapper attacks the police officer from behind with a chair. The police officer turns around and warns the people outside that they need backup. She tries to resist, but the man is very strong and easily overpowers her in the room. Wang Han watches the scene, and the door slowly opens, revealing who is on the other side. The bald kidnapper who is hiding attacks the police officer with a heavy object. The protagonist acts quickly, pulls the officer away, and protects her from the man's attack. Annoyed, the police officer gets up and asks if the man dares to attack an officer of the law. She subdues him with a martial arts move and throws him to the ground very hard. Wang Han watches the scene and thinks to himself that the police officer is truly very fierce. The police officer reports over the radio that the two suspects have been arrested at the Shinshin Hotel. The protagonist walks over and says he was helping catch the bad guys like a citizen. The police officer doesn't believe him, grabs a pair of handcuffs, and tells him to hold out his hands. He asks if she is serious, and the police officer tells him to go to the station. Wang Han tries to explain that it is a misunderstanding, but the police officer handcuffs him anyway. Shortly after, they arrive at the city police station for questioning. Handcuffed, Wang Han asks for some water from the officer who arrested him at the hotel. Officer Yang glares at him with disdain and asks if he thinks the police station is his house. An older man walks in and praises the police officer for catching the two traffickers by herself. She stands up and tells Director Jung she got lucky because one was already tied up and the other injured. The director asks who did that, but the police officer says she couldn't see clearly on the street. Wang Han tries to explain himself, but the police officer tells him to shut up with an annoyed look. Director Jung asks Xiao Yang what is wrong with the handcuffed young man in the room. She says he was a client and that she arrested him easily, but Wang Han protests. Another police officer walks in and announces they found the person who captured the criminals. He shows a report with Wang Han's picture, revealing that he is the anonymous hero. Director Jung orders the police officer to take off his handcuffs immediately to everyone's surprise. Officer Yang removes the young man's handcuffs, still not understanding what is happening. She finally realizes it was him, and the protagonist provokes her, calling her brainless. Annoyed, the police officer asks what he said, but the young man is already leaving the room. He grabs his cell phone and laments that it is already late, leaving the embarrassed officer behind. The protagonist calls and warns that the child's mother is going to explode, while the police officer threatens him. Elsewhere, he hails a taxi and asks the driver to hurry up because he is in a rush. Wang Han offers 1,000 to the driver, who is surprised but accepts the offer right away. The taxi driver steps hard on the gas pedal and starts driving at high speed through the streets. The driver makes dangerous maneuvers and says he needs to drop the passenger off by 8:30. Meanwhile, a large fire consumes a house and firefighters try to put out the flames. A woman and a girl watch the fire from afar, shocked by the scene of destruction. Wang Han arrives at the scene and wonders how a fire started there if they were going to have dinner. A firefighter asks if there is anyone in the house, and a woman says Sue's daughter must be in there. Hearing Suki's name, the protagonist panics, fearing for her safety. He asks the woman if Suki is really in the house, and she confirms that yes, she always is. Without a second thought, Wang Han runs toward the burning house to save his wife. The firefighters and the woman try to stop him, but he enters the house without protective gear. The woman despairs and prays, feeling guilty about the situation that just occurred. At that moment, Suki arrives at the fire scene and sees the woman praying on the sidewalk. She asks why the house is on fire, and the woman gets startled upon seeing her there. The woman realizes the young man went into the fire for nothing and laments the lost time. Suki asks who the young man is, and if anyone else was living in the house with her. The woman explains that a tall, strong young man heard she was inside and went in. Desperate, Suki screams Wang Han's name and tries to enter the house, but is held back. She cries and shouts his name, while the woman laments the likely loss of the young man. A firefighter tries to offer his condolences, but Suki continues to cry and scream. Amid her despair, she asks herself how Wang Han could leave her like that. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the flames, jumping from the roof of the burning house. It is Wang Han who lands on the ground, and the firefighters rush over to put out the flames on his body. He complains that he is burning, and the firefighters help him put out the fire on his clothes. Suki runs toward him, crossing the caution tape and screaming his name. She hugs him tightly and calls him stupid, asking if he doesn't value his life. Crying, she asks what would become of her and the children if he didn't make it out of that fire. Wang Han hugs her back and reassures her, saying everything is fine and he is okay. Suki scolds him and he replies that it is worth risking his life to save his family. The neighbor approaches and suggests he go to the hospital, but the young man says he doesn't need to. They watch the firefighters putting out the fire, and Wang Han wonders how it all started. With a serious look, he thinks that Suli must be behind the arson. Suki places a blanket over his shoulders and says she will take him home to rest. The scene shifts and shows Suki's car driving away from the fire scene during the night. Once home, she asks if it was Suli who invited him to the dinner he missed. She grabs her cell phone and says she has cameras at home and will use the footage to prove it. Suki checks the footage and confirms that it was indeed Suli who set all that up for them. Wang Han calms her down and tells him to eat first and settle the score the next day. With a determined look, the wife swears she won't let them get away with it. The next day, Wang Han rides his motorcycle to the martial arts school for work. A red car brakes abruptly in front of him, and he complains about the reckless driver. The driver apologizes and says she is new behind the wheel, asking for help parking. To his surprise, the driver is Officer Yang, who stares at him with a shocked expression. He greets her and says it is a coincidence running into her there like that. The young man asks what she is doing there, and the police officer replies that she works out at the place. She explains she is an apprentice and goes to classes every week, finding it strange she never saw him. At that moment, the students arrive and greet him as Master Wang, to her surprise. Officer Yang asks if he is really a boxer, and he confirms that yes, it is possible. She doubts him and says he can't even beat her, so he can't be a boxer. The police officer challenges him to a fight, and he asks what she intends to do with that. Wang Han says he doesn't fight women, but the police officer threatens him and tells him not to hold back. She lunges with a punch, but he easily dodges and stares at her with a serious look. He proposes a bet and says that if she loses, she will have to run without clothes in front of him. Annoyed, Officer Yang attacks him with a kick, calling him a scoundrel and a defeated opponent. But he easily blocks the kick and says she has absolutely no strength in her strike. The police officer steps back and prepares to attack again, with a determined expression on her face. With her eyes glowing red, she lunges at him with a furious look. She tries a flying kick, but the protagonist dodges it with a quick and precise movement. He asks if that is all she's got and if she joined the police force because of connections. Furious, Officer Yang yells at him to shut up and goes on the attack with everything she has. She launches a powerful kick, but the protagonist braces himself to counter her strike. Wang Han warns that if she doesn't have a trump card, he is going to start fighting for real. She ignores him, tells him not to be proud, and advances with a direct strike to his chin. The attack lands squarely, and the protagonist feels the force of the police officer's blow on his face. But he firmly holds her arm, preventing her from continuing her sequence of attacks. With a swift movement, Wang Han pulls her close to him, holding her tightly. The police officer falls into his arms, and the two end up in a compromising position in the courtyard. Embarrassed, Officer Yang calls him a pervert while he holds her by the waist. The police officer is shocked and awkward about being held by the martial arts instructor. Wang Han asks if she yields yet, and the police officer admits defeat, acknowledging his strength. With a victorious smile, the protagonist prepares to collect on the bet they made. The police officer says she will remove her outer layers, but he says he was just joking with her. But she insists, saying a martial artist must accept defeat and keep their word. Officer Yang then unzips her tracksuit and tells him to take a good look. Startled, the protagonist covers his eyes and says he is a married man and cannot look at that. He turns around and runs up the stairs, saying he has something to do and didn't see anything. Alone, the police officer zips up her tracksuit and thinks he doesn't have the guts to mess with her. Elsewhere, Kang Hongja praises Xia Wening's piano performance out of jealousy. She ignores him and asks if he even understands classical music to be praising her. Wang Han arrives and also praises the pianist, who is happy to see him there in the room. Kang provokes him, but the protagonist reveals he knows the name of the song she played. The teacher is surprised and says that is her favorite song, but he prefers another one. She then invites him to play the piano a bit, since he understands the subject. Wang Han says he knows a little, and the teacher takes him to the piano, ignoring Kang. The protagonist sits at the piano and decides to play the teacher's favorite piece again. He begins to play masterfully, with the musical notes floating around him. Xia Wening is enchanted by the music and thinks the sound is truly very good. Kang Hongji is shocked to realize the young man really knows how to play the piano very well. Wang Han finishes the song with a final note, leaving everyone impressed by his talent. The teacher praises him and he says she also plays well, just needing to correct minor flaws. Kang Hongji gets annoyed and says he only knows a few notes and cannot instruct Wening. At that moment, a woman enters the room and asks if the teacher was playing the piano. The woman, who is the piano teacher, praises her student's skill, thinking it was her. Kang says Professor Ren has arrived and that Wang Han can leave, but he stays. Xia Wening reveals to the professor that it was Brother Wang who played the music. Professor Ren turns around and looks at the protagonist's back, confused by the revelation. She calls him Professor Wang, but he says she must have confused him with someone else. Kang Hongja says he is just a delivery driver and cannot be a music professor. But the professor introduces herself as Ren Jingxian and reveals she was a student in college. He says he needs to go cook and says goodbye, promising they will talk another time. Kang asks what kind of professor he is, and Ren explains that he is an honorary professor. The man is shocked and cannot believe the delivery driver is such a renowned professor. Ren Jingxian confirms it and asks why Wening needs another teacher if she already has him. The young woman feels awkward and says she also didn't expect that major revelation. Far away, Wang Han brings food to Su Qiu and says pregnant women cannot eat poorly. She asks how work is going at the gym, and he says everything is fine over there. His cell phone rings and he finds it strange, but upon seeing the contact he realizes it's the old man. On the call, a man complains that he is undisciplined and that he is now working at a gym. The old man threatens to send his older sister to talk to him, but Wang Han calms down. The man says he already spoke to Xia Tiangsheng and that he can no longer go there. He then gives him a new mission to recover a Buddha head taken from a museum. An image shows the silhouettes of 3 men who appear to be the thieves of the relic. The old man warns him to keep his sister's beads safe and find the other one as quickly as possible. Suki asks what happened, and the protagonist says he is going to meet someone in the afternoon. He says goodbye and leaves, making his wife worried, who asks him to be careful. The scene shifts to the afternoon, showing the front of a modern apartment building. Wang Han arrives at the location and introduces himself to manager Zheng, saying he was referred by Bing. A security guard approaches and recognizes him as the delivery driver from the gossip involving the Su family's daughter. The man insists it is him, and that he saw the photo that was in the news about the scandal. The other security guards approach and ask him to recount in detail what happened. Wang Han ignores them and smokes a cigarette, saying there is nothing to tell about it. The security guard offers a cigarette and asks him to tell the story while they smoke. The protagonist makes up a story about having married the heiress of the Su family. The security guards doubt him and ask why he would work as security if it were true. One of them accuses him of bragging and says the Su daughter bought an apartment in the neighborhood. Wang Han is surprised by the news and asks if it is true that she bought a house there. Suddenly, Su Q's car arrives and one of the security guards points to her vehicle. The security guard who accused him hurries to greet Ms. Su, who is in the car. The man then pulls Wang Han and asks why he is hiding from his wife. Su Q gets out of the car and asks why he isn't working at the martial arts gym. He explains he quit and she invites him to go with her, to everyone's surprise. The security guards watch the two leave together, and one of them says this is going to be interesting. Before leaving, Wang Han gives the middle finger to the security guard who doubted him. As they walk, Su Qi asks how long he planned to hide that from her. She says she doesn't feel comfortable at his place, especially with a strange woman there. The wife invites him to be her private driver for a salary of $10,000 a month. She says he lost his job because of her, and that he must drive her to work. The protagonist thinks that accepting the offer would be the same as living off a woman. The scene changes and shows the front of a large commercial building during a sunny day. A man opens the car door and asks his boss, Wang Han, to step out of the vehicle. Suki explains she arranged an office for him and that he can explore the place freely. The building security guards greet Suki as CEO, and she replies with a nod. One of the security guards watches the scene and thinks the relationship between the two is very unusual. Elsewhere, a man named Seo Sun tells a woman named Lily that she might be fired. Lily begs not to be fired, but the man says he cannot grant her request. He then offers $30,000 a month as she promises something in return for him. Lily declines the proposal and says she would never sell her body, but the man looks down on her. Seo Sun harasses her and tells her to stop pretending, but Lily asks him to remove his hand. Nearby, Wang Han hears the commotion and thinks the office employees are bored. He approaches the door and realizes the sound he heard is workplace harassment. Inside the room, Seo Sun tears Lily's blouse while she desperately cries for help. The woman tries to defend herself and tells the boss to stop, but he continues to harass her there. Wang Han then opens the door and asks if the two are busy with something. Seo Sun is startled by the interruption and yells for the intruder to get out immediately. Lily uses the distraction to compose herself, and the boss tells Wang Han to leave again. The protagonist doesn't move and with a swift kick strikes Seo Sun hard. The man falls to the floor from the impact of the blow, while Wang Han glares at him seriously. The young man scolds him for harassing the employee in front of him in the workplace. The boss stands up and threatens to call the police to arrest Wang Han for assault. He then accuses Lily of trying to seduce and bribe him, but the woman denies everything. Seo Sun says he wants to see who the police will believe when they arrive there, but Wang Han shows his cell phone and reveals he recorded the entire harassment scene. Desperate, the boss tries to grab the cell phone, but the protagonist swats him away with a move. With a strong slap, Wang Han knocks Seo Sun to the floor again with more violence. He approaches the fallen man and threatens him, saying he could end him today. The boss begs him to stop and Lily, frightened, asks Wang Han to let him go. The protagonist warns that he saved the video and will use it if he misbehaves again. He then turns to Lily and the two leave the room, leaving the boss on the floor. Wang Han asks if she has other clothes, and she thanks him, introducing herself as Tian Lily. He introduces himself as CEO Su's driver, and the woman invites him for a meal. The young man declines and says if the boss bothers her again, she can find him for help. Alone, he thinks the company is a mess and that he needs a moment to smoke. A security guard approaches and asks for a lighter, but soon recognizes him from somewhere. The man identifies him as Wang Han and introduces himself as Di Chun, a childhood friend. The protagonist also recognizes him, and the two hug, happy with the unexpected reunion. Di Chun says his grandmother sent him to look for him, and Wang Han jokes about her good taste. Suddenly, a tattooed man walks over and orders Di Chun to buy cigarettes for his father. Wang Han is confused by the scene and doesn't understand who that strange man is. Di Chun explains he is his colleague and asks for a minute to talk to him quickly. He approaches his colleague He Dong and asks him not to call him an idiot in front of his friend. The young man then gives him 50 yuan to buy the cigarettes, trying to calm the situation. He Dong takes the money and says he will give him some respect just for today. But before he can leave, Wang Han grabs the young man's hand and takes the money back. The protagonist returns the money and asks who he is to boss his friend around like that. With a swift punch, Wang Han hits He Dong in the face, giving him no time to react. He warns that De Chun is his brother and that if he bullies him again, he will crush him. He Dong is furious at the attack and tries to strike back, but Wang Han faces him without fear. The protagonist tells De Chun that with people like him, the only solution is a slap. He Dong calls his friends and points at Wang Han, saying he was the one who assaulted him. De Chun steps in front of his friend and apologizes, offering to take the beating in his place. But the group leader pushes him and says no one will listen to him, and that he will beat him too. The captain then shoves a fat security guard who tries to intervene, telling him to get out of there. The fat man apologizes to Wang Han and asks him to be patient with the rookie. He Dong gets confused and asks the captain what he means by that about the young man. The captain kicks him and says he deserves a beating for messing with someone tied to President Su. Wang Han intervenes and says not to bully his brother anymore, and the captain agrees. The protagonist says thanks, and the captain says it is an honor for them to receive his attention. As they talk, Tian Lily walks past them with a bag of coffee in her hand. The woman walks toward the group of security guards with a smile on her face. The men are enchanted by her beauty, and one of them recognizes her as Tian Lily. An older security guard scolds the others and tells the sad story of the woman's life. The security guards get hard eyes seeing that the woman smiled at them. They are startled when they realize she is coming toward them to chat. Lily hands a coffee to Wang Han and advises him to smoke less, as it is bad for his health. She then turns around and walks away, leaving the other security guards completely shocked. The men can't believe what they saw and say that Brother Han is a true god. One of them asks about the coffee's flavor, and Wang Han says it is a bit bitter. The security guard remarks that he is popular with girls and asks to be his apprentice. Suddenly, a luxury car stops in front of the building, catching everyone's attention. The security guards are impressed by the car and wonder who the owner could be. An elegant woman gets out of the car and walks toward the group with a serious look. The men wonder if she is also there to see Brother Han, but he seems confused. The woman stares at Da-chun and says she finally found him after so much time. The security guards are surprised to discover that their friend knows such a wealthy woman. The woman introduces herself as Song Qian and complains about his smell, asking what he wants. She explains that the class monitor Ding Jing is getting married and invited her classmates. Da-chun introduces his friend, and the woman recognizes him, saying he looks familiar. Song Qian remembers him as the boy who got scolded every Monday in school. The protagonist replies that a hero does not live on past glories and ignores the comment. She notices his expensive suit and asks where he works, and he says he handles minor projects. Wang Han makes up a complicated name for his job, and she's impressed by him. She asks what it means, and the young man reveals he is actually his boss's driver. Da-chun can't hold back his laughter at his childhood friend's creative answer. Song Qian invites him to the wedding and says it will be good for his image and networking. She informs them the event will be at the Taifeng Hotel and asks him not to be late for the party. Da-chun asks Wang Han to get a luxury car for him to go to the wedding and impress everyone. The protagonist scolds him for lacking ambition and promises to secure a luxury car. He then says goodbye to his friends and says he needs to head upstairs while they wave goodbye to him. The scene changes and shows the front of an apartment building during the day. Upon arriving home, Wang Han finds Jiang Tang in a towel and asks why she came back early. She provokes him and asks if he is upset that she didn't wait for them to wash up together. He ignores her and asks if he can borrow her car to use the next day. The woman tells him to forget about tomorrow and invites him to take the car for a spin right now. The young man throws clothes at her and tells her to get dressed, reminding her he is married. Jiang Tang says he should get a divorce and marry her because she has everything Suki has. She approaches him in her undergarments, but protagonist glares at her seriously. The woman grabs him and promises she will have him for the rest of her life and that she will confront Suki. But he pushes her away and tells her to stop messing around, reminding her that his wife is expecting. She then tosses the car key and says the vehicle is at the shop for repairs. The protagonist says he will think of something else, because he needs the car in the morning. He then calls Old Lin and requests a Rolls-Royce Phantom for the next morning. The next day at the office, Wang Han finds desk work extremely boring. Suddenly, he sees a boy bullying a little girl and calling her fatherless. The protagonist is confused and wonders where those two children came from. He approaches and grabs the boy's arm, asking why he is hitting people. The boy doesn't like the intervention and tells Wang Han to let him go, spitting in his direction. To teach him a lesson, the protagonist swats the boy's leg, startling him. The boy starts crying, and his mother runs over, asking who made her son cry. The woman gets furious and asks Wang Han if he is crazy for hitting her son. He replies that her son is ill-mannered and that he was teaching her a lesson. The boy's mother then insults the girl, saying it's no wonder she is ill-mannered. At that moment, Tian Lily arrives and asks her daughter, Sixi, if she is okay. The girl tells her mother that the boy insulted her and spat on her for no reason. The other mother defends her son, saying Tian Lily's daughter is very spoiled and a crybaby. Afraid, Tian Lily apologizes to the woman, calling her Manager Song. Manager Song asks what department he is from, and he introduces himself as Sukyu's driver. She looks down on him for just being a driver and threatens him, saying she will fire him today. The woman walks away, and Tian Lily asks Wang Han to apologize because they cannot offend her. But the protagonist isn't intimidated and says he wants to see what President Su has to say. Lily gets worried and thinks it is her fault for ruining the young man's job. Manager Song enters Suki's office and accuses Wang Han of being dangerous and corrupt. The protagonist enters and tells the manager he taught her son a lesson for free. The woman continues to complain, saying he acts not like a subordinate, but like a thug. Suki, without taking her eyes off her book, says she understands and that the manager can leave now. With a cold look, she asks if there is anything else the manager wants to say. The woman leaves awkwardly, and Suki asks Wang Han to close the office door. She then stands up and he scolds her for still wearing high heels. He kneels and offers her a pair of flat shoes to wear, showing his care. Suki thinks this man is someone she loves and hates at the same time as he helps her. Wang Han notices her foot is swollen and offers to give her a massage for relief. She tries to decline, but the young man insists and asks her not to move from her spot. The woman feels emotional and embarrassed, thinking she never expected such a gesture from him. An assistant walks in and announces that the French team of experts has arrived at the company. Suki composes herself quickly and asks what happened, playing off the situation. The assistant explains that the French translator is stuck in traffic and hasn't arrived yet. She says the company's translators only speak English and that automated translation is inaccurate. Not knowing what to do, the assistant asks how they should proceed with the meeting. Wang Han says he lived in France for a while and knows how to speak a little French. Su Qi is concerned about his ability, but the assistant says they are running out of time. The protagonist smiles confidently and says it should be possible to translate the meeting. The wife then decides to trust him and takes him to the meeting room with the experts. In the room, Su Qi greets Mr. Chatham, the leader of the French team of experts. To everyone's surprise, Wang Han also greets him in fluent French without an accent. The man replies in French and the protagonist translates, saying it was a pleasure to meet her. Su Qi is impressed and thinks her husband is truly a master of deception. The assistant informs him that 2 other experts will join via video call. A Japanese man named Yamamoto Akiro appears on the screen to join the meeting. The assistant gets nervous because no one mentioned the participation of Japanese experts. Wang Han translates from Japanese, explaining that he is the head of the company in East Asia. Surprised, the assistant asks if he speaks Japanese too, and he confirms he knows a bit. Su Qi asks him to translate and give a summary of the project being presented. She becomes increasingly impressed and wonders if he is still the delivery driver she knew. 2 hours later, the assistant reports that the French team was very satisfied with everything. Alone with Wang Han, the wife thanks him for the major help he provided during the day. He smiles and says it was nothing, asking her not to be so formal with him. Su Qi then places her hand on his shoulder and asks what kind of benefit he wants in return. The protagonist steps closer to her and says he needs to think carefully about his reward. She feels awkward about his approach and reminds him that they are at the company. He then asks for time off to go to a classmate's wedding the next day. Su Qi approves the time off and authorizes him to leave, telling him to get back to work right after. Before leaving, he asks what she wants to eat for dinner, but she says she is busy. She thinks he is stubborn for not taking advantage of the opportunity she gave him. The next day, Wang Han meets Dae-chun, who asks if the outfit he is wearing looks good. The protagonist compliments him, and the friend says he is nervous about the upcoming event. To calm him down, Wang Han hands him a luxury watch and tells him to wear it to the party. Dae-chun asks if the watch is real, and his friend confirms it, saying he looks sharp. He thinks it is a joke, but Wang Han tells him to have some class and act like a boss. The friend is shocked by the revelation and realizes the watch is truly very expensive. Dae-chun is amazed by the Rolls-Royce and calls Wang Han his godfather and amazing. He says the rental would cost half his salary and promises to pay it back next month. The protagonist calls him pathetic and tells him to get into the luxury car so they can go. In the car, Dae-chun is nervous and Wang Han says the bride would run away with him if she knew. They arrive at the hotel and the driver opens the door, calling Wang Han CEO Han. At the entrance, they see the bride with an older man, and Dae-chun is shocked by the scene. A man calls out for Han Dae-chun, and Wang Han jokes about the wedding looking like a grandfather and granddaughter. A woman approaches and complains about the delay, but Dae-chun doesn't realize who she is. It is Song Chien who compliments Dae-chun's appearance, and he asks her not to reveal his secrets. She rushes them and says several classmates have already arrived and are waiting for them. The 3 enter the hotel's ballroom, where the other guests are already gathered. A man named Feng Jianzi greets an old professor, Professor Feng. The professor remembers Feng and mentions 2 notable students, Han Dae-chun and Wang Han. At that moment, Professor Feng turns and sees someone at the party who surprises him. He recognizes Song Chien and compliments her, saying she looks more beautiful over time. The woman approaches and the professor invites Mr. Han, who is Dae-chun, to sit down. Feng Jianji asks who the boss is, and the woman reveals it is Han Dae-chun to everyone's surprise. Professor Feng greets Dae-chun and asks where he is making his fortune these days. Wang Han steps in and says CEO Han now runs a successful media company. He turns to the professor and asks how he forgot him so quickly if he had a bad impression. Feng Jianzi recognizes Wang Han and looks down on him for being Dae-chun's driver. The professor also criticizes him, saying he expected more from him and that he is the worst of all. Dae-chun coughs to get their attention and try to change the direction of the awkward conversation. A classmate tries to ease the situation, but Wang Han ignores him and asks for Zhua Jing. The man says she is stuck in traffic and that she married a very wealthy man. Professor Feng is impressed by the guests, but Wang Han includes the drivers. He raises a toast including himself and takes a sip of wine with a smile. A woman named Zhua Zhu arrives and apologizes for the delay, blaming the traffic. She greets Professor Feng, who praises her and says he always knew her potential. The professor then reveals that Dae-chun is now the president of his own successful company. Zhua Jing laughs at the story and says he is working as a security guard at her husband's company. Feng Jianji is confused and says it was Wang Han who claimed he owned the company. The woman mocks Dae-chun for making up a fake identity just because he liked Ding Jing. She calls him a fool for caring about appearances instead of substance in life. Wang Han gets annoyed and asks if she has laughed enough with a serious and cold look. He says it is funny and asks if she wants him to give her space to laugh more. Zhua Jing provokes him and asks if he knows who her husband is, trying to intimidate him. Feng Jianji interrupts the argument and proposes a toast to the reunion and the professor. Everyone at the table stands up and toasts together, putting the tension aside for a moment. Wang Han drinks his glass of wine in one gulp, while Zhua Jing watches him with disdain. Dae-chun chokes on the wine and accidentally spits it in Zhua Jing's face at the table. The young man spits the wine on the woman's face, who is shocked by the accident at the party. She calls him disgusting and complains that her 38,000 dress is ruined. Dae-chun panics upon hearing the price of the dress and doesn't know what to do to pay for it. He offers to wash her clothes, but Zhua Jing insists he pay for the dress. Feng Jianzi remarks that the value of the dress is almost Han Daichen's annual salary. Wang Han intervenes and says his boss doesn't care, asking for her account number. The classmate asks how much he makes, and Wang Han says he earns what he makes in 1 year. The woman receives a notification on her cell phone that the money was deposited into her account. Annoyed, Zhuo Jing says she will have Ding Jing's husband fired to Chun's boss. She turns around and calls out to her husband, asking why he took so long to park. The man introduces himself as Jin Zhai and says he had an issue while parking the car. Dai-chun asks if the car he scratched is the one with the license plate Jiang E00544, and he confirms. Wang Han then confirms that the scratched car is actually President Han's car. The wife scolds him for worrying, but he reveals that the repair will cost 700,000. Zhuo Jing is shocked by the amount and asks what kind of car is that expensive. With a smirk, the protagonist reveals that the car is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Professor Fang asks if it is the same Rolls-Royce he saw at the hotel entrance. Wang Han throws the car keys on the table and asks what he thinks about the matter. The woman accuses him of renting the car to show off, but the protagonist corrects her on the spot. A man named Huan Li is summoned to verify who the owner of the luxury car is. The man agrees to check, and Zhuo Jing says she wants to see how far they will go with the chariot. Dai-chun tries to apologize, but the professor and the woman scold him for being so vain. Huan Li reports that the car belongs to a company and that the owner left a number. Zhuo Jing grabs her cell phone and says she will call the owner of the car right now. Wang Han's cell phone and her start ringing at the same time, to everyone's surprise. The protagonist answers and puts it on speaker so everyone at the table can hear. Confused, the woman answers the call, not understanding why the other cell phone rang at the same time. On the call, Huan Li confirms that after checking, the car belongs to Wang Han. Zhuo Jing is completely shocked and cannot believe the car is actually his. Wang Han says he already asked for an estimate and that they should remember to pay later. He reveals he wanted to meet them normally, but they look down on him first. Everyone at the table is in shock to learn that the driver is actually a wealthy heir. At that moment, the bride and groom arrive and thank everyone for coming to the wedding. The guests stand up and toast the newlyweds, congratulating Ding Jing on the marriage. The bride doesn't recognize the two, and Song Qian introduces them as Wang Han and Han Dechun. Ding Jing remembers them and asks where they are currently working in the city. Song Qian replies, but with a mocking tone, that Wang Han is a driver now. A tattooed man approaches and compliments the bride's beauty, joking with the groom. Feng Jianzi recognizes him as Wenlong from the Black Dragon Society and is surprised. Wenlong approaches the groom and hugs him, saying he is a true ladies' man. He says he isn't drunk and that he hasn't even had a drop of alcohol at the party yet. The tattooed man praises the bride's beauty, and the groom asks him not to make things difficult. Dai-chun gets annoyed and tells Wenlong to take his hands off the bride, but no one pays attention to him. The groom tries to calm the situation and asks Dai-chun to sit down and not start trouble. Wang Han intervenes and tells Wenlong to behave, while the groom tries to apologize. Surprised, Wenlong turns around and recognizes the protagonist, calling him Brother Han. The groom and his friends greet Wang Han, but call him Brother Chun, confusing him. Professor Fang and Feng Jianzi are confused by the scene and do not understand the situation. Wenlong tells his men to behave, because it is Brother Chun's classmate's wedding. He then says goodbye and tells Brother Han they need to head to their table. Wenlong apologizes to the bride for the confusion, and she says it was no big deal. The groom is excited and says he will seat them in the VIP section, but they decline the offer. Feng Jianzi praises Dai-chun, and the professor says he always knew he would be someone. Wang Han gets annoyed and tells the professor to stop saying good things and bad things at the same time. Professor Fang laughs and says he doesn't hold a grudge, trying to hide the awkwardness. Dai-chun proposes a toast, saying it is rare for all classmates to gather like this. But everyone decides to toast to President Han, who is actually Wang Han and not Dai-chun. Wang Han gets annoyed and tells the professor to stop saying good things and bad things at the same time. Professor Fang laughs and says he doesn't hold a grudge, trying to hide the awkwardness. Dai-chun proposes a toast, saying it is rare for all classmates to gather like this. But everyone decides to toast to President Han, who is actually Wang Han and not Dai-chun. At the end of the party, the guests say goodbye to the newlyweds and wish them happiness. Outside, the driver lets CEO Han know that the car has arrived to pick them up. Dai-chun, already a bit tipsy, says goodbye to his classmates and says the boss has a meeting. Wang Han reminds him not to forget to pay the compensation for the scratched car. With a cold look, the protagonist tells him to stop with the nonsense and that he will not forgive a single cent. Dai-chun laments that his goddess married someone else, and his friend tells him to get in the car. Inside the car, the young man is so intoxicated that he ends up throwing up in the luxury vehicle. Wang Han gets out of the car and says he needs to ensure the general manager gets to his destination. He receives a call and is informed that plans have changed and the deal will be at a nightclub. The protagonist agrees to the change and prepares for the night's new mission. The scene changes and shows the front of a luxurious nightclub called Shenggao Nightclub. Wang Han arrives at the location and thinks the bosses are the three brothers of the Brotherhood Alliance. He enters the club, and the bouncer tells the hostesses not to go near him. The young man receives information that the transaction will be in room 1021 with Zhang Hui. An image shows the lively atmosphere of the club, with many people dancing and having fun. He observes the scene and thinks there are all kinds of people in that strange world. The protagonist approaches the bar and orders a martini from the bartender while he waits. He watches the dance floor and thinks the feeling of youth and energy is great. The bartender hands the drink to Wang Han, who thanks him and continues observing the place. Suddenly, a woman bumps into him, and he wonders who will catch him if he falls. He turns around and is shocked to recognize the woman who bumped into him in the middle of the club. It is Officer Yang who asks why he is there, and he says it is a surprise. The police officer calls him a pervert and asks if he hasn't looked at her enough already. Wang Han criticizes her clothes and says not even the girls at the bar would dress like that. He drinks his drink and says he is a respectable person, but she doesn't believe him. The protagonist receives a message on his cell phone letting him know the deal has started. He says goodbye to the police officer, but she warns him to go home because the night won't be peaceful. The young man walks to the VIP room hallway and sees 2 guards at the door of a room. He lights a cigarette and confirms that this must be the private room for the deal. A guard stops him and asks him to scan a QR code to be able to enter the room. The guards get scared seeing that he is a VIP guest and try to apologize, but Wang Han takes them down with a quick and precise move, giving them no chance to react. He hits the first guard with a strong punch that throws him far away into the hallway. The protagonist then turns and hits the second guard with an elbow strike to the back. The man falls to the floor defeated, unable to comprehend the speed of his attack. Wang Han puts out the cigarette and says it seems violence is the only solution there. He enters the room and finds several men lying on the floor, already defeated by someone. A man with a gun turns around and asks what he is doing there, in a threatening tone. The protagonist apologizes and warns that their business might not proceed as planned. The armed man and his partner stare at him, while the target of the mission is lying on the floor. A boss gets annoyed by the interruption and orders his men to grab the intruder in the room. 2 men step forward to attack, but Wang Han braces himself for the approaching fight. With a swift movement, he throws a table toward the men coming his way. The first man is hit squarely in the face by the table and falls backward from the impact. The gang boss is shocked and wonders what that is, not understanding what happened. An older man approaches and says he is from the Society of the 10 Elders, but he does not know him. The protagonist introduces himself formally, saying his name is Wang Han for everyone to hear. Zhou Hui recognizes him as the ninth young master and apologizes for not greeting him. But the gang boss doesn't recognize him and says that this is his territory and he gives the orders. Before he can finish, the older man attacks him, smashing a bottle over his head. The boss falls to the floor and the gun flies out of his hand, while the other man glares at him. Wang Han warns him that some things should not be said, or he will pay the price for it. He sits down and asks where the Buddha head is that he came to get that night. Zhong Hui offers other items, but the protagonist says he only wants the Buddha head. The young man asks if the ninth young master came alone, with a tone of suspicion. He reveals he doesn't follow the rules and 2 armed men approach Wang Han. The protagonist is unfazed by the threat and challenges him to shoot if he has the guts. One of the men shoots, but the target of the shot is not who everyone in the room expected. The protagonist dodges the shot by a hair, which hits the wall right behind his head. Zhong Hui warns that the Buddha head is not simple and that he has stepped into an abyss. Wang Han takes the backpack with the relic, ignoring the warnings about the imminent danger. The man orders the Buddha head to be placed in the ninth young master's backpack, but is questioned. Zhong Hui shoots near the man, startling him, and tells him not to grab it if he didn't hear right. The man quickly places the Buddha head in Wang Han's backpack in fear. The seller of the relic warns him that once he takes the item, there is no turning back. Holding the backpack, the protagonist thinks that once in this world, there is no way out. Zhong Hui says goodbye and asks the ninth prince to take care on his dangerous journey. The gang boss's men wonder who that person is and why he left. The boss, now bruised, gets up and asks Zhong Hui where the people are. He asks where the TM people are, but the seller says they have already left. The boss wants to go after them, but Zhong Hui advises him to find out who the 10 elders are. Upon hearing the name, the gang boss is shocked and afraid of the powerful organization. He reveals that the man he disrespected defeated Bald Lu from the Black Dragon Society. The man named Zhang is in shock at the revelation, while the other stares at him. Near the elevator, Wang Han sees Officer Yang being carried by 3 strange men. She complains she is hot and dizzy, and the men say they will help her cool down. He wonders if it is really her and thinks she has too little skill to be there. The protagonist decides to help her once again and presses the button to call the elevator. He goes up to the top floor and notices the hotel hallway's tasteful decor. Wang Han hears music coming from a room and thinks the party inside is quite lively. Looking through the door, he sees a strange scene with men and a woman dancing. The protagonist is surprised and wonders if the party is as wild as it looks. Officer Yang is tied up and complains that she is very hot and feeling unwell. One of the men gets annoyed by Wang Han's presence and tells him to leave the room right now. The man tries to attack, but the protagonist easily grabs his wrist and stares at him. With a quick strike, Wang Han hits him in the neck, knocking him out with a single move. He tosses one man aside and prepares to face the other 2 in the room. The protagonist hits the second man with a punch to the face, knocking him down instantly. The third man, wearing sunglasses, asks if he knows who he is messing with. Wang Han replies that he doesn't care and hits him with a powerful kick to the chin. He then approaches the police officer to untie her, but she keeps complaining about the heat. Officer Yang is delirious and begins to remove her outer layers, saying she is very hot. The protagonist despairs and says he only went there to get the Buddha head. He picks her up and takes her to the bathroom, thinking that this is truly a problem. Wang Han puts her in the shower and says it is better to get wet than to lose what she has. The police officer seems to like the cold water and begins to cool off under the running shower. Outside, the protagonist smokes a cigarette while he waits for the situation to calm down. Officer Yang comes out of the bathroom and thanks him, and he asks if she is sober again. The police officer pulls herself together and takes down the 3 men who captured her, leaving them on the ground. She asks if he saw everything, and the main character says that he is the victim of the situation. Embarrassed, Officer Yang says she let him see everything she did, so he cannot be a victim. He says he needs to leave and warns her not to tell anyone what happened there. She stops him from leaving and asks what is in the backpack he is carrying with him. The young man says it is nothing, but the police officer insists and asks to see the contents. Officer Yang opens the backpack, and the Buddha head falls to the ground, revealing the item. She accuses him of taking the Buddha head, but he says he recovered it and is going to return it. He says goodbye and leaves, but the police officer says she does not believe him and tells him not to run away. Alone in the room, she shouts that she will bring him to justice if he does not return the relic. Far from there, Wang Han walks through the club lounge, where he meets the men from before. The older man apologizes for his rudeness and says he is welcome to visit their spots. The main character says they have become friends and asks the man to call a car for him. The older man then orders his subordinate to prepare a ride for the young master. In the car, he calls the old man and informs him that he got the item, but that he is going to keep it. The man on the phone gets annoyed, and the main character worries about being chased by that woman. Back home, he finds Jiang Tang in her sleepwear and asks why she is not dressed. The woman replies that wearing clothes in front of him is unnecessary and teases him again. He throws some clothes at her and warns that Go Ghoul will be coming back home at any moment. The main character asks about Suki, but Jiang Tang says she does not know where his wife is. He ignores the woman and sends a message to his wife, asking what she wants to eat. Jiang Tang follows him and asks why he is trailing behind her while bringing food to Su Chiwai. Suddenly, a group of men surrounds them, and one of them insults the woman who is with him. The woman, who is Tian Lili, says she already gave them the money, but they want more for the interest. The bald man grabs her and says she is going to spend some time with them, but Wang Han steps in. The man recognizes Wang Han and asks if it is really him, surprised by his presence there. Jiang Tang asks if Lily lives there, and the man insults her, calling her a widow. Wang Han gets angry and tells the man to be quiet and stop causing trouble there. The man shows a document and says her husband owed him money, and he came to collect. He explains that she paid the principal, but the interest on the debt has not been paid yet. The main character pulls the woman behind him, protecting her from the debt collectors. He asks how much she still owes, and the man says it is 300,000 in total. Tian Lili tells them to come after her, and that this has nothing to do with the young man. The men suggest that she spend the evening with them to pay off part of the debt. Suddenly, Jiang Tang appears and lands a kick on the face of one of the collectors. She says their words are disgusting and that even she cannot stand listening to that. The woman introduces herself to everyone as Wang Han's wife, much to Lily's surprise. Wang Han tries to explain to Lily that she is just a friend, but the situation gets tense. One of the men says their relationship is complicated, and the boss orders them to grab the 2 women. The other 2 men step forward furious and ask how she dares to hit their boss. With an acrobatic kick, Jiang Tang lands a solid hit on one of the men who falls backward. She then strikes the second man on the back of the neck and says they are no match for her. Shortly after, the 3 loan sharks are on the ground, completely defeated and unresponsive. The woman approaches the leader and teases him, saying the fun is not over yet. Far from there, Wang Han tells Sister Lily that he is going to the company, but she worries about the other woman. He reassures her and tells her not to worry because the bad guys will be well taken care of by her. In the middle of the chaos, Jiang Tang looks down at the loan shark on the ground. With a smile, she says she hasn't even had enough fun yet. Far away, Wang Han tells Tian Li that he is also heading to the office. The girl looks worried and asks if Jiang Tang will be okay on her own. As they walk away, the loan sharks beg for mercy in the background. Wang Han tells Tian Lili not to worry because they will be just fine. Shortly after, the scene cuts to the storefront of a massive commercial building. The modern architecture shows it's a place for important people. Inside an office, Wang Han brings food to Su Q. He lets her know he brought her favorite dishes, but the young woman complains about the delay. The protagonist explains that he had a little accident on the way. Su Q tries the food and praises the flavor, saying his cooking has improved. Suddenly, Su Q's phone rings and she answers the call. On the other end of the line, a man's voice desperately begs for help. The man on the call says her father lost 3 million in gambling. Exhausted, Su Q figures it's just the same old trick to ask for money. Extremely annoyed, the young woman simply hangs up the phone in his face. With a cold look, she tells them not to call her with this story anymore. Wang Han notices the tension and asks what happened. Su Qiwai explains that her father always uses the same scam to get money out of her. But at that exact moment, her phone beeps again. A text message notification pops up on the screen. The message is a video of her father tied up with a bruised face. In the video, the man begs his daughter to save him from his captors. Left with no choice, Suki calls back and asks what they want. A man introduces himself as Zhang Xiaohu and demands 3 million in cash. She then stands up and asks to have the ransom money prepared. Wang Han offers to go along, but she says he wouldn't be able to handle it. The young man insists on going with her so they can protect each other. but Sukyu claims his help would only complicate things even more. Moments later, a luxury red sports car pulls up in front of a club. The place looks like a nightlife entertainment venue. Suki steps out of the car carrying a black briefcase full of cash. She tells an employee to let Zhang Xiaohu know she has arrived. At that exact moment, Wang Han arrives on his motorcycle and watches the scene. He thinks the name of that club somehow sounds familiar. Inside a room, a henchman announces Suki's arrival. Her father is kneeling on the floor while the boss relaxes on the couch. Seeing his daughter, the man named Su Jiani begs the boss for his life. He says his daughter brought the money and will pay off the entire debt. Suki walks in and announces the money is right there, asking them to free her father. Su Jiani laments, saying he was almost beaten to the end. The boss of the place stands up and wipes his hands with a handkerchief. He comments that he never imagined Su Jiani would have such a beautiful daughter. He then approaches and says her father assaulted his brother in the hospital. Hearing this, Suki asks what else he wants besides the money. With a sly smile, the man praises her beauty and the vibe of the place. He makes it very clear that his intentions go way beyond money. Unbelievably, Sukyu's own father asks her to sacrifice herself for him. Furious at the absurdity, Sukyu doesn't think twice and slaps the man across the face. She yells at his face, calling him shameless. The man becomes completely consumed with rage by the young woman's action. He orders his henchmen to force her to drink a bottle of wine. His men quickly grab her by the arms, pinning the girl down. The boss then grabs her chin and forces the bottle into her mouth. He says this will teach her not to be so arrogant anymore. But with a swift movement, Suki manages to free herself a bit. She drives her knee with all her strength right between his legs. The pain from the blow is so intense that the man's eyes nearly pop out. He stands frozen, unable to believe what just happened. He drops the bottle, which shatters on the floor, and screams in pain. The man says she almost ruined his chances of ever having children. Seeing the scene, Su Jiani panics even more on the floor. He tells them to do whatever they want with his daughter, as long as they spare his life. Zhang Xiaohu recovers and grabs Su Chu's face in anger. He threatens to ruin her face, but she says she will never forgive him. Suddenly, a voice shouts for him to stop, and the door kicks open. Wang Han walks into the room, leaving Su Chu completely surprised. Her father points at the young man and disdains him in front of everyone. He says Wang Han is just a random delivery guy trying to hit on his daughter. Zhang Xiaohu grows furious at the delivery guy's boldness. Losing his patience, he orders his henchmen to take care of the protagonist. The two henchmen charge forward, wondering where all that courage is coming from. They yell that they will take care of the food delivery guy right then and there. But the protagonist acts faster and blocks a kick from one of them. Right after, he turns and lands a powerful punch on the other one's face. With both henchmen defeated on the floor, Wang Han turns to protect Sukyu. Zhang Xiaohu watches the scene, unable to believe his eyes. The protagonist supports the girl, who feels dizzy from the wine. She says her head is spinning and leans on him. Zhang Xiaohu gets furious and yells, asking how he dares to touch his woman. He calls him a simple food delivery guy. Filled with rage, the lone shark charges with a broken bottle in his hand. He yells that he will take care of the protagonist right there. But Wang Han is much faster and catches his wrist mid-air. The attack is stopped with impressive ease. With a cold stare, the young man warns that he defeat him as easily as crushing an ant. Su Chu remains sheltered in his arms. Zhang Xiaohu tries to break free, but he can't move an inch. The protagonist's strength is much greater than he imagined. Desperate, he breaks into a cold sweat and stutters in fear. The lone shark finally understands he messed with the wrong person. Without any effort, Wang Han pushes him away. The lone shark boss is thrown back like he's nothing. Zhang Xiaohu falls awkwardly to the ground. He lies there paralyzed with fear, unable to react to the blow. At that moment, a man in a suit appears at the door and shouts for everyone to stop. He seems to know Zhang Xiaohu. The lone shark boss remains on the floor, completely defenseless. He looks at the newcomer with a surprised expression. The man in the suit keeps shouting, trying to intervene in the situation. His expression is one of total panic. From the floor, Zhang Xiaohu calls the man brother and begs for help. He yells to call for backup because he wants to see Wang Han defeated. But to everyone's surprise, the man slaps Zhang Xiaohu across the face. He calls him a fool for touching the ninth prince's woman. Next, the man bows to Wang Han and apologizes. He says his brother didn't know who he was dealing with. He then forces Zhang Xiaohu to get on his knees and beg for forgiveness. With no choice left, the lone shark apologizes, admitting he was wrong. Suki interrupts, saying she is dizzy and wants to go home. Wang Han warns that he will let it slide this time, but they will settle the score later. The protagonist then picks Suki up in his arms and carries her out. Her father, Su Jiani, tries to follow them, calling Wang Han his son-in-law. With a cold look, Wang Han says he doesn't know him. He tells the man never to come near him again. Su Jiani stands frozen, shocked by the young man's harsh response. He didn't expect to be treated that way. The scene cuts to the front of an apartment building at night. Wang Han brought Sukyu to a safe place. Inside the bedroom, he carefully places her on the bed. The young man tells her to rest while he prepares some hangover soup. But Sukyu grabs his shirt sleeve, afraid of being left alone. He reassures her, saying he is just going to the kitchen. Her hand keeps holding onto the young man's clothes tightly. She doesn't want him to step away even for a second. To calm her down, Wang Han lies down next to her on the bed. He hopes this will make her feel safer. Suki then touches his face and asks him to stay there with her. The protagonist feels the vibe has gotten a little strange. He feels awkward, thinking that would be taking advantage of the situation. Even so, she insists that he shouldn't leave. The next day, Sukyu finds Wang Han sleeping on the couch. She notices the dark circles under his eyes and asks if he didn't sleep well. Angrily, she asks how he dares to ask that. She says he should know very well what happened the night before. The scene changes and Wang Han's sister talks to him. The young man lets her know he is going out and asks her to pick up a child named Guguo from school. His sister just watches as he walks out the door. She seems calm and says they should see how things unfold. Back in the room, Suki suddenly wakes up with a shout. The scene appears to be a flashback from that morning. She asks Wang Han if he took her clothes off. He replies that she was the one who took off every single piece herself. The young woman asks if the Jung brothers caused him any trouble. He answers that he knows influential people and everything turned out fine. As Wang Han hands her a package, a small dark object drops to the floor. The sound catches both of their attention. A small sphere rolls across the bedroom floor. Wang Han stands in shock upon seeing it, saying he had been looking for that for a long time. Suki looks at the object and asks if it belongs to him. She remembers that the sphere was left behind by the person who saved her at the hotel. The protagonist confirms it's his, showing a Han character engraved on it. The young woman picks up the sphere to look closely. Holding the object, Suki's mind lights up. She finally understands that Wang Han was her mysterious savior from that day. The scene cuts to the front of an impressive commercial building. The sign indicates it is the headquarters of the Shenhua Group. Inside the company, Wang Han and Sukyu walk down the hallway. The security guards greet them respectfully. One of the guards salutes, wishing them a good day. Sukyu tells Wang Han that since there isn't much to do, he can relax. The protagonist then reminds the young woman to let him know what she wants for lunch. With a serious look, Sukyu simply agrees. Shortly after, in Suki's office, a blonde woman enters the room. Sukyu turns around and asks Shufu what brings her there. Shufu explains she was invited to a celebration. Since she heard Suki was also going, she came so they could go together. The friend approaches and notices that Suki seems very happy. Curious, she asks what happened to put her in such a good mood. Suki then asks if Shufu remembers the accident at the hotel. She reveals that the person who saved her that day was Wang Han. The friend is surprised by the revelation about the food delivery guy. Suki admits he has flaws, but overall, he is a good person. Shufu also mentions she found someone to recover old messages. She says she will help Sukyu find an important person. Far away, Wang Han is outside the building. He lights a cigarette while appearing to think about something. The security guards greet him again, calling him Brother Han. The protagonist replies in a casual and friendly manner. At that moment, his phone rings and he answers. A woman introduces herself as his fourth sister and says she has arrived in town. The young man offers to pick her up, but she declines. She says she is in town for a conference and wants to meet his fiancée. Wang Han is left speechless upon hearing about the supposed fiancée. The sister says she wants to see what kind of woman managed to charm her little brother. Not knowing what to say, the protagonist pretends the call dropped. He hangs up his phone with a very worried expression. He then heads back to the office, walking towards Sukyu. The young woman remains seated at her desk, focused on work. Suki notices his presence and is surprised. She asks why he came back since it wasn't even noon yet. The young man kneels down to put her shoe back on. She says she is busy and tells him to hurry up and say what he wants. Awkwardly, he explains that his fourth sister came to town. He says his sister really wants to meet her during a simple dinner. Suki asks how many sisters he has, and he answers that he has 4. He also says he has 4 brothers and that they are not blood relatives. She then wants to know what his fourth sister does for a living. He explains that Ye Qingqiu is a top expert in Chinese medicine. Suki interrupts him and says she will go if she has time. Overjoyed, Wang Han thanks her and calls her his dear wife. He says he is going to prepare lunch and says goodbye. Losing her patience, Sukyu simply tells him to get out of there already. Left alone, she gives a slight smile. The young woman thinks she had never seen this playful side of the protagonist before. Once outside, Wang Han's phone rings yet again. On the other end of the line, a man introduces himself as Yang Jian. The young man asks what Officer Yang wants. The man gets straight to the point and demands the return of the Buddha head. Wang Han tries to dodge the question, pretending the reception is bad. But the officer insists, saying that stealing the relic is a serious crime. Pressed, the protagonist promises to return the item within a week. Reluctantly, Yang Jian agrees to trust him. The young man tries to hang up the call as quickly as possible, but before he can finish, the officer interrupts him. Yang Jian asks why he doesn't work at the martial arts academy anymore. Wang Han simply replies that he changed jobs. The scene cuts to the entrance of the company. Tian Lily seems very distressed and runs toward the exit, clearly desperate. She asks a security guard for help to call a car urgently. At that moment, Sukyu's car, driven by Wang Han, pulls up in front of her. The protagonist offers Tian Lily a ride. She feels hesitant, but he insists that she get into the car. The girl asks him to take her to the city hospital as fast as possible. She explains that her mother is in critical condition. Wang Han asks if the situation is truly serious. He then steps hard on the gas pedal, telling her to buckle her seatbelt. Shortly after, they arrive at the hospital room. Tian Lily rushes to the bed of her mother, who is unconscious. A young man named Xiaoqiang is in the room. He warns that Director Yan said her aunt needs an urgent surgery. Tian Lily gets confused as the doctor had previously said surgery wouldn't help. Xiaoqiang explains that a specialist has arrived in town. The young woman faces a dilemma. She wonders if she should look for Director Yan, but she suspects he has always had bad intentions toward her. Xiaoqiang tries to convince Tian Lily. He says Director Yan is the only chance to save her mother, despite his issues. At that exact moment, Director Yan appears at the door of the room. With a fake smile, he says her mother can finally be cured. Xiaoqiang acts as an accomplice and tells the doctor that T and Lily accepted the meeting. He suggests they have lunch together to talk. The director explains that the specialist is his professor, Nu Yanji. Left with little choice, T and Lily agrees to go out for a meal with him. Seeing Wang Han, the doctor dismisses him arrogantly. T and Lily asks the protagonist to head back so as not to worry the boss, Su Qi. As he walks away, Wang Han thinks that director cannot be trusted. He decides he won't get involved and will take care of Su Qi's lunch. But looking back, he sees the director and Xiaoqiang whispering in the hallway. His suspicion grows even more at the sight. In the secret conversation, Xiaoqiang demands the promised job. The director lies, saying the specialist won't come, using it as an excuse. The doctor agrees to the plan to deceive the girl. Xiaoqiang is happy and asks again about his job, receiving a vague answer. Wang Han overhears everything and gets furious. He clenches his fists, thinking about how unlucky T and Lily is to have such people in her life. Without wasting time, he calls his fourth sister, Yiqinkyu. He asks if she knows a doctor named Nu Yanji and explains the situation. The sister says she will take care of everything and hangs up the phone. Wang Han feels more relieved, fully trusting his family's power. Shortly after, the protagonist returns to the hospital room. T and Lily's mother remains unconscious, receiving an IV fluid. Beside the bed, he pulls out his phone. The young man sends the patient's information directly to his sister. T and Lily and Xiaoqiang return and find him there. The young woman asks why he didn't go back to the company as she had requested. The protagonist advises her not to have lunch with the director. He warns that he has already settled everything, and the real specialist will arrive soon. Xiaoqiang gets annoyed and accuses him of being a nosy driver. He tells his cousin not to listen to Wang Han, claiming he has ulterior motives. The director insists that T and Lily go with him. Xiaoqi encourages his cousin to go, saying he will personally take care of their sick aunt. The doctor points at Wang Han and humiliates him in front of everyone. T and Lily thanks him for the help, but it seems she is about to give in to their pressure. But Wang Han interrupts him with a cold and serious voice. He reveals that he heard their entire conversation in the hallway and can repeat everything. T and Lily and her cousin turn pale and are completely speechless. They never imagined their malicious plan had been uncovered. The director panics and tries to shift the blame onto Wang Han. Backed into a corner, T and Lily apologizes to the protagonist. Suddenly, a group of doctors appears in the hallway. One of them, the hospital's dean, asks if the patient Ju Guo is in that room. T and Lily confirms it's her mother and asks what is going on. The dean and his team enter the room with serious expressions. The dean then introduces an older doctor as Dr. Nu Yanji. He says the specialist came there specifically to treat her mother. Director Yan stands in shock upon seeing his professor there. Surprised, he greets Dr. Niu, pretending he was already expecting him. Dr. Niu ignores everyone and goes straight to examine the patient. He approaches the bed to make his medical evaluation. Tian Lily questions Director Yan, who invents an excuse. Xiaoqiang praises the doctor, and the girl offers her thanks, still confused. After the examination, Dr. Niu says the surgery can be performed in the afternoon. He also reveals the procedure will be completely free of charge. Tian Lily is shocked and asks if it was Wang Han who invited him. The truth finally begins to unfold before her eyes. The doctor stares at her with an expression that confirms everything. Her mind fills with questions, and gratitude takes over her heart. Desperate, she asks where Wang Han is. She looks around, but the protagonist is no longer in the room. The young woman runs out of the hospital looking for him. She finds him outside near the car and shouts his name. Wang Han turns around and asks what happened. He acts as if nothing happened, asking if the specialist arrived. Overcome with emotion, Tian Lily runs and hugs him with all her might. With tears in her eyes, she thanks him for everything he did. The young man comforts her and invites her to lunch, but she declines as she needs to bring lunch to the manager, Su Qi. They then arrange to have lunch another day. He asks her to go up and take care of her mother while he handles the delivery. Wang Han gets into the red sports car. He prepares to head back to the company and continue with his regular work. Inside the car, he calls Su Qi to let her know about the food. She interrupts him and asks him to take her to a party tonight. The scene cuts to a luxurious mansion filled with guests. Wang Han's car approaches the entrance of the grand event. Wang Han helps Su Qi step out of the car. She wears an elegant dress and looks ready for the big party of the night. At the entrance, other guests watch the couple's arrival. A man comments on their triumphant entrance into the event. As they walk, Su Qi warns Wang Han not to cause any trouble. She tells him to just eat and stay quiet, as everyone there is important. Inside, they find Chu Fu, who asks about Su Qi's delay. The friend then points to a man, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. The protagonist observes the man, Lu Chengping. He thinks that despite being 70 years old, the old man still married a 20-year-old girl. Su Qi and Shu Fu approach to congratulate Lu Chengping on the birth of his son. The man asks Shu Fu how her grandfather is doing. Another guest approaches Su Qi with a mocking air. He makes a malicious comment about her bringing her family along. Lu Chengping then asks if her companion is her grandfather or her father. He seems genuinely curious about the young man. The heavy man named Qin Lei laughs and reveals that she brought her husband. He mocks them, saying her husband is a delivery guy. Shocked, Lu Chengping questions if Su Qi's husband is really a delivery guy. Qin Lei points at Wang Han, who is eating at a table. Wang Han is quietly sitting down enjoying the food at the party. He seems not to care at all about the comments. Lu Chengping asks Su Qiu to bring her husband over to meet them. Qin Lei takes the opportunity to mock him, asking why he isn't out delivering food. The young woman approaches with the protagonist and introduces him as her husband, Wang Han. She also introduces Lu as the president of the chamber. Holding a pastry, Wang Han greets the president casually. Mr. Lu is visibly surprised by his attitude. Suddenly, an important man approaches and greets Wang Han. He shakes the protagonist's hand with great enthusiasm. Qin Lei gets confused and asks why CEO Zhou greeted a delivery guy. Zhou simply confirms that he and Mr. Wang know each other. Lu Chengping asks what Wang Han's profession is. Before Zhou can speak, the young man says he is just Su Qiu's driver. With that answer, Lu Chengping seems to understand the situation. Qin Lei smiles, satisfied, thinking that he is just an employee. A young woman takes the stage and welcomes everyone. She announces that the party is to celebrate her brother's first 100 days of life. The girl says she will play a song on the piano for the guests. Everyone present, including Wang Han, turns to watch. The young lady begins to play the piano with concentration. Musical notes float through the hall as the melody spreads. The performance continues, filling the room with classical music. The notes create a calm and elegant atmosphere at the party. Lu Chengping comments with pride about his daughter showing off. Qin Lei praises him, saying she took lessons from the famous Professor Ren. Wang Han watches the performance with a serious expression. He seems to analyze every note, thinking about how Professor Ren taught her. Qin Lei provokes the protagonist, asking for his opinion on the music. Wang Han says the technique was good, but it lacked emotion. The music stops abruptly. Beside the piano, an elegant woman watches the scene in silence, interrupting the performance. The young pianist stands up furious. She glares at Wang Han and asks what right he has to criticize her music. Qin Lei encourages the delivery guy to take the stage and show his talent. To everyone's surprise, Wang Han accepts the challenge. Ignoring Su Qi's warning not to do anything reckless, the protagonist walks forward. He heads toward the stage with confidence. Wang Han sits at the piano and dedicates the song to Boss Su. He announces he will play Ballade pour Adeline especially for her. Su Qia and Shu Fu watch with their hearts in their mouths. The young boss wonders if maybe he actually knows how to play the piano. The melody he plays is so captivating that everyone is hypnotized. Even Qin Lei gets carried away by the magical sound. Lu Chengping's daughter is completely enchanted by the performance. She watches him with an expression of total admiration. When the music ends, the hall explodes into applause. All the guests stand up to give a standing ovation to the young man's incredible talent. Qin Lei, annoyed, says it wasn't a big deal. He asks for Professor Ren's opinion, hoping she will agree with him. Professor Ren looks at the stage with respect. She then declares she is not qualified to judge his music. Qin Lei is completely dumbfounded by the expert's response. He cannot believe what he just heard. The other guests are deeply impressed. No one expected Su Qi's companion to have such an extraordinary talent. Later, in the car, Su Qi is full of questions. She wants to know how he met Zhou Huixing and why he is so respected. Wang Han answers simply. He says he ran into him once and helped him teach his son a lesson, leaving Su Kai even more curious. Xu Fu praises Wang Han, saying he looks handsome playing the piano. Su Qiu just grumbles that he is a show-off, but the young man agrees with the praise. Suddenly, Wang Han notices something in the car's rearview mirror. He grows serious and warns the two to hold on tight because something is wrong. Without hesitation, the protagonist steps hard on the car's gas pedal. The sports car speeds through the city at high velocity. The girls panic and ask if he has lost his mind to speed so much. They yell that he is in the middle of downtown and could lose his license. But Wang Yan says he just wants to see how fast the car can go. With a smirk, he replies that it's impossible to lose his license. He reveals that he actually doesn't have a driver's license. Suki and Shufu are completely shocked by the revelation. Meanwhile, the car continues cutting through the streets at high speed. The tension rises when two motorcycles surround the car from both sides. The girls yell at Wang Han to watch out for the riders. One of the riders pulls out a gun and starts shooting at the car. The sound of gunfire makes Shufu scream in total panic. Suki quickly tells her friend to duck for cover. Wang Han remains focused on driving, keeping his calm in the situation. He stares at the road with a firm and determined look. The young man seems to have a plan in mind to deal with the enemies. In a bold move, Wang Han opens the door of the moving car. He delivers a powerful kick to one of the motorcycle riders. With one enemy out of commission, he yells for the girls to hold on. The chase is far from over and is getting even more dangerous. His feet move with incredible agility between the pedals. He maneuvers the car with the precision of a professional racer. The car skids on the track and hits the other motorcycle, throwing it far away. At the same time, another car begins to chase them. Seeing the new threat, Wang Han yells for the two to keep their heads down. The danger now is even greater than before. A man with an eye patch in the other car starts firing with a heavy weapon. Bullets fly toward the windshield. The car glass splinters but doesn't shatter completely. The protagonist tells him to hold on tight once more. The enemy car keeps firing non-stop. The chase turns into a battle for survival in the middle of the city. Bullets keep hitting the bodywork of the sports car. The sound of metal being pierced echoes through the night. Suddenly, the car loses control and starts skidding on the road. Wang Han yells that one of the tires is completely blown out. With the flat tire, the car comes to an abrupt stop on the street. Smoke comes out of the wheel as the enemies approach. Jufu, in panic, says they came after her. She insists that Wang Han and Su Kai run away because she has what they want. But Wang Han gets out of the car and says all the shots were meant to kill her. He pulls her out, telling her not to just stand there. They run into a nearby park to hide, The pursuers surround the car and begin to advance in their direction. Two men in suits enter the dark park. They carry weapons with silencers, ready to finish the job. Once inside the park, Wang Han tells the girls to duck down. He prepares to face the oncoming assassins. He throws himself in front of them to protect them. The enemy's bullets zip right over their heads. Quickly, the protagonist picks up a stone from the ground. He prepares to use anything as a weapon to defend himself. With perfect aim, he throws the stone with all his might. The projectile hits one of the shooters square in the head. Sukiya is surprised to see that he knows how to fight. He tells them to run and says he practiced a special technique every day. Shufu looks back and sees that the other enemies have already caught up to them. There is nowhere left to run, and the situation becomes desperate. Wang Han acts fast and pulls the two behind a tree. He uses the trunk as a shield to protect them from the gunfire. Bullets keep flying, nearly hitting Sukyu. Angrily, Wang Han says he is going to teach them a lesson they won't forget. He then steps out from behind the tree with a determined look. The young man faces the remaining assassins, ready for combat. With quick kicks, he launches several stones in the enemy's direction. Each stone flies like a bullet toward its target. The stones hit the men with brutal force. One is hit in the chest and the other in the head, falling defeated to the ground. With all the enemies on the ground, he approaches one of them. He comments that one needs to have a lot of influence to hire the Abyss group. Suki asks if he is okay and wants to know what the Abyss organization is. She has never heard about the 7 fallen angels. Wang Han reassures her and shows a tattoo on the enemy's neck. He explains it is the symbol of the assassins from the Abyss organization. Wang Han asks what object Shufu is carrying. She explains the item can alter genetic structure and prolong life. Sukyu is impressed by Wang Han's fighting skills. He smiles and says she hasn't seen anything yet and that there are more surprises. Shufu then grabs her phone and calls her grandfather. She lets him know she had an accident and asks him to send someone to pick them up. She announces that rescue is on the way. Wang Han asks her to request more protection and also someone to fix Sukyu's car. Afraid of being left alone, Shufu asks Sukyu to go with her. The friend agrees, and the two go together, leaving the protagonist there. The scene cuts to Wang Han finding Tian Lily in front of a building. She seems to be carrying a heavy box with difficulty. Suddenly, the young woman loses her balance and falls to the ground. The box opens, and various items scatter across the floor. Wang Han approaches and asks why she is carrying everything by herself. He offers to help her pick up the items. As he picks up the objects, he finds a piece of undergarment. Awkward, he stands there holding the item, not knowing what to do. Tian Lily notices the situation and asks about the injury on his face. The camera focuses on the bandage he wears on his cheek. He reassures her, saying it was just a scratch. The young man asks if her mother went through surgery well, and she thanks him again. He then says goodbye, but Tian Lily reminds him of the dinner they arranged. She invites him to eat together as a way to show thanks. With an awkward smile, Wang Han says they should leave it for another day. He seems to be a little uncomfortable with her invitation. Left alone, he thinks he never imagined Tian Lily had such a bold side. He concludes that women are truly terrifying. Later, he enters a luxury hotel room. The scene suggests he is going to meet someone important. Inside the room, Jiang Tang is lying on the bed in her undergarments. Wang Han asks her to get dressed, as there are children at home. He tells her to stop talking nonsense and asks about her business with Shufu. He wants to know if it has to do with the life-prolonging drugs. Jiang Tang confirms it and explains the item is being sought by Europeans. She says the Abyss organization was sent to retrieve the object. Wang Han gets annoyed knowing they went that far. The woman warns that Abyss is dangerous and they need to resolve this soon. Jiang Tang looks at him with a seductive expression. She asks if he has any idea how to handle the situation. She reminds him that the boss of Abyss owes his life to him. The woman suggests he can resolve everything with just a few words. She approaches and blows cigarette smoke into his face. She says the solution is simple, he just needs to use his influence. In a teasing tone, she invites him to have some fun. But Wang Han rejects her, telling her she can forget about it. He promises he will contact the leader of Abyss, but warns her to be careful. He steps back, keeping his distance from her. Jiang Tang praises his attitude and asks what her reward will be. She insinuates herself, offering anything he wants. But the conversation is interrupted by a little child's voice. Guago appears at the door and calls Wang Han dad, surprising everyone. Jiang Tang gets annoyed and pretends to have lost an earring. Wang Han laughs and asks Gogo what brings her there. The little girl hands him some amusement park tickets. She says her teacher asked to deliver them to him. Wang Han takes the tickets and remembers a promise. He had promised a woman named Xia Wanning that he would take Gogo out. He then promises Gogo he will take her to the park over the weekend. The girl gets happy, says goodnight, and leaves the room. He scolds Jiang Tang for her behavior in front of the child. She snaps back that she will make Gogo accept her as a mother sooner or later. Wang Han asks if she is already leaving with such urgency. He invites her to stay for a few more days, changing the subject. She takes the invitation as a sign and decides to stay. She lies down on the bed, thinking he finally gave in to her charms. But he dismisses her, saying he only asked out of politeness. Annoyed, she decides she is going to have a talk with Sukyui. The scene shifts to the Lin family mansion at night. 2 guards are on watch on the balcony, ensuring the security of the place. Suddenly, a knife flies through the air at high speed. It hits one of the guards, who drops defeated instantly. Out of nowhere, a woman appears behind the other guard. With a swift movement, she attacks him in a precise and silent way. In the bedroom, Sukiya and Shufu wake up startled by the noise. They wonder who could have broken into the house. A woman with braids and a cold stare appears at the door. She asks if the two of them have any last words to say. The intruder, who has the abyss tattoo, smiles with malice. She seems to feel sorry for them, but is ready to complete her mission. Bravely, Shufu places herself in front of Sukyu. She yells at the assassin that she is the target and tells her not to touch her friend. The intruder ignores the plea and presses the knife against Sukyu. She makes a sign for silence, telling the girl to keep quiet. At that moment, the assassin's phone rings. A voice on the other end refers to her as Medusa and warns that the mission has been cancelled. Medusa stands shocked and questions the order. The voice informs that the decision came directly from the Emperor, and she ends up agreeing. With a sigh, she steps away from the two terrified girls. The assassin says they got lucky this time and puts her weapon away. Without wasting time, Medusa leaps over the balcony. She disappears into the darkness of the night, leaving the two friends in shock. Right after, armed guards burst into the room. One of them runs toward the girls and asks if the young lady is okay. An older man of serious appearance enters right after. He approaches and asks Shufu directly if she is safe. Sukyu tries to calm the man, whom she calls uncle. She says everything is fine now, since the assassin has already left. The man examines one of the fallen guards on the floor. He comments on the intruder's skill and asks if they saw her face. Sukyu confirms the woman was from the Abyss organization. She describes an 8-star 6-pointed tattoo on her chest. Upon hearing this, the man turns pale with astonishment. He cannot believe an 8-star fallen angel didn't attack them. Sukyu explains the mission was cancelled by someone called the Heroic Emperor. Jufu confirms the information, still very shaken. The man gets confused as he has never heard of this emperor in China. Shufu promises she will investigate who this person is. With the situation under control, Sukyu thanks her uncle. She seems relieved that he arrived to take care of everything. The scene changes to the next day. Tian Lily is on the street trying to hail a taxi, but appears not to have much luck. Then, Wang Han arrives on a red sports motorcycle. He offers Tian Lily a ride, explaining that Sukyu's car broke down. Tian Lily accepts the ride and says thanks. The protagonist asks her not to be shy and to hold on tight to him during the ride. The two take off at high speed through the city. The motorcycle cuts through traffic while they talk along the way. During the trip, Tian Lily asks about Guogo's mother. Wang Han explains her parents passed away and he takes care of the girl. Tian Lily's expression changes to one of compassion. She seems to understand the delicate situation of her coworker. Upon arriving at the Shenghua Group building, he asks about Boss Su. An employee lets him know she didn't come to work because she wasn't feeling well. Wang Han gets thoughtful and a little worried. He finds it strange that Sukyu didn't say anything and hasn't replied to his messages. He wonders if something happened. Decided, the young man gets on his motorcycle, resolving to check the situation in person. But he remembers that Gogo will soon be home from school. He decides to head home first to see if the girl is okay. Arriving at his apartment, he walks in calling for his dear. He asks if she is okay, as he heard she didn't have a good night. He finds it strange to see the bedroom door open. A feeling that something is wrong begins to take over the environment. Cautiously, he looks inside the bedroom. His expression changes to one of complete surprise at what he sees. An unfamiliar woman is sitting on his bed. She asks why he took so long to come back home. The woman approaches with an inviting look. She suggests the two of them try doing something a bit more exciting. Wang Han gets confused by the situation and the woman. He doesn't understand what she means by the word play. She asks him to turn his back, promising to show him something new. He hesitates, feeling the situation is very strange. With a smile, the woman places her hands on his shoulders. She prepares to show her true intentions. Suddenly, she pulls out a small knife and tries to attack him from behind. The woman moves with impressive speed, but Wang Han reacts even faster. He dodges the blow and holds the woman's wrist firmly, stopping the attack. With an agile movement, he twists her arm. The protagonist shows he wasn't caught off guard by the trap. He pins her down and asks who she really is. The woman replies in a teasing way, saying she is his wife. The young man holds her tightly without letting go. The tension rises as the two lock eyes in the middle of the room. He prepares to counterattack and says firmly, he states that his true wife doesn't have so many dirty tricks. With a swift and precise movement, he strikes her. The protagonist manages to neutralize the mysterious intruder on the floor. With a powerful blow, the protagonist throws her away. The woman rolls across the floor but quickly recovers from the attack. She then pulls a gun and points it at him. The intruder tells him to ask the King of Hell whatever he wants. The woman shoots, but Wang Han dodges by a hair. The shot zips right past his face, showing his incredible reflexes. With the gun pointed at him, she demands the Buddha head. In exchange, she promises she will give him a quick end. Wang Han calmly replies that the item is not with him. He reveals the object is with a man named Xiao Shengzhu Zhanghui. Annoyed, the woman says he was the one who informed her. She accuses the protagonist of having taken the gold and shoots once more. The young man dodges again and uses a type of whip. He manages to disarm her, sending the gun flying far away. Shortly after, he ties her to the bed and demands to know who she is. But she only replies in a teasing way that she is his wife. Wang Han notices something strange and pulls an object from her dress. A small pendant suddenly drops into his hands. Upon seeing the pendant, he recognizes her. The young man asks if she is the daughter of the Valley Master of Chaofeng. Shocked that he knows her secret, she uses her strength. The woman breaks free from the ties and attacks him with a powerful kick. She positions herself near the window, surprised. The intruder concludes he must also be a martial arts practitioner. He shows the pendant and asks if it belongs to her. He wonders if she is his childhood fiancée and why she looks so much like Sukyu. Before fleeing, she warns him. The woman says that if he has the boot ahead, he better prepare for the worst. She leaps out the window and disappears into the night. Wang Han tries to stop her, wanting answers about the pendant, but it's too late. Looking out the window, he gets frustrated by her escape. The protagonist cannot understand what is going on. He calls a contact named Old Lin. Wang Han asks if Suki has a sister and finds out she is an only child and adopted. The person on the phone explains that Su Janie sold the object. The only clue to Suki's biological family was sold by her adoptive father. Alone, Wang Han connects the puzzle pieces. He suspects that the couple from Chafing Valley had twins. The scene cuts to the Shenghua Group building. The workday seems about to begin at the company. Wang Han finds Suki in her room. He offers to give her a massage and says he wants to ask about her childhood. At that moment, her adoptive father, Su Janie, walks into the room. He asks his daughter for over 300,000 yuan, saying he is out of cash. Suki refuses to help, saying she is tired of this. The man insists, making a drama to try to convince her to pay. The image shows the company building again. The tense conversation between Sukyu and her adoptive father continues inside the room. He approaches her, massaging her shoulders. The protagonist says he wants to know more about when she was a child. Again, the scene shows Su Janie asking for money. He says he owes a bit over 300,000 yuan and needs her help. Suki says she has no money and tells him to leave. She states that he has crossed the line many times. Seeing the man's persistence, she decides to end the matter. Suki calls Wang Han for a meeting, and the two leave the room. Left alone, Su Janie gets furious at his daughter's refusal. He grabs the jacket that Wang Han left behind on the chair. He calls the protagonist a smelly delivery guy. He decides to search the jacket, certain he will find some money. To his disappointment, he finds just over 100 yuan. The man complains that his daughter's driver is poorer than he is. But along with the money, he finds the pendant. He wonders how that object ended up with Su Chu's driver. With a sly smile, he gets an idea. Su Janie realizes he can use the object to blackmail his adoptive daughter. He waits for her to return to the room and confronts her. The man says he kept a secret from her for all these years. Su Janie then reveals the truth to the young woman. He tells her she is not his biological daughter, leaving her in shock. He reminds her of when she needed blood. At the time, neither his blood type nor her mother's was compatible with hers. Su Janie offers to take a paternity test. Sukyu, shaken by the news, asks him to stop with that story. He then shows the pendant to her. The man says the object was with her when they found her and can prove her identity. With a greedy smile, he reveals his price. Su Janie demands 500,000 in cash for the delivery of the pendant. Suki offers 100,000, but he declines. She then says she doesn't want it anymore and he can leave, so he drops it to 300,000. With a victorious smile, Su Janie receives the transfer notification. 300,000 yuan have just dropped into his bank account. He then leaves the pendant on the desk. The man says goodbye to his adoptive daughter and leaves the room hurriedly with the money. Left alone, Suki holds the white pendant in her hands. She feels the object is strangely familiar, but doesn't know why. Shortly after, Wang Han returns to the office. He stops in the middle of the room, observing the environment with a serious expression. He approaches the chair where he left his jacket. The young man prepares to put on his jacket and leave the room. Upon checking the pockets, he realizes something is missing. The protagonist panics, seeing his necklace is no longer there. He wonders if his money was also taken. Wang Han soon suspects the woman identical to Sukyu who attacked him at home. The young man asks if anyone else was in the room, but Suki confirms that only her adoptive father, Su Janie, was there. Suki asks what happened, but he changes the subject. He says everything is fine and invites her to go to the hospital with him. Worried, she asks if he isn't feeling well. Wang Han reassures her, saying it's just for a quick checkup. The scene cuts to the two of them inside a red sports car. They drive through the city at high speed. On the way, Suki makes a special request to him. She asks him not to tell anyone about their trip to the hospital. Suddenly, a white car makes a dangerous turn. The vehicle almost hits their car, causing a big scare. Annoyed, Wang Han complains to the other driver. He yells that the man should have used the turn signal to indicate the maneuver. With the scare, Suki has a sudden memory. She shouts, saying she finally remembered something important. She points to the dragon necklace that Wang Han wears. The young woman asks him where he got that black piece. He explains that his oldest sister gave it to him. Suki insists that he tell the story behind the mysterious object. Wang Han reveals his parents arranged his marriage and childhood. The necklaces, one black and one white, are the symbols of that promise. Suki asks if he is jealous because of the arranged marriage. The protagonist denies it, saying she is imagining things. The clock on the wall marks time passing. The revelation about Wang Han's past leaves an air of mystery in the room. Later, back at the office, Sukyu thinks about the future. She knows the paternity test result will come out the next day. Holding her phoenix pendant, she reflects on the events. The young woman wonders if all of this isn't a great work of destiny. Her secretary walks in and lets her know someone is looking for her. Confused, Suki asks who it could be at this hour. A woman with long hair and stylish clothes enters the room. With an air of superiority, she announces her arrival. Suki recognizes her as a cousin of her family. Suspicious, she asks directly what her relative wants. The cousin doesn't beat around the bush and puts a card on the table. She offers 100 million for Sukyu to end everything with Wang Han. Suki finds the situation a big cliché and laughs at the proposal. The woman tells her to think about it and that she will return for the answer. But the young woman refuses on the spot. She states she is legally married to Wang Han, is pregnant, and will never leave him. The cousin insists she reconsider. She says 100 million is a lot of money and that it would be a good opportunity for her. Annoyed by the refusal, the woman doesn't understand. She wonders how Wang Han can be worth 100 million to someone. Unable to get what she wanted, the cousin leaves. She leaves Sukyu alone in her room to process the absurd proposal. Right after, Jiang Tang enters the room excitedly. She asks if Sukyu missed her and says she brings good news. Jiang Tang talks about the medicine they are developing. She managed to secure a partnership with important people from Beijing. She reveals the interested person is Ye Qingqiu, a medical genius. Sukyu seems surprised to hear that name. Jiang Tang says it's a rare chance and invites her to go along. She explains that Ye Qingqiu is famous for her precise diagnosis. Excited, Sukyu celebrates the news. The partnership with the famous Ye Qingqiu can be a big step for their company. Jiang Tang hurries Sukyu to pack her things. She insists they need to go immediately so as not to miss the opportunity. After everyone leaves, the room remains empty. Sneakily, Su Janie enters the office once more, looking around. He approaches the desk and finds the bank card. The man picks it up, curious to know what Sukyu's cousin left behind. With a sly smile, he realizes the password is written on the card. He celebrates, saying that now all the money is his. In front of the building, Wang Han calls his fourth sister. He lets her know he will head to her house soon, but she says Sukyu hasn't left yet. The woman on the phone reveals she has already met Sukyu. She says the family is poor, but the girl and the baby are healthy. Later, he lets Sukyu know his fourth sister is arriving. The young woman asks if she needs to follow any special rule when meeting her. But upon entering the apartment, the two stand in shock. An unexpected scene awaits them in the home's kitchen. Jiang Tang is there, holding a plate and welcoming them. Another woman has her back turned, cooking at the stove. The woman turns around and is identified as Ye Qingqiu. With a smile, she lets them know the food will be ready shortly. Sukyu is surprised to see Dr. Yi there. Wang Han greets his fourth sister, happy to finally eat her special dish. Completely confused, Sukyu tries to understand the situation. She wonders if Wang Han is a rich young master just living a simple life. Ye Qingqiu formally introduces herself as Wang Han's fourth sister. She invites Sukyu and Jiang Tang to sit at the table. Everyone gathers for dinner, including little Gogo. Wang Han encourages his wife to try his sister's food. During the meal, Ye Qingqiu gives an order. She says she will sleep with Sukyu to take care of her and tells Wang Han to sleep on the couch. Jiang Tang teases the protagonist. She says some people on the couch probably won't be able to sleep well. Night falls over the city. The lights from the buildings shine while the moon illuminates the dark and silent sky. Lying on the couch, Wang Han cannot relax. He thinks about where he could find the woman who is identical to Sukyu. Suddenly, his phone vibrates with a new message. The young man wonders who could be writing to him so late. Upon reading what was sent, his expression changes. He gets an annoyed and surprised look at the message content. The message is from Lin Jufu. She invites him out and sends a photo, reminding him of an old promise between them. Wang Han throws the phone onto the couch frustrated. He calls Lin Jufu crazy and says she would do anything for Sukyu. The next day, he takes Gogo to a park. The girl's teacher, Xie Waning, waits for them at the entrance, waving at them. He thanks the teacher for waiting. She says good morning to Gogo and invites the two to enter the park quickly. As they walk, Xie Waning suggests a ride on the carousel. Gogo accepts the invitation with a shout of joy. The teacher notices that Wang Han seems distracted. He changes the subject and tells her and Gogo to go have fun on their own. At that moment, a man approaches from behind him. He places his hand on his shoulder and asks what he is looking at so much. Wang Han turns around and faces the stranger. The man seems to recognize him from somewhere, but the protagonist gets confused. The newcomer is named Kang Hongji and greets Xie Waning. She gets furious and accuses him of having followed her there. She threatens to tell her father if he doesn't stop. He warns her that a master wouldn't want to see her with Wang Han, who already has a daughter. Kang Hongji leaves angrily. He grumbles that if he can't have her, then no one else will, and walks away from the group. Later, Xie Waning asks what Gogo wants to eat. The girl enthusiastically asks for a burger and fries for her dad. Suddenly, they hear cries for help coming from far away. People are saying someone fell into the water and needs help. The group runs to the edge of an artificial lake. They see a person struggling in the water, desperate for rescue. Without thinking twice, Xie Waning runs toward the water. She shouts that she is going to jump in to save the drowning person, but Kang Hong just stops her, holding her arm. He says she cannot go, but the teacher insists that a life is at stake. While the two argue, Wang Han acts fast. He leaps into the water for the rescue while Xie Waning shouts his name. The people on the shore are impressed by his speed. They wonder if he is part of the national swimming team. He manages to pull one person out of the water, but they give a warning. The victim says there is still one more person left behind. Wang Han looks at the water, worried. The survivor explains that the other person's feet got caught in weeds at the bottom. Without hesitation, the protagonist dives again. Gogo and Xie Waning watch the scene, shouting for him in fear. Gogo clings to the teacher, saying her own father left like that. She tries to calm the girls, saying everything will be fine. Kang Hongji says 10 minutes have already passed. He tells Gogo her father probably won't come back and offers his condolences. Angrily, Xie Waning tells him to shut his mouth and slaps him. 20 minutes pass, and Wang Han still hasn't returned. Kang Hongji keeps holding Xie Waning. She yells that he is selfish and that she needs to save Wang Han, trying to break free. The people on the shore see something moving in the water. A man points, but another comments that it doesn't look like the young man from before. To everyone's relief, Wang Han emerges from the water. He carries the second person in his arms, while Gogo shouts for her dad. The crowd is impressed by his stamina. The paramedics arrive running to help the victim who is rescued. Gogo runs to hug her father, relieved. He asks her not to worry and to be careful not to get her clothes wet. The doctors examine the person he saved. They find it strange that despite breathing, the victim won't wake up at all. Wang Han approaches and asks to take a look. One of the doctors is surprised, wondering if the young man understands medicine. With his daughter in his arms, the protagonist reassures her. He says he is fine and repeats for her not to get wet, hugging her affectionately. The victim remains unconscious even while breathing normally. The situation puzzles the rescue team attending to her on site. The young man asks for permission to examine the person. The doctors watch, curious about his confident attitude given the situation. Xia Wenning asks what is wrong. Upon checking the pulse, Wang Han comments it's strange for a healthy man to have irregular periods. The rescued person coughs and suddenly wakes up. She yells that he is the one with irregular periods, and everyone realizes it's a girl. Wang Han comments she is more capable than he is. The girl explains she only survived because she breathed the oxygen from his mouth. Shocked, Xia Wenning looks at the two, not understanding. The protagonist hurries to say it was just to save a life. With the situation resolved, the girl introduces herself as Shang Miayan. She thanks Wang Han for saving her life in the water. He says it was nothing and introduces himself too. The young woman insists on showing thanks and invites him to eat something as a form of gratitude. Xia Wenning takes the hint and invites the girl to go with them. Shang Miayan accepts the invitation, thinking it's a great idea. The group walks away to look for a restaurant. From afar, Kang Hongju watches them in anger that Wang Han is still alive. On the way, Shang Miayan asks to borrow his phone. She says hers got wet and she needs to make a very important call. On the phone, she finds out a boss named Jung doesn't want to invest. He offered only 150,000 to buy the entire project. She is outraged by the proposal. The young woman says the value is too low for all the hard work they put into the software. Shang Miayan apologizes to the group and says she needs to leave. Wang Han notices she looks very anxious and asks what's wrong. She asks him to call a taxi with his phone, but Xia Wenning offers to drive her since it might be far. The scene cuts to a large, dark car. The vehicle speeds through the city streets, taking the group to their destination. In the car, she explains her program took years to make. Wang Han offers to go with her and take a look at the situation. They arrive in front of a large commercial building. The place looks like the headquarters of that boss Zheng's company. A woman receives Shang Miayan and lets her know Mr. Zheng is waiting for her. She guides her to the company's meeting room. In the room, she introduces herself as the developer and project leader. Wang Han and Xia Wenning accompany her in silence. Boss Zheng says he is not optimistic about the software. Even so, he claims he bought the project and offers a contract. Shang Miayan refuses the sale and says she only accepts investment. The man humiliates her, saying the amount is high for someone with no money. One of her colleagues suggests they accept the cash, but she refuses to sell, certain the software will be a success. Boss Jun then offers the money and a job to her colleague. The young man accepts on the spot, saying he doesn't want to be poor anymore. The man laughs and asks if anyone else wants to join him. Shang Miayan calls Boss Jung despicable, and her colleague apologizes. Jung says that in business, there is no such thing as despicable. He says goodbye to her, calling the traders his new partners. When he is about to leave, Wang Han interrupts him. With the project folder in hand, he announces he has invested in the software. The boss asks where he came from. The protagonist says the project is valuable and that he is treating a fresh graduate like a fool. Annoyed, Jung accuses him of thinking he is a boss. Wang Han warns that when the software is launched, the businessmen will regret it. After the boss leaves, Shang Miayan thanks him for the support. Wang Han says not to worry and they can talk about the investment. A colleague says Zheng Hongwei took the team. Shang Miayan apologizes to those who stayed, feeling defeated. But Wang Han reassures her, saying the launch costs 1 million. He offers to transfer the money to begin the cooperation. Immediately, Shang Miayan's phone receives the notification. A new transfer has just been credited to her bank card. She starts counting the zeros and stands in shock at the amount. Her team realizes Wang Han transferred 5 million to her. With the deal sealed, the two formally introduce themselves. The protagonist and Shang Miayan shake hands, starting the partnership. Wang Han then asks her to explain the software in more detail. She calls her colleague Xiaoyu to bring the complete plan. The scene moves forward and shows half an hour has passed. The meeting about the new software project continues in the room. After analyzing the project, the young man approves the idea. He suggests registering the company and the brand as fast as possible. Shang Miayan explains they are fresh graduates. Because of that, they don't have many connections in the legal and financial areas. Wang Han says he will think of a way to resolve this. He picks up his phone and calls his contact, Old Lin. He lets her know the legal part is sorted. Next, he tells her to focus on recruiting people, as he will take care of the finances. Once in the car, the protagonist apologizes to teacher Xia. She says his actions that day were impressive to watch. In the back seat, Gogo warns there is a car following them. He says they must be heading the same way and decides to drop off the teacher. The car continues to chase them closely. The dark vehicle doesn't give up and follows them through the busy streets of the city. Upon arriving home, he asks Gogo to go inside alone. He lets her know Aunt Jiang is at home waiting for her. After his daughter goes in, he turns to the pursuer. Wang Han confirms the man followed him to his own house. A man in a baseball cap hides behind some bushes. He observes the protagonist waiting for the right moment to act. But Wang Han surprises him from behind and grabs him. The man begs him not to do anything, saying his boss wants to see him. Without giving him time to react, the protagonist pushes him. He orders the man to take him to his boss immediately. The man takes him to the street, where a woman and old gentleman are waiting. He lets his boss know the person has arrived as agreed. The gentleman introduces himself as Bai Deming, or Master Bai, but Wang Han says he doesn't remember meeting him anywhere. Master Bai says he saw him during the rescue and offers a job. He shows 6 fingers, and Wang Han deduces it's 6 million. The woman beside him is surprised by the amount. Bai Deming confirms the payment but says he will only deliver it after the job. The protagonist refuses and proposes a deposit of 2 million. The boss agrees and tells the woman Xiao Yi to hand the card to him. But before picking up the card, Wang Han's phone rings. He stops and decides to check who is sending a message. The message is from a contact named Old Man. The text simply tells him to promise and accept Bai Deming's proposal. Without understanding how the old man knew about the conversation, he accepts the deal. Wang Han confirms to Bai Deming that the deal is closed. Xiao Yi hands over the card and threatens him should he run away. The young man then asks what exactly they want to fish for. Bai Deming reveals the mission is at Dragon's Return Beach. Their goal is to recover some bodies that are at the bottom of the sea. Wang Han is shocked by the name of the place. The boss explains the currents are so strong that even dragons would have to turn back. The man says the payment means the deal is done. He warns he will send someone to pick him up in 2 days. As soon as Bai Deming's group leaves, he makes a call. The young man calls the contact who told him to accept the mission. He asks the old man what is going on. The protagonist wants to understand why he was directed to accept that dangerous job. The voice on the phone explains they are going to fetch an object. The old man tells Wang Han to go with them and grab this item. He then reveals the object is actually a golden statue. The image shows a statue of a monk in a meditation pose. The old man shares the statue was made for a monk named Shikong. Inside it, there is a 7-jewel pagoda hidden away. Wang Han asks what he wants the object for, but the man changes the subject and says there is a secret in it, telling him just to bring it. Without many options, the protagonist agrees to follow the orders. He accepts the mission to recover the pagoda for the old man. The scene cuts to Sukyu sitting on the living room couch. She reads some papers with a very serious and thoughtful expression. Wang Han arrives and finds it strange to see her home so early. She simply nods her head, remaining focused on the documents. He approaches and sees the title of the papers. It's an evaluation report, and the young man asks what the document is about. Quickly, Sukyu takes the papers back. She says it's nothing and that it's a personal matter of hers, leaving him confused. Suki holds the white pendant and stares at Wang Han. She asks if the object is truly his, and he confirms once more. Curious, she asks what his true identity is. The young man jokes and says he won't pretend to be an ordinary person anymore. She doesn't believe the story and turns away, disappointed with the answer. He says she wouldn't believe it and offers to cook for her. The next day, Sukyu arrives at work in her red sports car. The security guards greet her at the building's entrance. Upon entering her room, she finds her cousin sitting at her desk. The woman asks if she shouldn't be doing her job. The cousin says her relationship with Wang Han is stable. She reveals she has liked him for 12 years, and they trust each other very much. She then tells a shocking secret to Sukyu. She says Wang Han has 6 bullets in his body because of her and would give his life for him. The woman says Sukyu can ask for any amount she wants, but the young woman holds a document firmly and refuses to sign. The cousin warns her flight is at 7 in the evening. She gives Sukyu 8.5 hours to think about the proposal and leaves the room. On the way out, the woman runs into Jiang Tang in the hallway. Boss Jiang asks what the other was doing there at the company. An assistant named Nanan asks Jiang Tang who the woman is. Jiang Tang explains she is the boss from Beijing with whom she did business. Suki overhears the conversation and gets thoughtful. She remembers that even Ye Qingqi knows the cousin and wonders about the family's power. Nanan says she doesn't know how powerful the family is, but she shares her grandfather said they could easily buy their house. Alone at her desk, Suki searches for something in her papers. She appears very agitated, turning over every document she finds. She then stands up and calls for one of her employees. Suki asks a woman named Lingling to enter her room. Lingling enters the office and asks what is wrong. The secretary seems worried about her boss's agitated manner. Suki asks if any suspicious person entered her office. She wants to know if anyone has been there in the last 2 days. Nanan remembers that a man named Suli was there before. Suki immediately concludes he must have been the one responsible. With a determined expression, she grabs her phone. The young woman prepares to make an important call and resolve the situation. She calls Suli and orders him to bring her card back. On the other end of the line, he pretends not to know what she is talking about. Angrily, she threatens him with evidence of his crimes. Suki says she can put him in jail forever and gives him 10 minutes. She hangs up, and Jufu asks what happened. Suki says she has something to do and won't be able to go out with her friend at that moment. Alone, she reflects on her cousin's unexpected visit. She thought it was a glitchy scene, but the situation was much more serious. Shufu asks if she is really okay before leaving. Suki reassures her it's nothing much and everything will be fine. Shortly after, Suli appears and returns the card to her. He says calmly that he didn't spend much, just a little bit. Furious, Sukyu takes the card back with force. She yells at him, wanting to know exactly how much money he spent. The man returns the card to the furious boss. He insists he spent very little of the total amount that was available. She glares at him with hatred in her eyes, holding the card tightly. The young woman demands to know the exact amount that was stolen from the account. He reveals the card has 100 million. The man says he spent a bit over 10 million, and she tells him to get out of her sight. The man flees the room as fast as he can. Alone, Suki stares at the card, shocked by the amount offered by her cousin. The scene cuts to the storefront of the famous Shenghua Group. The company building stands out against the city's blue sky. Wang Han talks with some building security guards. He tells stories about his naval battles against Somali pirates. Suddenly, he hears Suki's voice calling him. The protagonist turns around to see what his wife wants at that moment. He greets her, and she feels something strange in her heart. The young woman has a feeling he is about to leave her. She hides the feeling and asks to eat fish for lunch. With a smile, he says he will take care of that immediately for her. While the protagonist walks away, she grabs her phone. The young woman watches him leave and prepares to make a call. On the phone, she asks how much she can get for her new house. She also asks about the value of her luxury car. She confirms she needs the money with great urgency. With a firm decision, the young woman tells the agent to sell everything. With the phone in hand, she appears determined and sad. Her eyes well up with tears, showing the weight of the decision she made. The phone screen shows she is calling her cousin. The call connects, waiting for the other woman to answer. On the phone, the cousin asks if Suchu finally understood. The young woman says she will return the money spent and the card back. She says her cousin can pick up the card whenever she wants. Suki tells the woman the decision about Wang Han rests solely with him. With a sad but determined expression, she hangs up. The young woman shows she won't give in, even under great pressure. Outside the company building, the sound of a car approaches. The camera focuses on Wang Han talking with the security guards. One of the men points to an approaching luxury car. He says the vehicle is probably there to find the protagonist. Suki's cousin steps out of the car and calls him. She says she has something important to tell him before leaving. She warns her flight is at 7 in the evening. The woman says she will drop by to see him before heading to the airport. With an affectionate look, she asks for one last hug. Wang Han feels a bit awkward but ends up giving in to her request. The two share a tight and long hug. The scene shows the deep connection that has existed between them for a long time. He notices she is crying and asks why. She covers it up, saying it's just some dust that fell into her eye. He asks her to stop acting strangely. The young man reassures her, saying they will still have plenty of time together in the future. Suddenly, she lands a sharp blow on him. The unexpected attack catches him by surprise, leaving him without a reaction. In pain, he bends over, not understanding the reason for the aggression. She scolds him, telling him to pay more attention to his appearance. Before getting into the car, she confesses her feelings to him. The woman says that even though he is a fool, she will love him forever. Confused by her attitude, he stands still on the sidewalk. The protagonist wonders what got into her to act that way. He watches her leave as the car speeds away. The young man cannot understand what is going on in the woman's head. Meanwhile, at the office, Sukyui receives a message. The notification arrives on her phone while she is sitting at her desk. The message is from Jiang Tang, who says goodbye. She says Suki can keep the card and asks her to treat Wang Han well. Suki stands shocked by her cousin's attitude. She cannot believe the woman gave up on 100 million so easily. Intrigued, she calls her friend Chufu. The young woman asks her friend to look up some information on the protagonist. Xufu says she already looked into it and didn't find much, just that he served in the army and grew up in an orphanage. Suki then asks her to look into Ye Qingqiu and Rao Rushuang. She wonders if his sisters also grew up in an orphanage. At that moment, Wang Han's phone rings. It's Old Lin, who warns he has a clue about the woman who looks like Sukyui. Old Lin informs they arrested someone who had contact with her. The problem is the suspect is still unconscious. He reveals the man is at Dragon Bay Villa. The protagonist says he is on his way and will get there as fast as possible. He gets on his motorcycle and speeds through the streets. The young man rides at high velocity toward the location indicated by his contact. The scene shows the front of a luxury mansion. Dragon Bay Villa appears to be a very sophisticated and well-protected place. Upon arriving, Wang Han enters the place looking for Old Lin. He walks through the house hallways in a hurry. Old Lin receives him and points to a man lying on the couch. He confirms that is the suspect they managed to capture. Wang Han approaches the man and grabs him by his clothes. In a commanding tone, he orders his men to wake the suspect up. One of the men throws a glass of cold water in his face. The young man wakes up startled by the temperature shock and the scare. He stands up, still confused by the situation. The young man stares at the protagonist and his men, trying to understand what happened. Wang Han shows the woman's photo and asks where she is. He wants to know the whereabouts of the girl identical to Sukyui. The man with orange hair recognizes the face in the photo. He says the Buddha head is in the protagonist's hands. Annoyed by the response, Wang Han strikes him with a slap. He warns that wasn't the answer he was looking for. The young man recovers from the blow but continues to provoke. He insists the Buddha head is with the protagonist. With a sinister smile, Wang Han approaches him. He says he will teach him to answer questions the right way. He presses him hard, demanding the answer he wants. The man screams in pain and finally gives in, saying he will talk. The man reveals the woman's name is Hu Dai. He doesn't know where she is, but warns she could appear at any moment. He also shares she is from the G family of the 8 Dark Gates. Old Lin explains the G family is full of professional assassins. The orange-haired young man warns the G family is cunning. Wang Han says they are just a bunch of shady characters. Old Lin confirms the G family is part of the 8 Dark Gates. He mentions the 8 clans are now full of assassins. With a bruised look, the young man alerts the protagonist. He says being a target of the G family won't end well at all. Wang Han orders his men to take the suspect away. Old Lin confirms the order and prepares to fulfill the task. Old Lin alerts about the leader of the G family, Hu Zhushou. He says the man has his hands dirty with the blood of many people. The protagonist says he has no fear of them. Even so, he asks Old Lin to arrange a secret protection for Suqiu. Suddenly, a blonde woman appears at the top of the stairs. She asks what Wang Han is doing there in that house. The young woman comes down and asks her grandfather, Old Lin, why he calls him young master. She seems confused by the formality. Old Lin reveals the protagonist's identity to his granddaughter. He shares the man in front of her as the one who won the Kyun family's project. Shocked, the woman can barely believe it. She remembers the photos she posted and panics at the revelation. Wang Han overhears the conversation and comments on the photos. He says the quality wasn't good and the photographer needs to improve. The woman screams and runs to the stairs, embarrassed. Old Lin comments his granddaughter gets more and more rebellious with age. The protagonist asks him to keep an eye on the captured young man. He also orders them to keep investigating the butterfly. The protagonist's phone vibrates in his suit jacket pocket. He realizes he is receiving an important call. The call is from Xiang Meiyan, his new business partner. He prepares to answer and find out the reason for the call. She warns that Zheng Hongwei launched the software before them. The young woman says the rival is already promoting the program everywhere. Unshaken, Wang Han says he is already heading to the company. He seems to have a plan to deal with the competitor's betrayal. Later, Old Lin's granddaughter looks for him. She asks where Wang Hanren is, but her grandfather informs she already left. The young woman is disappointed and surprised. She says she never imagined the protagonist was someone so important. The grandfather warns her not to reveal his identity. He explains it is to protect Suqi's safety. The scene changes to Xiang Meiyan's office. The vibe in the place seems tense and worrying with the latest news. She informs the rivals spent a lot of money on advertising. Zheng Hongwei invested 2 million yuan just in the promotion. Wang Han reminds her of the 5 million he invested. She says she didn't dare make the decision to spend such a high amount. He asks if the software preparation is complete. The protagonist then orders her to invest the 5 million on the spot. Xiang Meiyan stands shocked at the amount. He tells her to get used to it, as she will manage the company from now on. At the same time, Zheng Hongwei celebrates the initial success. His downloads pass 300,000 in just 2 hours. He laughs and celebrates with his new employees. The businessman brags about his success and invites them for a night of partying. One of the traders suggests sending a bamboo basket with water. The plan is to mock Xiao Miaoyan for all her hard work being in vain. But an employee notices something strange. He warns Xiao Miaoyan's group also started promoting their software. Zheng Hongwei gets furious at the news. He doesn't understand how they got money to compete on equal terms. His employee informs they spent around 5 million. The amount surprises the businessman, who didn't expect this reaction. Angrily, he decides to double down. The boss orders them to invest another 5 million to crush the competition. In Xiang Meiyan's office, the team celebrates. Their software reached first place, surpassing the rival. Her phone beeps with a new transfer notification. Another 5 million yuan have just entered the company account. She asks Wang Han why he sent more money. The young man explains Zheng won't give up so easily and that they need to stay calm. Suddenly, she sees the rival stepped up the promotion. The protagonist says he predicted this and orders to invest another 5 million. Xiang Meiyan questions the amount, but he is decided. He says that if they want to win, they cannot give the opponent any chance. In Zheng's office, the team panics again. They inform the competition invested another 5 million. The trader asks if they should keep investing. Zheng says he already spent 7 million and cannot let everything go to waste. Desperate, he stands up and shouts for someone named Old Huang. The businessman seems about to make a drastic decision. Zheng Hongwei gives an order to his team. He tells them to contact a person to crash Utopia's servers. The trader asks what he is doing. The boss just tells him to open all permissions on his computer. A strange pattern of a black goat appears on the screen. The employees find the drawing familiar, as if they had seen it before. The trader suddenly remembers. He shouts the name Baphomet, recognizing the symbol on the computer screen. He explains Baphomet is 10th on the hacker list. The hacker leads the Black Goat organization, which has already caused 100 million in losses. Zheng Hongwei brags about his strategy. He says it's easier to destroy enemies than to compete with them in money. In the Utopia office, the team panics. Xiaoyu warns the server was attacked and a black goat appears on the screen. The girl recognizes Baphomet's symbol. Xiao Miaoying gets furious, certain it was boss Zheng who hired the hacker. She apologizes to Wang Han for losing 10 million. The protagonist says they are playing dirty and that he didn't expect this. Calmly, the young man says everyone knows a few hackers. He doesn't seem worried about the attack they just suffered. He then starts making several calls. Wang Han speaks in German, Korean, and Russian, leaving everyone impressed. Xiao Miaoyan's team is shocked. They didn't know the protagonist was fluent in so many different languages. Back in Zheng's office, his team celebrates. They manage to remove Utopia from the game charts. But the celebration is short-lived. The trader's computer starts showing problems, and he doesn't understand what is happening. The Black Goat logo on the screen starts to glitch. The hacker Baphomet's symbol distorts, indicating a counterattack. The image is replaced by one of a pink-haired girl. The new animation surprises everyone in Zheng Hongwei's office. The team realizes they are also under attack. They wonder if Utopia hired a hacker to strike back. The technician analyzes the attack and is terrified. He says they were attacked by the first, second, fourth, and sixth hackers on the list. In the Utopia office, the team celebrates the victory. They defeated Baphomet and returned to first place on the charts. Wang Han says Zheng's people are finished. He gives more money to Sheng Miayan and tells her to hire celebrities. The scene cuts to the front of a bar. The protagonist stops his motorcycle in front of the establishment with a goal in mind. He enters the place and greets the bar owner. The young man calls the purple-haired woman Sister Meng. The woman asks what brings him there. He says he needs a favor, but finds it strange the bar is so quiet and empty. Sister Meng reveals she needs money and wants to sell the bar. He says the place is profitable and offers to help. He explains he needs celebrities for his company. Since she used to be in the entertainment industry, he asks for help with contacts. She agrees to help and says a friend wants to buy the bar. But since the friend doesn't have all the money, she needs a partner. He asks how much is missing, and she says 9 million. The protagonist accepts the deal on the spot and says he will transfer the money. The woman is surprised by his quick decision. The two close the deal at the bar counter, sealing the new partnership. Suddenly, a group of men burst into the bar. Their leader, a blonde man, asks Zhao Meng if the money is ready. The woman, now called Zhao Meng, says she is working on it. The man asks who the protagonist sitting with her is. The group leader, Si Qiang, recognizes him. He mocks Wang Han, saying he is just a food delivery guy. Si Qiang threatens her, demanding the money. He says her bar is worth 5 million, and that's what he came to collect. Zhao Meng says calmly she already sold the bar. The news seems to leave the group of men even more annoyed. Si Qiang grabs her by the neck and asks whom she sold it to. He presses her against the counter, demanding an answer. In the blink of an eye, a bottle shatters on his head. The violent blow leaves him dazed and bleeding on the floor. Wang Han holds the neck of the broken bottle. He asks angrily what kind of person hits a woman that way. Fallen Si Qiang shouts for his men to attack. He orders them to finish off the disgusting delivery guy who attacked him. One of the henchmen charges at the protagonist. The man prepares to land a punch, but Wang Han is faster. With an agile movement, he uses a chair as a weapon. The protagonist throws it at the man who cannot defend himself. The henchman falls to the floor with the impact of the blow. Wang Han glares at him and says he shouldn't show off so much with so little skill. With a determined look, Wang Han dodges the punch. He prepares for the counterattack against Si Qiang's henchman. He lands a powerful kick on the man's chest. The blow throws him back, showing the protagonist's strength and skill. The rest of the group charges with wooden clubs in their hands, but Wang Han defeats them with a series of quick and precise blows. Zhou Ming asks him to stop as they are from the Brotherhood Alliance. Si Qiang on the floor curses him and says he looked for trouble. The protagonist gets thoughtful upon hearing the organization's name. He seems to recognize the group, but demonstrates no fear at all. Zhao Ming asks him to leave as they cannot mess with them. But Si Qiang says it's too late to be afraid now. The young man reassures her and makes a call. He asks a contact named Erhu if they know a certain Si Qiang in the Brotherhood. Lying on the floor, Si Qiang mocks him. He asks who the protagonist thinks he is, pretending to have important contacts. Suddenly, Si Qiang's phone starts ringing. He answers the call, and his expression changes completely upon hearing the voice on the other end. With his face pale with fear, he answers the phone. The man seems to be receiving a scolding from his superior in the organization. He stands up and approaches Wang Han, apologizing. The thug says he was blind and didn't know whom he was messing with, but the protagonist ignores him. He tells the man to apologize to Sister Meng and not to him, keeping a serious tone. Si Qiang turns to Zhou Meng and begs for forgiveness. He humiliates himself, saying he was an idiot and the blame was all his. Out of patience, Wang Han tells him to leave and never come back. The man says thanks and prepares to leave with his group. The protagonist guarantees to Zhou Meng they won't return. The woman thanks him for helping her resolve the problem. The scene cuts to a night view of an apartment complex. The window lights shine in the darkness of the night. In front of his house, Wang Han says goodbye to Tian Lily. He thanks her for bringing Golgu back safely. He then asks about the job offer he made her. The woman accepts, saying she will help him with the company's finances. Tian Lily's daughter, Zixi, asks Gogo to do homework with her. Wang Han agrees as long as they behave well. The two girls hug, happy with the permission. The protagonist and Tian Lily watch the scene with a smile on their faces. Alone at home, he sits on the couch, finding the situation strange. He decides to send a message to the child's mother. He asks Suki what time she leaves and what she will have for dinner. She says she is going to drink with friends and will stay at Shufu's house. Wang Han feels a bit disappointed with the response. He grumbles that if she isn't coming back, then he doesn't need to worry. He then grabs his phone to deal with business. A message from Bai Deming arrives, warning they will pick him up the next day. The scene cuts to the front of a bar at night. The place looks like the meeting point for Su Q with her friends. Su Qiai is at the bar with Jiang Tang and another woman. One of them asks whom the young woman is texting. Zhao Meng, who is also at the bar, approaches the group. She tells Suki she sold the bar to her and another person. One of the women jokes about Suki's delivery guy husband. She says she can tell if a person is a scoundrel or not. Suki defends her husband, saying he is a good person. She comments his sister is very capable, without knowing who it is. The night moves forward, and rain starts to fall outside. The crescent moon illuminates the sky, creating a gloomy mood in the city. Suddenly, Suki arrives home all wet. Wang Han is surprised as she said she would stay at Shufu's house. He notices her clothes are soaked and asks what happened. She just says she is fine without giving many details. The protagonist hands her a towel and tells her to dry off, but looking at her face, he notices something strange. She attacks him with a knife, and he calls her Hu Dai. The young man defends against the surprise blow, already knowing who the intruder is. He manages to hold her arm in time. The knife blade stops centimeters from his body, showing his reflexes. Hu Dai is surprised he knows her name. She charges forward again, determined to complete her mission somehow. He holds her tightly, preventing the attack. The woman shouts that since he knows her name, then he must be defeated. With a swift movement, he dodges another blow. The protagonist prepares for the counterattack against the assassin. He throws her to the floor and pins her down. The young man asks what her purpose is and why she keeps attacking him. Fallen, Hudi demands he return the pendants. She also wants the Buddha head back, or else she won't spare his life. With a swift and precise movement, he catches her wrist. The protagonist manages to defend against Hudi's attack. He pins her on the floor and questions her. The young man asks if she wants everything, including flying to the heavens, with a mocking tone. But Hudi doesn't give up. She launches a dart in his direction, trying to hit him anyway. The dart passes, scraping his neck. The projectile embeds itself in the wall, showing the precision and danger of her attack. She charges forward again, shouting for him to go to hell. The assassin tries to strike him with an open hand blow. He dodges the attack and hits her with a kick. The blow throws her off balance, making her fall to the floor, but she stands up fast. The protagonist confirms she is identical to Su-Kyu. He then asks if she has ever thought about becoming his sister-in-law. Hudi kicks him and asks for the Buddha head. She calls him brother-in-law, entering his teasing game during the fight. He holds her leg and denies having the object. The young man says the heavens are witness that the truth is not with him. She says she left the little master with 6 holes. The woman doesn't believe he would lie to her in his state. Her phone rings suddenly, interrupting the fight. The woman seems to receive an urgent call in the middle of combat. She answers the phone with a serious expression. Hudai listens to the instructions on the other end of the line and says she understood. The assassin warns the items are ready. She says she will return to fetch them and threatens not to force her into a fatal confrontation. She leaves, leaving the protagonist behind. He tries to stop her, saying he still has something to do with her there. The moon shines in the night sky with dark clouds around. The night continues, full of mysteries and unexpected confrontations. The scene changes to Suki stepping out of her building's elevator. She walks hurriedly down the hallway toward the apartment. She opens the house door with her keys. The young woman enters the apartment, not knowing what awaits her inside. Lying on the bed, Wang Han hears the noise from the door. He sits up, surprised, wondering who it could be at this hour. Suki walks in and sees the floor all wet. She finds the mess strange, with bottles and other things scattered across the floor. Suddenly, he grabs her, thinking she is Hu Dai. Confused, he calls her sister-in-law and asks if she wants to surprise him. Upon holding her wrist, he notices something different. The protagonist feels the pregnancy pulse and understands the confusion. He lets her go, realizing it wasn't the assassin. The young man feels awkward, seeing he attacked his own wife by mistake. Suki asks why he came back, and he says he forgot a document. She also asks why the house is all wet. The protagonist is left not knowing what to answer. He tries to find an excuse for the mess in the water on the floor. She approaches and smells a different perfume on him. The young woman stares at him, suspicious of the strange situation. She asks if another woman was in their house. He confirms and says the woman was exactly identical to her. Suki doesn't believe the story and accuses him of being unfaithful. She says his excuse was very clever this time. He tries to explain himself, but she doesn't want to listen. The young woman says she misjudged his character and feels betrayed. The bedroom door opens and he doesn't know how to explain the truth. He cannot say she is not her parents' biological daughter. He insists he didn't make anything up and asks her to let him explain. But the young woman appears not to want to hear his excuses anymore. The young man is left not knowing what to do. He cannot reveal she has a twin sister, and all the confusion was because of that. The next morning, Bei Diming sends a message. He warns he already sent someone to pick him up at his house entrance. The woman named Xiao Yu waits for him beside a car. She invites him to enter the vehicle, saying they were waiting for him. Inside the car, he asks about Bei Diming. The protagonist wants to know why the boss didn't come along with them. Xiao Yu tells him not to ask so many questions. She instructs him to call the boss Six Master and to learn good manners. She then takes a blindfold and ties it over his eyes. The woman says it's a precaution, since it's the first time they are working together. An hour later, the car arrives at a secret base. The place looks like a remote and well-hidden industrial complex. Upon arriving, she takes the blindfold off him and wakes him up. Xiao Yi says they arrived at the destination and he can get out of the car. She explains that is their secret base. A man approaches and says they had been waiting for him for a long time. Bai Deming introduces him to a man named Hamasaki. He says the protagonist is an excellent swimmer for the mission. Hamasaki says something in Japanese to one of his men. The man asks Bai Deming what the little demon is saying. Bai Deming translates the speech but changes the meaning. He says Hamasaki has high hopes for the protagonist for the mission. Wang Han notices the lie and exposes them. He says the little demons think he doesn't understand Japanese and tells everyone to go. The group arrives at Dragon's Return Beach. Bae Dimming explains they need to find 9 iron oxen to find the cave. An older man is sitting fishing. Bae Dimming says he is a professional body retriever and will guide the way. Xiaoyu receives a message and alerts her boss. She says the young master and his men are also heading to the location. Bae Dimming tells one of his men, named Aza, to stay behind. He charges him with dealing with the young master's group. The guide complains about the delay and says the water level is rising. The boss tells him to prepare and lead the way. The old man dives into the water without any equipment. The team is surprised, wondering how he can do that. The equipped diving team enters the water right after. Bae Dimming stays on the shore, waiting for news from the team. At the bottom, the guide makes a sign to the divers. He points in a direction and tells the team to follow him. One of the divers makes a sign to the guide. He points forward and says they detected a large amount of metal. The other diver confirms with a thumbs up. He understands that finding the iron oxen will lead them to the underwater cave. The team swims among huge metal statues at the bottom. The scenery is impressive and a bit scary at the same time. A diver approaches one of the statues. He realizes they are not oxen but rather giant metal centipedes. The guide stops him from touching the statue. He makes a sign for the diver to accompany him, showing there is danger there. The old man points to a whirlpool in the water. He signals that the entrance to the cave they're looking for is inside that vortex. The two dive together into the whirlpool. The force of the water pulls them inside, toward the secret entrance of the cave. They arrive at a submerged cave. The sound of their equipment echoes through the place as they explore the area. Wang Han suggests calling for backup, but the guide has another idea. He suggests they negotiate a better price, annoying the protagonist. The young man illuminates the cave with his flashlight. He sees something shining at the bottom and approaches to investigate. He finds the golden statue of the monk. The guide confirms that what they are looking for is inside that object. The old man says they need to find a way to open the statue. He picks up a sharp stalactite from the ground to use as a tool. With all his might, he tries to break the statue, but fails. The guide says the stalactites are too hard. Wang Han offers to try. He calls the guide Grandpa and prepares to use his own skills. With a single blow, he breaks the stalactite. The guide is impressed and praises the young man's kung fu. The protagonist approaches the statue and asks a question. He wants to know how much the old man plans to charge for the mission. Suddenly, the guide attacks him from behind. He hits him with the tip of the stalactite, betraying his trust in the cave. The blow hits Wang Han's face full on. Blood streams down the wound and he glares at the traitor in anger. The guide grabs the statue and mocks him. He says the protagonist was foolish and now all the treasure is his. Wang Han is furious at the betrayal and the slander. He stands up with his hands and face bleeding, ready to strike back. In the darkness of the cave, 2 glowing red eyes appear. A sinister shadow moves in the water, approaching. A giant snake emerges from the depths. The protagonist realizes the old man deceived him and used him as bait. The huge serpent opens its mouth, ready for the attack. Its sharp teeth and long tongue stand out in the darkness. Wang Han is not intimidated and prepares for the fight. He asks if the creature thinks it has a large enough appetite. He leaps toward the serpent's head. The protagonist lands a powerful blow right between the monster's eyes. The young man balances on the creature's head. The giant snake contorts in pain, spitting a green smoke from its mouth. He realizes the smoke is poisonous and leaps away. The protagonist dodges the attack, avoiding the deadly danger. With a determined look, he prepares for the next blow. He says he will see how thick that creature's skin is. He launches several blades in the serpent's direction. The projectiles cut the air and hit the giant monster's body. The giant snake screams in pain from the wounds. Wang Han grabs his oxygen tank and prepares to flee. He says business is important and decides to spare the creature's life. The young man runs toward a passage in the cave. He dives into the water to escape the serpent. The creature watches him leave, still recovering from the blows it suffered. On the surface, Bae Dimming sees the guide coming out of the water. He points and alerts the others that they finally returned. The boss asks about his men and the treasure. The guide says Wang Han didn't make it out and that he grabbed the item. Furious, Hamasaki grabs him and demands to know where the treasure is. He presses him with the gun, shouting at the old traitor. The guide is not intimidated and says he will give the item to whoever pays the most. Hamasaki threatens to take his life if he doesn't cooperate. The blonde man from Hamasaki's group lands a punch on the guide. The blow makes him spit blood, but he continues to resist. They surround him and threaten his life. But the guide refuses to deliver the treasure and says he prefers to be defeated than to talk. Suddenly, Wang Han emerges from the water with his equipment. The unexpected appearance surprises everyone on the riverbank. He looks at the group beating the guide. The protagonist says they deserve it for being fooled by the old man. With the pagoda in hand, he mocks the guide. The young man asks if he really thought it would be that easy to fool him. He remembers having grabbed the pagoda before leaving the cave. The protagonist was smarter and secured the treasure for himself. He says goodbye to the group and starts swimming away. Wang Han tells them to have fun and that he is leaving. Already on dry land, he takes off the diving suit. His phone vibrates and he wonders who is trying to finish him off now. The call is from the old man who asks if he got the items. The protagonist confirms he has the pagoda safely. The old man tells him not to leave and to win the group's trust. His new mission is to find out who their real boss is. Wang Han complains but accepts the new order. He understands he needs to continue with the chariot to complete his goal. The scene cuts to Hamasaki being struck. He suffers a precise and quick blow, falling to the ground with the attack. The guide mocks him, saying he can sell the item to others. Hamasaki offers 5 million, but the old man continues to negotiate. Bai Diming tells Xiaoye to look for Wang Han. He realizes the young man is the only hope to recover the statue. The guide laughs and says not to waste energy. He reveals he left the protagonist in the cave to be devoured by the snake. But at that moment, Xiaoye spots someone in the water. She points surprise, seeing a figure approaching the shore. Everyone sees it's Wang Han, alive and well. Xiaoye shouts for them to help him out of the water quickly. Upon leaving, he asks where the old guide is. Azur and Xiaoye help him while he looks tired from the dive. The guide stands in shock seeing him alive. Furious, Wang Han advances and says he will finish off the old traitor right there. He grabs him by the neck, but Bai Diming stops him. The boss says only the guide knows where the golden statue is. The guide, being strangled, tries to negotiate with Bai Diming. He says he will only make a deal if he gets rid of Wang Han. But the protagonist wants no part of negotiation. He prepares to land a punch and finish off the traitor once and for all. A bullet hits Wang Han's chest. The shot catches him by surprise, making him step back from the projectile's impact. Hamasaki points the gun at him, furious. The man doesn't hesitate to shoot to protect his interests and recover the treasure. With incredible speed, Wang Han advances. He approaches Hamasaki, dodging the shots with agility. In a swift movement, he disarms the man. The protagonist removes the magazine from the gun before he can shoot. He then pins him from behind, using his own weapon against him. Hamasaki shouts in Japanese for him not to do anything reckless. The protagonist turns to Bai Diming and provokes him. He says the little Japanese boss really wants to finish him off. Hamasaki screams in pain when Wang Han pulls the empty trigger. The young man threatens him, saying that if he moves, it's over. Bai Diming tries to calm the situation. He asks the protagonist to let Mr. Hamasaki Ichiro go so they can talk. The boss offers to transfer the rest of the payment. The guide, seeing the scene, says only he knows where the statue is. As soon as he receives the money, Wang Han fulfills his part. He lands a blow on Hamasaki and lets him go, ending the confrontation. With a swift movement, he takes the gun back. The protagonist guarantees Hamasaki won't try anything else against him. With his face red with anger, Hamasaki shouts "Baka." He cannot believe he was held hostage that way. Suddenly, a loud sound echoes through the place. A shot is fired, but it doesn't come from the gun Wang Han holds. The protagonist points the gun at Hamasaki's head. He warns that if the man moves again, his head will explode. With the situation under control, he turns to Bai Diming. The young man invites him for a talk, saying he is a man of destiny. With a confident smile, he makes a proposal. Wang Han offers to eliminate anyone who is in Bai Diming's way. The underworld boss stares at him with a suspicious look. He doesn't seem to believe the young diver's generous offer. Wang Han then suggests he help him get rid of the Japanese. In exchange, he promises to take Hamasaki's place. Hamasaki's group approaches all armed. They surround the protagonist and Bai Diming, ready to shoot at any moment. The protagonist is not intimidated and throws the gun into the air. With a swift movement, he prepares for combat. With incredible precision, he shoots the 3 men. Each shot hits its target square, neutralizing the threat. He lets Bai Diming know the problem is resolved. The underworld boss is impressed and praises the young man's aim. Bai Diming turns to Xiaoye and comments. He says it was worth spending 6 million to hire the protagonist. The young man says he is just following the old man's orders. He explains he needed to infiltrate the group to help get rid of them. Asa asks how they will explain the loss of Hamasaki to the superiors, but Bai Diming says to blame the members of the 8 Dark Gates. The boss approaches the guide, calling him road leader. He seems to have a plan to deal with the old traitor. Bai Diming offers 2 million for the statue. He warns the guide the person behind the mission is very dangerous. The boss tells Xiaoye to transfer the money to the guide. The woman takes her phone and prepares to make the transfer. The guide says he didn't go alone to fetch the statue. He explains the object was too heavy and that he needed help. Wang Han realizes the old man is plotting something. The guide's sudden and detailed conversation raises suspicions in the protagonist. Bai Diming tells 2 of his men to accompany the guide. The old man gets on his knees, ready to lead the way to the treasure. The protagonist is suspicious and decides to go along. He says the old man is too clever and one never knows what he might pull. The group dives again into the dark water. They follow the guide toward the location where the golden statue is hidden. They arrive at a ship graveyard at the bottom of the river. The scenery is gloomy, with several pieces of wreckage scattered across the area. The divers explore the shipwrecked vessel. The team advances with caution, searching for the golden statue of the monk. The guide finds the body of the monk, covered and chained. He kneels in front of the body as if he were praying. Suddenly, he turns and makes a strange sign with his hands. The other divers accompanying him position themselves to attack. Wang Han realizes the trap too late. The expression in his eyes shows the surprise and tension of the moment. The guide watches from afar while his cronies prepare. He seems satisfied with the plan he hatched for the protagonist. One of the divers pulls a knife. He approaches sneakily, ready to attack the young man from behind. The diver grabs him and tries to pierce him with the knife. The fight begins at the bottom of the shipwrecked vessel, in silence. One of the enemies tries to hold the body of the monk. The scene suggests their goal is to take the treasure away. The other diver is struck by a blow. The sound of the impact echoes through the water, showing the force of the attack. One of the enemy divers is grabbed from behind. He tries to break free, but the opponent is stronger and pins him down. The man has his respirator torn off with violence. He panics, running out of air at the bottom of the shipwrecked vessel. The enemy stares at the body of the monk and is surprised. He didn't expect to find that figure there, chained and submerged. The man recognizes the person who attacked him. He realizes he fell into a trap and that he is not alone there. The newcomer lands a powerful kick on the enemy. The underwater fight becomes even more intense and dangerous. The protagonist watches the fight from afar. He seems to be analyzing the situation, waiting for the right moment to act. He sees the guide trying to flee with the body of the monk. The young man shouts for the old man not to run, but it's too late. The other enemy also flees, leaving the protagonist behind. The two traitors escape, taking the treasure with them. The enemy points an underwater gun at Wang Han. He shouts for the protagonist to prepare for the end of his line. With agility, the young man dodges the harpoons. He swims to the side, escaping the deadly projectiles coming his way. He positions himself for the counterattack. The protagonist faces the enemy, ready to strike back at the surprise attack in the water. With a swift movement, he grabs him from behind. The young man manages to pin the opponent, turning the game in his favor. He realizes Xiao Yi is in danger. The protagonist sees the girl as being attacked by another diver. Without hesitation, he swims toward her. The young man prepares to protect Bai Diming's assistant from the enemies. With a well-aimed blow, he strikes Xiao Yu's attacker. The punch leaves him dazed, giving the girl a chance to escape. He holds her, protecting her from the danger. The protagonist shows his concern for the safety of the young female diver. Through the mask, his eyes show determination. He faces the enemies, ready to fight and protect his allies. He lands a blow on the face of one of the enemies. The attack is so strong it makes the man spit blood inside the mask. He offers his oxygen to Xiao Ye. The protagonist makes a sign for her to go up first, but she wants the golden statue. While they argue, the guide flees with the statue. The enemies take advantage of the distraction to escape with the treasure. A female diver kicks the guide. She stops him from fleeing and tells him to drop his golden robes. With the statue in hand, the woman mocks the guide. She makes an obscene gesture, showing she got what she wanted. Annoyed, Wang Han watches her from afar. He thinks he is going to teach her a lesson for stealing their treasure. He approaches Xiao Yi, who is injured. The protagonist says he will save her life first before going after the thieves. On the shore, Bai Diming and Hamasaki wait, tied up. They wonder why the team is taking so long to return. Suddenly, two bodies emerge from the water. Bai Diming shouts for a doctor, desperate seeing his men injured. One of the men explains they didn't bring a doctor. He shares Xiao Yi was injured by members of the 8 Dark Gates. The protagonist tears Xiao Yi's diving suit. He needs to stop the bleeding to save the girl's life. Bai Diming asks about the golden statue. The man informs the enemies managed to steal their treasure. Asa offers to go after the thieves, but the boss stops him, saying the young master must have called a specialist. Wang Han presses Xiao Yi's acupuncture points. He uses his medical knowledge to stop the bleeding. He explains he sealed the points to stop the blood. The protagonist says he took her to a doctor and she will be fine. The scene cuts to the front of a small clinic. The place looks like a simple medical office somewhere in the city. A doctor comes out of the operating room. He looks tired but relieved to have finished the procedure successfully. The doctor informs the wound was sutured. He says the man was lucky to be brought in time, or he wouldn't have survived. Bai Diming asks how everything happened. The doctor explains the people from the 8 Dark Gates interfered and ruined the plans. Wang Han questions if the mission failed. The doctor seems to have a powerful past and says the superiors will be unhappy. Bai Diming requests to speak with the person in charge. He wants to explain personally what happened and why the mission failed. The doctor, named Dr. Ren, seems annoyed. He says he will make a call since even the 8 Dark Gates got involved. After the call, Bai Diming thanks him for the help. He asks Wang Han who that mysterious and powerful doctor is. The boss explains he is the connection to the superiors. The protagonist understands the doctor is an important piece in the organization. A while later, Dr. Ren returns. He walks down the clinic hallway, approaching where the others wait. He warns Bai Diming the bosses know what he thinks. If he recovers the statue in 3 days, he can take Hamasaki's place. Bai Diming says thanks, excited with the new opportunity. The doctor asks if he needs more men for the mission. The boss says he found the best helper. He introduces Wang Han to Dr. Ren Qingquan, and the two greet each other. The doctor says goodbye, saying he has a surgery. He reminds the 6th master of the 3-day deadline and leaves. A black car pulls away from the clinic. The vehicle glides down the dark street, taking the doctor to his next appointment. Inside the car, Asa asks if they are going after the thugs, but Bai Diming says he has moles in both enemy groups. Asa warns Hudi was injured and the statue was stolen. Furious, he says they need to go get it back. But Bai Diming scolds him. The boss says that to do big things, one needs to stay calm and not rush decisions. With his face lowered, Asa acknowledges his master's lesson is correct. He understands he needs to control his temper. Wang Han asks whom they are working for. He says that since he is on the team, he deserves to know who the boss behind everything is. Bai Diming changes the subject but encourages him. He says that with his skills, the protagonist can achieve great feats in the future. Asa asks where they are heading. The boss says everyone is tired and they are going to the usual place to relax. The black car speeds through the city. The group heads to the resting place to recover from the tiring mission. They arrive at a luxury bath center. The place looks like a high-end spa or massage house in the city. A woman receives them at the entrance with a smile. She says she missed the 6th master, but he scolds her. The woman laughs and invites them to the VP suite upstairs. She guides the group through the establishment with great hospitality. The men relax in comfortable armchairs. They take advantage of the moment of rest after the tense and dangerous mission. Lying down, Wang Han grabs his phone and gets worried. He realizes he hasn't received any message from his wife all day. He sees messages from Shufu and from Sukyu. His wife asks why he doesn't reply and says she is hungry. At that moment, his phone starts ringing. It's Sukyu calling, probably worried about his silence during the day. He answers and she asks where he is. The protagonist lies, saying he went out to take care of some things in the city. 3 women enter the room to attend to them. One of them apologizes for the delay and lets them know they are ready to serve. On the phone, Suki hears the female voices and gets furious. She questions him, wanting to know where he really is. Before he can explain himself, she hangs up. The young woman calls him a liar and ends the call in great anger. One of the attendants asks what the rush is. He replies there is no way to relax with so many problems happening. He apologizes and says he needs to step out to make a call. Bai Diming tells him to go, but to let him know if he needs help. He tries to call back, but the call doesn't go through. The young man realizes his wife blocked him, frustrated with the situation. Suddenly, his phone rings again. It's the old man, and he thinks the man has terrible timing to call. The old man asks how things are going. He shares he hid the items in a bird's nest in a tree. The protagonist asks what he should do next. The order is for him to quickly infiltrate the group and find out where they came from. Wang Han hangs up and sees Bai Diming and Aza approaching. The boss asks what they are all doing out there. Bai Diming warns the road boss got in touch. He says the guide took the statue back and wants to sell it. The boss alerts them to be careful, as the guide has ulterior motives. He tells Aza to call a few more men for the mission. The scene shows a seaside village during the night. The lights from the houses shine in the darkness, creating a mysterious setting. Bai Diming's group walks through the night. He points forward, indicating the meeting place is nearby. The boss explains they split into 2 groups. One of them went to look for the golden body, while the other went to negotiate. One of his men asks if the other groups will also come. Wang Han observes the situation, quiet and attentive to details. The protagonist then makes a proposal to Bai Diming. He offers to look for the statue alone if it's at the location. The boss agrees with the plan. He tells Aza and some men to accompany Wang Han in the search for the treasure. With a determined look, Bai Diming gives the order. The crescent moon in the sky indicates the action is about to begin. Wang Han points in a direction and tells Aza to come with him. The 2 separate from the main group to start the search. They arrive at the water's edge and see a boat. The protagonist says that is the road boss's residence. The scene cuts to Hudai on a motorcycle at high speed. She chases a car, shooting with a gun in her hand. A huge truck blocks her path suddenly. The woman brakes sharply to avoid a collision with the vehicle. She shouts in shock and anger at the dangerous maneuver. The night chase becomes even more risky and unpredictable. With the impact, she is thrown far from the motorcycle. The young woman falls onto the asphalt, and the scene suggests a serious accident. The driver of the car shouts for the truck to stop. He tries to brake, but it's already too late to avoid the collision. The scene shows the accident from afar. Hudai's motorcycle is down, and the car she was chasing is also stopped on the street. 2 men step out of the car. One of them, with a serious look, seems to be the leader, while the other accompanies him. Suddenly, the man recognizes Wang Han from a distance. He realizes it's Xiao Shangzhu Zhangho and gets worried. He orders his subordinate to take Hudai away. The man picks up the unconscious girl and carries her away from the scene. In another place, Hudai wakes up injured in a car. She pulls a piece of glass from her chest and glares at the man beside her. The man tends to her wounds, and she promises to take revenge. He warns that after he pays his debt, he will deal with her. He asks her to explain the misunderstanding to his wife. She calls him a coward, and the 2 argue inside the car. Suddenly, another car hits them from behind. The sharp impact throws them forward, causing a new scare. She shouts at him to drive properly. The woman seems annoyed with the driver's lack of attention during the chase. A foot with a heavy boot steps onto the ground. The image suggests someone is stepping out of the car to confront them. A white car passes at high speed. The vehicle skids down the track, showing the intensity of the chase. The top view shows several cars on the street. The night chase involves multiple vehicles at high velocity. Hudai alerts him about an approaching car. She shouts for him to be careful, while the other vehicle advances. 2 men inside the enemy car receive an order. The man in the passenger seat tells the driver to bite him. With a focused look, the protagonist turns the steering wheel. He prepares for a bold maneuver to escape the chase. He makes a risky skid between a truck and another car. His driving skill impresses everyone in the scene. The white car manages to escape by a hair. It glides down the street, leaving the pursuers behind with the maneuver. Hudai asks who he is, surprised by his skills. He jokes, saying his legend lives in the martial arts world. She presses a knife against him, demanding the truth. He asks if he is her brother-in-law or her savior, confused by her attitude. He asks why she doesn't recognize Sukyu as her father. He says that with her status, it would be dangerous for the girl. The woman asks whose white pendant it is. She shares her master said the object was with her when they found her. The protagonist connects the information. He realizes the pendant belonged to the master's daughter, which means the 2 are twins. She demands he return the pendants, but he asks if she didn't steal them back, leaving her confused. She denies it, saying she doesn't have them. The woman wonders how that is possible and if the pendants were stolen. With a look of pain, she asks him to drop her off at the next intersection. Her injuries seem to be getting worse with time. He offers to take her to the hospital, but she refuses. The woman shouts for him to stop the car and let her go. The car stops and the door opens. A knife is thrown out, falling onto the asphalt with a metallic sound. Hudai steps out of the car, injured and limping. She leans on the vehicle, feeling the pain of her wounds all over her body. Before leaving, she reminds him of the promise. He questions her, asking if she believes everything he says and calls her knave. With a smile, he says he didn't save her for nothing. The protagonist seems to have a plan in mind, even after everything. Alone, he decides to go to the company. The young man needs to investigate who stole the pendants and resolve this mystery. At that moment, his phone rings. It's a call from Bae Dimming, probably to give news about the mission. The boss congratulates him on the good work. He says the superiors are satisfied and want to see him in person. The next day, he goes to the Bae family mansion. The location is a luxury and grand house, showing the boss's wealth. He enters and sees Bae Dimming admiring the golden statue. The boss praises the object, saying it's a magnificent piece. Bae Dimming praises him for the mission's success. The protagonist asks when the superiors will arrive for the meeting. One of the men points out a flaw in the statue. Wang Yan explains it was the cut he made to remove the pagoda from inside. Bae Dimming says there is no problem. He thinks the superiors didn't want the pagoda and that the boss didn't even know about it. A subordinate warns the person has arrived. The door opens and two men enter the room to meet the sixth master. A blonde man asks about the white stuff. Bae Dimming corrects him and says the statue is right there, ready for delivery. The man named Calvin praises Bae Dimming's work. The underworld boss, in turn, asks when he will get to see the big boss. Calvin tells him to take the statue and come along. He warns that the boss is waiting to see them at this exact moment. With a serious look, Wang Han watches the scene unfold. He thinks to himself that he is finally going to meet the mastermind behind the whole operation. The scene shows a luxurious courtyard at the top of a skyscraper. White doves fly around the place, which looks like a rooftop garden. The group walks through the garden, following Calvin. They carry the statue on a cart, ready for the meeting. The protagonist looks around the environment and reflects. He concludes that the people living there are no ordinary citizens. A woman in a blue dress is sitting down reading a book. She looks relaxed, enjoying the peace of the luxurious garden. Calvin scolds him for looking around. He tells the young man to keep his head down and not to be nosy around here. He orders Bae Dimming to come with him and leave the others behind. The boss agrees and prepares to follow the instructions. Asa stops him from staring at the woman. He whispers that Mr. Lee has a bad temper and that it is best not to provoke him. The protagonist asks if he knows who the boss is, but Asa says he only knows that he is from Gangching and belongs to an international organization. Wang Lihan asks which organization it is. Asa answers that he does not know, but it must be something very mysterious and powerful. The young man processes the information with a thoughtful look. He continues to analyze the situation, trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. The woman in the blue dress stands up. The camera focuses on her, showing her beauty and the elegance of her outfit. Asa stops him from staring at the woman again. He warns him not to keep looking like that, trying to avoid any trouble. The protagonist wonders if she is being kept by the boss. The situation seems strange to him, and he tries to understand what is going on. The woman approaches the edge of the pool. She talks to the fish, scolding one of them for misbehaving. Suddenly, her foot slips on the wet edge. She loses her balance, about to fall into the pool water. She screams as she falls toward the water. The sudden loss of balance catches her off guard, and she cannot catch herself. With incredible reflexes, Wang Han rushes toward her. He moves with speed to try and stop the woman's fall. He catches her just in time, keeping her from falling into the water. The protagonist supports her, and she thanks him, still shaken by the scare. She says she hurt her foot, and he offers to help. The woman points to a drawer, saying the first aid kit is right there. While he tends to the injuries, she thanks him. She asks what brings him to her house, and he explains that he came with Mr. Bae. She refers to Bae Dimming as that old man. The woman does not seem to have much respect for the underworld boss. After applying the bandage, he says it is done. The woman thanks him for the help, sitting in the chair with her foot wrapped up. A man approaches and asks who Wang Han is. The protagonist identifies himself, and the man invites him to come inside with him. The woman calls the man Ah Hu and scolds him. She tells him to tell his brother that hurting people is unacceptable. Inside a car, Asa talks to another man. He says that he will soon become Mr. Lee's confidant and that money will not be an issue. Wang Han asks Bae Dimming about the woman, Miss Chi. He shares that there are rumors she was adopted or is an illegitimate daughter. Bae Dimming advises him not to get involved with women. He says things are complicated with wealthy people and it is best to avoid them. Wang Han's phone vibrates with new messages. He grabs the device and panics, saying that the backyard is on fire. The messages are from Lin Shufu and Su Q. His friend calls him stupid, and his wife complains that he is not responding. Bae Dimming asks what happened. The protagonist plays it down, saying it is just a personal matter, and puts his phone away. He asks Asa to drop him off at the next intersection. The car speeds up and he prepares to go handle his personal issues. A man confesses his love to a woman in front of a building. He says he missed her terribly while he was abroad. The woman, who appears to be Nanan, greets him as Jiang Junhao. She asks what he is doing back in China. Jiang Junhao says there are people he cannot leave behind. He seems to have returned because of his old love. Wang Han arrives at Suki's office with lunch. However, he finds Jiang Junhao sitting at the desk and the situation gets tense. Suki introduces him as her driver. The protagonist and the man glare at each other, creating an air of rivalry. Jiang Junhao asks if the food is for Nanan. He seems to be trying to mark his territory and show who is in charge. Suki dismisses him, saying they have already eaten. She claims there is nothing to talk about, but Wang Han insists on speaking with her. The protagonist asks Jiang Junhao to leave, but the man taunts him, calling him an interesting driver. Wang Han tells Su-Q that he did not lie. He asks her not to use someone else to provoke him, showing his frustration. Jiang Junhao tries to kick him out of the office. He stands up and places his hand on the protagonist's chest to push him away. But Wang Han grips his wrist tightly. Jiang Junhao screams in pain, shocked by the strength of the simple driver. Suki stands up and slams the desk, annoyed. She asks Wang Han what he thinks he is doing, scolding him. He asks if she does not trust him. She responds that he should put himself in her shoes to understand her suspicion. While Jiang Junhao rubs his sore wrist, Wang Han receives a text. The notification pops up on his phone. The message is from the old man, saying it is urgent. The mysterious contact asks the protagonist to call back immediately. With a determined look, he turns to Su-Q. The young man promises that he will make her believe him, no matter what it takes. Jiang Junhao advises her not to argue with people like that. He says she needs to get to work and that he should leave too. He offers to accompany her and hang out after work. But Suki declines, saying she has plans with Shufu tonight. He insists, saying he can come along. She snaps at him, saying she is already married and that they cannot be friends anymore. He does not believe she has a husband. The man says he came back to make up for the time he lost with her in the past. Su-Q cuts him off, saying she has a meeting. She walks away, leaving him behind in the office without giving him any more attention. Left alone, he glares at the door she just closed. The sound of the slamming door echoes through the room, leaving a tense atmosphere. He makes a call and asks for information about a matter. He finds out that Su-Q had a thing with a delivery guy who became her driver. With a scornful smile, he looks down on the situation. He thinks a simple driver is no match for him in this competition. Wang Han is on the phone receiving instructions. He finds out that a man named Lu Wenyuan will hold a charity event tonight. He questions the information, suspecting a setup, but the person on the other end tells him to get in touch with Master Buddha. The scene shows the entrance to a gala event. VIP guests arrive in luxury cars for the charity party. Wang Han and his group arrive at the event. He comments that the whole thing is just a money laundering scheme for the rich. Miss Chi arrives accompanied by a man. She notices the protagonist's presence in the hall and looks surprised. Bai Demon greets the man, Mr. Li. He praises his charitable actions while the other man responds modestly. Miss Chi approaches Wang Han and asks for a favor. She invites him to be her date since she hurt her foot. A man comes over and comments on their interaction. He tells Bai Demon that his sister likes the protagonist as a subordinate. The woman invites him to go to the restroom with her. He accepts the invitation and accompanies her, holding hands, through the hall. From a distance, Suki watches the scene with jealousy. She feels betrayed, remembering that he said he would make her believe him. In the hallway, Miss Chai asks him to wait. A masked woman approaches her, and the two of them walk into the restroom. Suddenly, he hears a cry for help. Miss Chai is attacked by the masked woman, who grabs her from behind. He kicks the door open and rushes in, furious. The protagonist asks what the woman is doing, ready to step in. He grabs the attacker's arm and she is exposed. The woman takes off her cap and her identity shocks everyone there. With a stunned look, he recognizes her. The protagonist cannot believe who is behind that surprise attack. He glares at her, asking why she is everywhere. The woman tries to flee, running down the hallway to escape. He catches up to her and grabs her by the hair. The young man stops her from running, demanding answers for her actions. He pins her against the wall with force. The impact leaves her dazed, and he prepares to interrogate her. He shows the pendant and asks about the promise. He calls her sister-in-law, questioning why she did not hold up her end of the deal. She fights back, screaming at him to go to hell. The woman strikes him with a blow, showing she will not go down easily. Nanan appears in an elegant dress. Su-Q sees her and asks what Wang Han is doing with her friend. With a powerful strike, the masked woman hits Wang Han. The attack catches him off guard, making him reel from the impact. Su-Q tries to defend the protagonist. She scolds him, saying a real man should never hit a woman. He pushes her aside and warns her. The young man tells her to get out of the way, because that woman is not the real Su-Q. The masked woman grabs Nanan and takes her hostage. She presses a knife against the girl's neck, who screams in fear. The kidnapper demands that he hand over the pendants. But the protagonist challenges her, telling her to do whatever she wants. She presses the knife harder. The woman asks if he really thinks she would not have the guts to go all the way. Seeing the situation, Miss Chi tries to step in. She asks Wang Han to back off and asks what will happen to the hostage. The woman says he can keep the pendants. She begs the kidnapper not to hurt anyone and to let the girl go. She hands the two pendants over to him. Miss Chi seems shaken, but does what she can to save Nanan's life. The woman throws one of the pendants to the kidnapper. She tells the criminal to release the hostage, fulfilling her part of the deal. The kidnapper kicks the hostage and tries to escape with the pendant. She uses the distraction to flee the scene with the object. Wang Han yells, annoyed by her escape. He orders the woman to leave the pendant behind, but she does not listen. She taunts him, telling him to come get it if he wants it. The woman runs down the hallway, and the protagonist chases after her. Miss Chi approaches Xufu and asks what happened. She sees her with her hand on her neck, where the knife was earlier. Xufu, disguised as Nan, and reveals herself. Miss Chi is surprised to see that the hostage was actually Suchi's friend. Suki comes over and asks if her friend is okay. She seems worried about the cut on Shufu's neck. Shufu has a scratch on her neck but seems fine. Suki, still disguised, worries about her friend's safety. Nanan explains that a woman who looked exactly like Suki attacked her. She says the woman stole her jewelry and threatened her with a knife. Sukyu does not believe the story. She accuses her friend of lying along with Wang Han to deceive her. Jufu denies it and tells her to ask Miss Chi. The other woman confirms the story, saying it is all true. Sukyu is left in shock, wondering if such a thing is possible. Shufu insists she is not lying and that she would never help Wang Han. Miss Chi offers to tend to Jufu's injury. The three women walk away, leaving the hall behind. Xiao Xiangzhuozhonghui watches Hu Di escape on a motorcycle. He yells at her not to let him catch her again, furious over the escape. Miss Chi asks Wang Han if he is okay. He shares that the woman escaped on a motorcycle and he could not get the pendant back. She says she does not care as long as he is all right. The woman seems relieved that he did not get hurt in the chaos. He asks about the injured woman. She shares that a man who looked exactly like her appeared and took her away from the location. He asks if they told Sukyu about the lookalike. The woman confirms it, but says she thinks everyone is lying. Wang Han gets frustrated with his wife's stubbornness. He calls her a foolish woman for not believing the truth. Miss Chai asks him to take her home. She says she was deeply shaken by everything that happened at the event. He agrees and accompanies her to the car. The woman thanks him, and the two leave the charity party venue together. In her room filled with stuffed animals, she invites him to sit. She asks him to stay for a bit, and he agrees. He asks to see pictures of her from when she was a kid. The woman feels self-conscious and says she was very chubby in her childhood, but she agrees to show him since he saved her life. The woman grabs a picture frame to show the protagonist. The photo shows a little girl with a teddy bear. The child's face is exactly what he expected to see. He recognizes the girl in the photo and understands everything. Wang Han concludes that she must be his betrothed bride from childhood. He thinks to himself that the only option now is to become sworn siblings. He suggests they start treating each other as brother and sister. He jokes about paying respects to Lord Guan. The woman laughs and says that is not necessary, playing along with his joke. With a smile, she offers to help him whenever he needs it. She says goodbye to him, affectionately calling him her little brother. He says he needs to go, and she offers to send him the picture frame. The protagonist declines, saying he does not need it. Outside, he sees a woman and a child. The scene suggests the day is ending after many events. Wang Han makes a call and asks for a favor. He asks a person named Xiaoho to investigate an orphanage for him. The next day, he arrives at the Starry Sky orphanage. The protagonist carries a bag, likely filled with donations for the children. With a smile, he wonders if the old man he is looking for is hiding there. He seems to be following an important lead. A man welcomes him and says he has received his donations before. Wang Han says he is there to see the children and find someone. He says he is looking for a man named Zhao Dabao. A voice answers from the yard, saying he is right there catching some sun. Suddenly, Sukyu arrives at the location. The man, called Principal Lu, greets her and asks what brings her to the orphanage. Surprised, she asks what Wang Han is doing there. The principal asks if the two know each other, and the protagonist plays it off. Principal Lu comments that good people are drawn to one another. He reveals to Sukyu that Mr. Wang is a major sponsor of the orphanage. Jiang Junhao, who is with her, mocks Wang Han. He doubts that a simple driver could donate a lot of money to charity. But the principal reveals that his donations exceed 4 million. He shares that the cafeteria and the library were rebuilt with that money. Suki approaches him with a surprised look. She says she did not expect him to be such a kind-hearted person. She then hands an envelope to Principal Lu. The young woman says it contains 200,000 yuan, her personal donation to the orphanage. Jiang Junhao tries to compete and says he will donate double that amount. The principal scolds him, saying charity is not a competition. Wang Han then pulls out a check for 1 million yuan. He announces that he will make a generous donation to help the children. Jiang Junhao is shocked by the amount. He doubts the driver has that kind of money, but the protagonist hands over the check. The man then fills out a check for 2 million. He says it is no big deal, trying to show off for Sukyui. He says he also wants to do charity to be worthy of her. His attitude makes the young woman feel even more uncomfortable. The protagonist ignores the competition and asks to see the children. The principal happily guides them through the orphanage yard. The image shows several children playing happily. They run around, read, and have fun with toys in the yard. Suki watches the children with a smile. Wang Han takes advantage of the moment alone and says he has something to tell her. He begins to explain about the woman who looks exactly like her. The young man says he knows she believes Shufu, even if she does not believe him. But Suki interrupts him, questioning the logic of the story. She cannot bring herself to believe that a lookalike jumped from the 12th floor. Jiang Junhao approaches and confronts him. He says Suki fired him and that he should not bother her anymore. Suki says she is disappointed in him. She asks him to have some self-awareness and stay away from her from now on. She walks away with Jiang Junhao, leaving the protagonist behind. He watches the two of them walking together through the orphanage yard. Angry, he curses and clenches his fists. A voice in his head says that if it were him, he would take out the rival while he sleeps. He finds Master Buddha sitting on a bench. The old man greets him and invites him to catch some sun with him. The protagonist says he came looking for him. The old man plays dumb and says the waters of his society are way too deep. Wang Han gets annoyed and asks how much it costs to bring him out of retirement. The old man grabs his phone, looking uninterested. He offers 10 then 20 million, but the old man refuses, saying it is not about the money and that he is already wearing diapers. With a cigarette in his mouth, the young man glares at him. He asks if Master Buddha can really afford to turn him down. The old man gives in and says he has one condition. He shares that a spirit is watching him and he cannot sleep in peace. The scene cuts to a glass factory. The protagonist seems to have gone to the location to fulfill the old man's condition. An older man watches from atop a wall. He seems to be monitoring the arrival of someone at the abandoned factory. With a serious look, Wang Han confirms his presence. He seems to be preparing for a confrontation at the site. He finds Master Buddha and asks who is watching him. The old man reveals it is Lin Wanhu, one of the 4 masters of the hall. The protagonist is shocked by the information. He says Zhen Champao is a great master and that he is being sent to his doom. The old man laughs and reassures him. He says Zhen Champao would not dare touch the 9th prince of the 10 clans, revealing his identity. Wang Han asks how to contact his apprentice. The old man says the apprentice will get in touch with him when the time comes. He advises him to drink less soda. But the old man laughs and says the drink is sugar-free, ignoring the advice. Suki wonders why Wang Han left. Jiang Junhao approaches and offers to cook for her later. She declines, saying she needs to get back to the company. But he insists on coming along, showing he will not give up easily. Wang Han drives through the city with a serious expression. He seems focused on his next mission, blocking out the problems. Suddenly, he notices something strange. His expression shifts to one of alert, as if he senses imminent danger. A potted plant falls from the top of a building. The object smashes the car's windshield, almost hitting him dead on. He gets out of the car and looks up, furious. The protagonist realizes someone is trying to attack him on purpose. With agility, he leaps onto a nearby roof. The young man begins to chase the attacker, who flees down the stairs. The hooded man taunts him. He says today will be a decisive day for one of them in this pursuit. The enemy challenges him not to run away. He leaps between buildings, showing off his high-speed parkour skills. On the street, Sukiwa and Jiang Junhao pull the car over. They see the accident scene and wonder what happened. She recognizes Wang Han's car. Worried, the young woman tells Jiang Junhao to stop the vehicle immediately. The car brakes hard. The tire locks on the asphalt, showing the urgency of the situation and her concern. She gets out of the car and screams his name. Sukai runs toward the scene, her heart racing with worry. Upon arriving, she sees no one. An elderly lady shares that the pot almost hit him, but he was very lucky. Someone points to the top of the buildings. Suki looks up, trying to understand where the protagonist went. She sees him on the roof, chasing after the attacker. People on the street comment on the dangerous parkour scene. Suki screams his name, desperate. She runs toward the building, and Jiang Junhao tries to stop her from going. On the roof, the fight begins. Wang Han and the hooded man trade kicks and punches in a fast and intense combat. The protagonist defends against a spinning kick. He uses his arms to block the powerful blow, showing his skill. The enemy falls onto the edge of the building and almost plummets. The crowd on the street screams in terror at the perilous sight. With a shout, the man attacks him again. He tries to land a kick, but the protagonist is ready for the strike. He holds onto the edge of the building by a thread. The young man uses all his strength to avoid falling from the top of the edifice. Wang Han holds him by the leg, stopping his fall. He asks, ironically, if the enemy wants him to let him drop. The man pulls him, trying to take him down along with him. Both plummet from the building, and the crowd screams in panic at the scene. Jiang Junhao, an elderly lady, watch the fall, shocked. He comments that Wang Han is really looking for trouble. But the two catch themselves on a railing mid-fall. The fight continues in mid-air, with both attacking each other on the ledge. The enemy tries to land a punch, but he dodges. The protagonist moves with agility even in such a dangerous situation. They trade more blows in mid-air, balancing on the railing. The fight seems even, with both showing great skill. The protagonist plants his foot on the wall and gains momentum. He prepares a powerful strike to finish the fight. He charges toward the enemy, ready for the blow. The hooded man tries to defend himself but looks surprised. The young man grips the enemy's wrist tightly. He manages to immobilize his opponent, gaining the upper hand in the fight. He lands a heavy punch right on the man's face. The blow unbalances him, causing him to lose control on the ledge. The two fall again, but onto a balcony below. They land safely, continuing the fight in the new setting. The enemy breaks Wang Han's arm with a strike. He praises him but says it is a shame he's going to lose right here. But the protagonist is unfazed. He says it is the enemy who will be defeated and prepares for a counterattack. With a powerful strike, he hits him. The attack is so heavy it shatters the concrete floor of the balcony. The man manages to hold onto the broken edge. He narrowly avoids the fall, showing his incredible resilience. The protagonist leaps and hits him with another kick. He challenges him to try the same move he used before. The impact of the kick slams him to the ground violently. The man falls defeated, and the ground cracks from the force of the blow. The enemy spits blood, gravely injured. He seems to have been completely broken by the protagonist in the fight. Nanan looks up at the top of the building, shocked. She cannot believe Wang Han survived a 10-story fall. With a powerful impact, the protagonist lands on the ground. He pins the hooded assassin against the concrete. Desperate, Nanan runs toward them. She screams Wang Han's name, her heart racing with anxiety. Wang Han ignores the pain and calls a contact. He asks a guy named Old Lin to send someone to clean up the mess. He decides he needs to take the attacker in for interrogation. The young man wants to find out who is behind the attack. Meanwhile, Nanan and Jiang Junhao enter the building. She looks for him but cannot find Wang Han anywhere. Outside, she notices his car is gone. Jiang Junhao says he saw a group of people dragging him away. Worried, Nanan gets into Jiang Junhao's car. He asks where she is going, calling her by her name, Nanan. She hits the gas and drives off without him. Jiang Junhao is left behind, surprised by her impulsive attitude. Inside another car, Wang Han smokes a cigarette. He complains that the enemy, now tied up, was truly ruthless. Suddenly, a woman who looks exactly like Nanan calls him. She asks if the Seven Treasures Pagoda is with him. He finds the conversation stranger and stranger. Wang Han proposes a deal, offering a favor in exchange for the pagoda. The woman reveals she is at his place. She blackmails him, saying his neighbor, a young woman, was found lifeless. Furious, Wang Han orders his driver to turn around. He tells the man to drive to his apartment immediately. The car speeds through the city streets. The protagonist is determined to resolve this new and dangerous situation. At that exact moment, Nanan arrives at Wang Han's apartment. She opens the door, completely unaware of what awaits her inside. Carefully, she steps into the house. The young woman calls out for Wang Han, asking if he has already made it home. She hears a strange noise coming from one of the rooms. Curious and apprehensive, she decides to investigate the source of the sound. Upon entering the living room, she is shocked. Nanan sees a woman tied up on the couch and recognizes her instantly. Nanan approaches the woman, who looks terrified. She asks why the girl is tied up like that. The woman on the couch panics. She screams at Nanan to watch out, warning her that someone is right behind her. Before she can react, Nanan is blindsided from behind. A mysterious force shoves her violently forward. She screams in fright as she is thrown onto the bed. The young woman falls without having the slightest chance to defend against the blow. A woman who looks exactly like her appears right in front of her. Nanan asks who she is, while the lookalike questions her about her return. The lookalike grabs her by the neck tightly. Nanan is left breathless, struggling to break free from the attacker's grip. With a cold glare, the woman reveals their connection. She says that, in a way, Nanan is her older sister. Nanan gasps for air, remembering a man named Su Jiani. She wonders if what he said about a sister was actually true. The girl who was tied up on the couch gets up. She throws herself onto the lookalike's back, trying to save Nanan from the attack. After the effort, the girl passes out on the floor. She used the last of her strength to help Nanan escape. The lookalike stands up and glares at Nanan. She asks what the young woman is up to, but Nanan says she came looking for Wang Han. The woman presses a blade against Nanan's neck. She warns her that it is better not to know about certain things. She also orders Nanan to stay away from Wang Han. The lookalike says the two of them are constantly risking their lives. With a shove, she throws her to the ground. She demands that Wang Han return an item or he will be in serious trouble. Nanan is left lying there, completely confused. She understands nothing about the item or the threat she just heard. The lookalike forbids her from asking questions. She also orders Nanan to deny knowing her if anyone confuses the two of them. Suddenly, the woman hears a noise at the door. Her gaze turns tense, realizing someone has arrived at the apartment. The door opens and Wang Han appears in the hallway. He takes in the scene and yells, trying to understand what is happening. With a serious expression, Wang Han glares at the woman. He gives a short, direct order for her to let Nanan go. The lookalike glares back at him, fearless. She simply comments that he took far too long to get there. The protagonist charges forward, furious. He yells that the two of them are sisters and questions how she can be so cruel. Hyundai ignores him and lunges at Nanan. She screams at the protagonist to hand over the item immediately. In a swift motion, Wang Han pulls Nanan close. He shields her in his arms, blocking the attack. He glares at Hyundai, who insists she does not have the item. The young man reminds her that she said the same thing about the Buddha head. The woman says he has already searched her house and knows there is nothing there. So, she offers double the price for the item. Ignoring the offer, Wang Han picks Nanan up in his arms. The other girl remains passed out on the bed, forgotten in the corner. He says the rules are strict and a sale cannot be undone. Hyundai asks if the item is with Li Wenyuan. Realizing he knows a lot, she tries to hire him. She offers double what he earns for him to come work for her. Wang Han accepts the proposal but sets a condition. He warns her that she must not provoke Sukai ever again. Hyundai agrees to the deal and leaves. The protagonist dismisses her coldly without even offering to show her out. He looks down at the young woman in his arms. Wang Han wonders where she gets so many crazy ideas. Shortly after, Nan wakes up in bed. She touches her neck, still feeling the pain, and calls out his name. She finds him sitting in the living room. Desperate, the young woman asks where her lookalike went. Nan apologizes, saying she got everything completely wrong. He explains that one went home, but Hyundai simply vanished. He says it is no problem. Wang Han comments that he is already used to being misunderstood by her. At that moment, his phone begins to ring. The name on the screen shows an incoming call from someone named Bai Deming. On the other end of the line, the man orders him to go pick up goods for Mr. Lai. Wang Han agrees to go right away. He says goodbye to Nanan, letting her know he has to head out. The young man mentions he left food ready in the kitchen for her. Wang Han steps out of the apartment, closing the door. He leaves her alone to go handle his urgent business. Nanan watches him leave with a thoughtful gaze. She wonders just how many secrets that man is still hiding. Upon arriving at a mansion, a group of men is waiting for him. They rush him into the car, as they were already expecting him. The car speeds down the road. The driver receives the order to head toward the river crossing. Inside the vehicle, Wang Han checks a message. An old man asks him to take photos of Li Wenyuan's object tonight. He reflects on the situation and reaches a conclusion. The protagonist realizes he is not the only undercover agent in the group. An older man who appears to be Master Bai collects the phones. He warns that the operation is critical. Wang Han hands over his device but questions the route. He asks why they are not heading toward the river crossing. Master Bai explains the plan. He orders a driver named Aza to head to the crossing with some men to create a distraction. Following the order, one of the cars skids on the road. The vehicle separates from the convoy and heads in another direction. The men who stayed behind quickly switch cars. The operation continues with the main team in a new vehicle. Master Bai sits down with Wang Han. He informs him that the rest of the group will head to the old dock. The car speeds up once more. They head toward the new meeting point, leaving the distraction behind. The group arrives at an isolated dock. Anchored there, a massive and luxurious yacht awaits them in the silence of the night. The protagonist questions what that is. Master Bai answers mysteriously, saying he will find out soon enough. As they step onto the yacht, an elegant woman greets them. She recognizes Wang Han and greets him in a friendly manner. Master Bai goes straight to the point. He asks Miss Chi where the things are, and she points out a box. The woman approaches Wang Han. She asks the young man to help her walk, leaning on him for support. Master Bai rushes them both. He tells Miss Chi to get into the car so they can leave right away. Back at the pier, they get organized. Wang Han is instructed to ride in the same car as Miss Chi, and they part ways. The three cars drive away from the dock. Each takes a different route to ensure the safety of the operation. Inside the car, he thinks about the mission and who die, but Miss Chi interrupts his thoughts, complimenting his skin tone. He responds politely. The woman does not back down and shows her nails, trying to strike up a conversation with him. Miss Chi continues the chat and shows her two nails. Wang Han simply says they look nice to end the subject. The scene shifts to another car where he warns the driver. Wang Han tells someone named Bo Zhe to watch out as something is off. Bo Zhe seems overconfident and dismisses the warning. He says the Six Masters' plans are flawless and there is nothing to worry about. Suddenly, a red semi-truck appears on the road. The massive vehicle barrels down at high speed directly toward their car. Wang Han shouts a warning to the driver, but the truck slams hard into the rear of the car, causing a major accident. Someone kicks the car window with force. The glass shatters, showing they are being ambushed from all sides. In another vehicle, Wang Han shields Miss Chi. He holds her firmly and tells her to brace herself during the impact. Their car is struck and flips through the air. Even as they crash, the protagonist keeps protecting the woman at his side. Outside, he glares at the destruction. Wang Han realizes his enemy is dead serious about this ambush. A group of armed men surrounds a lone figure. They receive orders to secure a quick victory. More enemies wielding swords emerge in the middle of the street. Chaos spreads, and one of the men challenges them to fight. An overhead shot shows the street overrun by attackers. They rush toward their targets, ready for combat. Miss Che holds the box terrified. She asks who those people are and where Bai Dimming is. Wang Han tries to calm her down, guaranteeing her safety. He tells her not to be afraid, for he is there to defend her. A masked enemy leaps toward them. He demands they hand over the item and Miss Chi screams in panic. With a powerful kick, Wang Han counters the strike. He hits the man mid-air and sends him flying away from there. The protagonist grabs the sword blade with his bare hand. He stops the enemy strike, showing his incredible resilience. Now armed, he challenges the others. Wang Han tells him to bring it on, and the men advance cautiously. He readies himself for combat, holding the sword. The young man regrets not bringing a firearm along for the mission. During the fight, he thinks over the situation. He did not expect Hu Dai to be capable of orchestrating such a brutal attack. He glares at one of the enemies and gets a strange feeling. The protagonist thinks that man's face looks familiar. The man attacks him, asking if he is going to try and run. Wang Han dodges the blow nimbly and prepares to counterattack. The young man grabs his opponent's mask. He says he is going to find out who he is, pulling the disguise off with force. Upon seeing the face, Wang Han is shocked. He recognizes the man and asks in disbelief if he is really Kang Hongji. Kang Hongji, now unmasked, flies into a rage. He yells at his men to stop staring and to charge him to finish him off. An older man with gray hair joins the fray. He says to finish this quickly and charges right toward him. The older man attacks him with a broadsword. Wang Han manages to block the powerful strike at the very last second. Miss Chi screams out in worry. She warns that he is bleeding as the previous blow nicked his arm. The gray-haired enemy glares at him with hatred. His eyes show he has no intention of backing down in this battle. Wang Han manages to tear his mask off too. He recognizes him and asks in surprise what Master Xia is doing there. Master Xia stands his ground, staring down the protagonist. Wang Han fails to understand the reason for his presence in the ambush. Before they can continue, a motorcycle gang arrives. The leader yells at them to leave the goods if they want to live. Wang Han wastes no time and grabs Miss Chi. He pulls her away, telling him to make a run for it immediately. Kang Hongji alerts Master Xia. He says they cannot let him escape, since he has already recognized both of them. But Master Xia gives a surprising order. He says not to hurt anyone, because they only want the item. From afar, Huda watches the scene from atop a truck. She yells at them not to try and escape the area. As they flee, Wang Han and Miss Chai are surrounded. The motorcyclists close in at high speed. Hu Di on her bike blocks their path. She extends her hand and demands that Miss Chai hand over the package. At that moment, Master Xia blindsides Hu Di from behind. He attacks her with his sword, yelling at her not to even think about it. The scene shows the unexpected alliance. Master Xia defends the box from Hu Dai, who tries to grab it by any means. Master Xia and Hu Di clash with their swords. The blade passes inches from the face of Miss Chi, who is knocked down. Taking advantage of the confusion, Wang Han scoops her up in his arms. He tells her to hold tight as they bolt away from the chaos. While running, he opens the box with one hand. Inside, the protagonist finds a small golden item shaped like a pouch. With agility, he pops the item into his mouth. The young man keeps it secure while continuing his escape with the woman. He spins around and hurls the empty box toward the enemies. Wang Han yells that they can split whatever is inside. Kang Hongji manages to catch the box midair. He celebrates, yelling that the item is finally his. But Hu Dai slashes at him with her sword right then and there. She is not going to let him keep the treasure so easily. Kang Hongji opens the box and sees it as empty. Furious, he realizes he was played by the protagonist. Wang Han and Miss Chi spot a couple on a motorcycle. He dashes up to them and asks if he can borrow the vehicle. The bike rider, seeing the chase, agrees. He yells for the two of them to hop on fast so they can make their escape. The two hop on and the bike speeds off at high velocity. The rider boasts about being a world racing champion. Miss Chi praises his speed, but Wang Han is focused, hearing his phone vibrate inside his jacket pocket. With the wound on his shoulder throbbing, he pulls the bike over. The protagonist finally pulls out his phone to take the call. The device's screen shows an incoming call from Bai Dimming. He answers it with a serious and exhausted look on his face. Bai Dimming asks where he is and if the item is secure. Wang Han confirms it, and the master sets up a meeting at Mr. Li's house. He hangs up and gets back on the bike with Miss Chi. The two set off for the agreed meeting point. The scene cuts to a luxurious and imposing mansion. A caption indicates that this is the residence of Li Wenwen. Inside the house, Miss Chi hands the item over to an older man. She thanks Wang Han for saving her life. Master Bai praises the protagonist, calling him a hero. But Wang Han responds modestly, saying it was nothing. Bai Dimming instructs him to take the woman to her room. He says he will talk with Mr. Lai and they will catch up later. He accompanies Miss Chi down a hallway. The two walk in silence, leaving the meeting room behind. The woman breaks the silence and asks if he is heading home. The protagonist confirms that he plans to head back to his apartment. Once in the room, she thanks him again. She says that without him, she could have lost her life in that ambush. She invites him to go out the next day, but he explains he has things to take care of as he has been very busy. She insists and offers to secure some time off for him, but he says goodbye, telling her she needs to rest. Miss Chi asks him to take care of himself as well. He agrees and exits the room, wrapping up the conversation. Wang Han meets Bai Dimming outside. He notices the master looks incredibly pale and asks what happened. Bai Dimming reveals that something went wrong. He shares that Mr. Li is very displeased and they need to talk. At Bai Dimming's villa, his men are gathered. One of them asks the sixth master exactly what happened. The master explains that the operation was leaked. He says very few people knew the details, which indicates an internal problem. He declares there is a traitor among them. Asa and another henchman are shocked and trade suspicious looks. Tension escalates in the room. All the men glare at one another, trying to figure out who the group's informant could be. Only Wang Han remains calm and observant. He folds his hands, waiting for Master Bai's next move. A man suggests the traitor might be on Mr. Li's side, but Bai Dimming denies it, saying he planned everything himself. The master turns to Asa, his oldest man. He asks who Asa thinks the traitor is, but he cannot say. Then Bose accuses Wang Han. He argues that the protagonist was the last to join the group and is the most suspicious. But Asa defends him on the spot. He reminds everyone that Wang Han saved their lives and protected Miss Chi. Bai Dimming turns to the protagonist and asks the same question. But Wang Han says the master must already know who the agent is. Master Bai's expression turns dark. He warns that since no one confessed, he will handle it his own way. With a swift movement, he delivers a fatal strike. One of his men drops backward, exposed as the true traitor. The traitor's body falls lifeless to the floor. The other team members watch the scene, shocked and terrified. With the weapon still in hand, Bai Dimming reinforces his rules. He warns that he will not tolerate any traitors on his squad. Asa questions the decision since the man named Maruko was an old-timer in the group, but Master Bai orders them to search the body. Asa approaches Maruko's body. He checks the man's clothing, looking for any proof of the betrayal. In an inside pocket, he finds a small device. It was a tracker, confirming the boss's suspicions. Bai Dimming reveals he used a scanner to check all of them. The proof of Maruko's betrayal was there the entire time. He addresses his loyal men. The master promises a life of luxury, but warns he will be ruthless with any other traitors. With the situation settled, he dismisses the team. The men withdraw, leaving Bai Dimming alone with Wang Han. As the protagonist is leaving, the master calls him back. Wang Han turns around and asks what he can do for him. Bai Dimming praises him for his work and gives him some time off. He suggests the young man spend the day with Miss Chi. Later, while driving his car, Wang Han receives a call. It is Master Xia's daughter, worried about something at school. But she says her father wants to invite him over for dinner. He asks to speak with Master Xia, calling him Principal Xia. At her house, the daughter hands the phone to her father. Master Xia seems to have been waiting for the protagonist's call. He takes the phone and greets Wang Han. The man seems relieved to hear the young man's voice on the other end. Wang Han reassures him, saying he won't spill anything. He promises to visit him when he has time and hangs up. The daughter, Wan Ying, asks what happened. Master Xia sends her off to rest, hiding his worries about the situation. As soon as she leaves, he slams the table hard. The calm on his face vanishes, replaced by sheer rage. Kang Hongji asks what Wang Han said. Master Xia reveals that the young man promised to keep the ambush a secret. Kang Hong suggests they eliminate Wang Han. He does not trust the protagonist, but the master has other plans. Master Xia reveals the reason for his fear. He shares that Wang Han is a man working for someone named Lin Qinjin. Furious, Kang Hongji understands his rival's arrogance. He suggests kidnapping his daughter as a warning. But Master Shi slaps him across the face. He forbids him from involving family, saying that crosses the line. He stands up and leaves, annoyed by the suggestion. Master Shi says to leave things as they are for now. Kang Hongji is left alone, holding his face. He mutters that was Wang Han who forced him to this point. Elsewhere, the protagonist arrives by car. He parks and gets ready to head up to his apartment. He sees a woman and her mother getting out of a car. They seem to be returning home after some time away. The woman spots him and greets him. He calls her sister Tian and asks if her mother has already been discharged from the hospital. The girl confirms it, thanking him for his help. He offers to help with her bag, showing his kindness. Suddenly, a third woman approaches. He recognizes her and greets her, calling her Sister Lily. The woman looks at Wang Han and asks if he is the brother-in-law. Sister Tian gets flustered by the question. Tian Lily explains he is just a neighbor. The other woman introduces herself as Wei Xiaoqin, Tian Lily's cousin. Tian Lily's mother thanks Wang Han for saving her life. She says the surgery was a success thanks to the specialist he brought in. While walking up, Wei Xiaoqin questions him. She asks why a wealthy man like him lives in such a simple neighborhood. She comments on the luxury car he drives, but he lies, saying the vehicle is just a rental. Wei Xiaoqin looks disappointed by the answer. The expression on her face shifts, showing her loss of interest. She calls him conceited behind his back and walks away. Wang Han merely smiles, unfazed by her comment. He arrives at his apartment and opens the door. The protagonist has no idea what awaits him on the other side. To his surprise, Nanan is just stepping out of the shower. She greets him, surprised that he returns so early. Nanan walks toward him, wrapped in a towel. Wang Han watches her, feeling the tension in the room. He approaches her from behind, complimenting her scent. The protagonist affectionately calls her the mother of the child. But Nanan slaps his hand away with a flushed face. She reminds him that she is a sister-in-law, scolding him for his action. He stares at her in silence for a moment. Her expression shows anger and embarrassment over the unexpected situation. He asks what she is doing at his place again. The protagonist seems annoyed by her constant presence there. She explains that the place is secure. Nanan says the building has no cameras and is close to downtown, making it perfect to hide out. He asks about her sister, but she fires back, asking why he is so interested in his own woman. Wang Han grabs his phone and reads the news. He finds out that a psychiatric hospital was breached and several patients escape. The news warns that some escapees are violent. While reading, she looks at a photo and recognizes someone. She kicks his leg to get his attention. Nanan shows him the phone screen and asks if he recognizes the person. He looks at the photo closely. The protagonist says the face looks familiar, but he cannot recall who it is. The image shows a middle-aged man with glasses. He wears a striped psychiatric hospital uniform. Nanan also feels like she has seen him before. She tries to focus, racking her brain to remember where she knows him from. The two fall silent, lost in thought. They strain to identify the mysterious man from the news. Suddenly, it clicks. Wang Han says the man in the photo is a dangerous fellow named Wu Fa. He recalls an event from 20 years ago. His eyes widen at the memory of that man. He shares that Wu Fa was a rogue monk. The man emerged in the martial arts world, causing a lot of trouble. Wu Fa had a bizarre habit of smiling at everyone. His calm appearance masked a violent and unpredictable nature. He enjoyed debating Buddhist teachings. The monk would constantly challenge other monks to philosophical discussions. But his logic was twisted. He would eliminate whoever lost the debate and also whoever won out of sheer arrogance. Wang Han reveals that Wu Fa was a grandmaster. He tried to force the protagonist to become a monk but ended up institutionalized. Nanan is frightened by the story. She realizes the hospital breach was no simple break-in. She suspects Li Wenyuan is behind it. The young woman believes he broke Wu Fa out to use him in his plans. Suddenly, they hear a knock at the door. Wang Han stands up and asks who is outside. Wei Xiaoqin's voice answers. She asks if it is him, if anything is wrong, sounding concerned. She says her sister's house is packed. With a shivering expression, the young woman asks to spend the night at his apartment. But Wang Han refuses, saying it would be inappropriate. She insists, suggesting he could sleep on the couch. He repeats that it is inappropriate and does not open the door. The protagonist makes it clear he will not give in to her request. Wei Xiaoqin is left outside irritated. She calls him stingy and walks away, stomping her feet down the hallway. Inside the apartment, Nanan glares at him suspiciously. She comments that he draws a lot of attention when she is not around. She accuses him of having a fling with the woman. He tries to explain himself, but she smirks and says he would take her to bed right away. He is left speechless by the accusation. She tells him to stop talking and heads to the bedroom, saying she is going to sleep. The next day, Wang Han is working out. His phone begins to vibrate on the balcony, interrupting his training. On the other end of the line, Miss Chi reminds him of his promise. He agrees to go out with her and sets a meeting point. The scene shows the facade of a modern and luxurious building. It is a bustling shopping mall in the center of the city. Wang Han arrives at the location. He pulls his car up in front of the main entrance, waiting for her. Miss Chi steps out of a luxury car. He opens the door for her, acting like a true gentleman. She greets him, praising his punctuality. The woman seems excited for their shopping day together. He asks where they are heading. She takes his hand and says they are going to an online showroom first. 2 hours later, they step out of a shop. The protagonist is already carrying a shopping bag for her. 4 hours later, the situation has worsened. He is now carrying a mountain of boxes while she walks completely free. Night falls, and the moon shines in the sky. The long day of shopping seems to have finally come to an end. Miss Chi looks up at the sky surprised. She comments on how fast the night arrived after such a long day. Wang Han complains that they spent the entire day shopping, but she laughs and says he cannot keep up with the pace. He takes offense and denies it. To change the subject, she suggests they go to a karaoke bar to have some fun. The protagonist agrees, saying he knows a good spot. Now, instead of bags, he is pushing a shopping cart. They arrive at a luxurious venue called Crown KTV. The grand facade shows the place is high-end. He leads her inside the karaoke venue. The woman is impressed by the place and says it looks like a lot of fun. The two walk down the hallway. Meanwhile, another group of people enters the venue, unaware of their presence. But the protagonist recognizes someone in the group. He gets annoyed upon seeing Wei Xiaokan again, his neighbor's cousin. He tries to steer away, but the man accompanying her bumps into him. The collision happens right at the entrance of the hallway. The blonde man gets angry over the bump. He accuses him of being blind and not watching where he is going. Miss Chi tries to defuse the situation. She apologizes on behalf of Wang Han, who remains silent. But the blonde man ignores her and focuses on her instead. He compliments her, giving her a sly look and stepping closer. He invites her to exchange contacts. The man insists, completely ignoring the protagonist standing beside her. Miss Chi politely declines. She says she does not usually add strangers to her social media accounts. The man flies into a rage over the refusal. He accuses her of being shameless, making a scene right in the middle of the hallway. Wang Han steps in and glares at him coldly. He warns the man to walk away, as he does not want any trouble today. The blonde man tries to lay hands on Miss Chi. He charges, yelling at her, but the protagonist moves quickly. With a precise motion, he catches the attacker's wrist. Wang Han blocks the assault, showing off his reflexes. The man screams in pain as his wrist is twisted. A purple energy aura wraps around the protagonist's hand. The blonde man shouts for his friend's help. He tells them to get him, and the two charge forward to attack. Wang Han does not wait around and lands a punch square on his face. The blow is so heavy it knocks him backward instantly. The man hits the floor with a thud. He cracks his head, completely taken out by the protagonist's strike. In a sequence of rapid movements, he takes down the others. Wang Han floors the two thugs with precise kicks and punches. Within seconds, all three men are on the ground. Wei Xiaokan watches the scene, shaking with fear and completely bewildered. The protagonist approaches the downed blonde man. He plants his foot on his chest and says he gave him a chance, but he failed. With a heavy stomp, he makes him howl in pain. Wang Han shows he is not playing around and his patience has run out. He turns to Wei Xiaokan, who is cowering on the floor. The young man asks what she wants, giving her an intimidating glare. He warns her that the only reason he did not hurt her was because of her sister. Wang Han orders the woman to leave immediately. Wei Xiaokan scrambles up and bolts away, terrified. She flees without looking back, leaving the mess behind. With the situation resolved, he turns back to Miss Chi. The protagonist invites her into the karaoke private room. One of the defeated men struggles to his feet. He asks Wei Xiaokan if she knows who that guy was. The blonde man, still seething, grabs her by the collar. He accuses her of knowing the protagonist was a fighter. She cries and protests that she knew nothing at all. To save herself, she suggests they call the karaoke manager to handle it. His friend agrees with the idea. He says they need payback so they do not lose face in front of the others. The blonde man says he does not know the big boss, Zhang Qingyu, but he reveals his brother knows him and has already called him. Inside the room, Wang Han picks out a song. Miss Chi watches him, still a little shaken by the altercation. She steps closer and says she is feeling down. The woman asks him to sing a song to cheer her up. He smiles and asks what kind of song she wants to hear. She replies that anything sung by him would make her happy. Wang Han begins to belt out a song with funny lyrics. The upbeat melody and his vocals fill the room. Miss Chi cannot hold back her laughter. She hugs him, saying he looks absolutely hilarious singing like that. After singing, he hands the microphone over to Miss Chi. The protagonist says it is now her turn to perform. Outside, a group of men arrives in the hallway. One of them points to the private room door, confirming the location. With a crash, the door is kicked open. A mean-looking man in a suit enters the room, followed by his bodyguards. Wang Han glares at him without showing any surprise. The man who breached the room looks irritated and ready for a brawl. The man offers a sarcastic apology for the interruption. He says he was informed about trouble and that the protagonist was behind it. Wang Han offers to cover the damages, but the man refuses, saying it is fine and that he can order whatever he likes. The room door shuts with a thud. Tension in the air peaks, and the night of fun seems to be over. The protagonist turns to Miss Chi. He tells her not to worry because it is all over and they can keep going. But the door is booted open once again. The blonde man and his crew return, accompanied by even more backup. The beaten crew points at Wang Han. They yell that the protagonist was the one who ambushed them at the entrance. A heavy-set, bald man steps forward. He asks who laid hands on his brother, giving a menacing look. Miss Chi grips Wang Han's arm, worried. She senses the situation is about to get highly dangerous. The protagonist looks at him with utter disdain. He says he gave him a chance to leave, but they failed to take it. The blonde man hurls insults, saying he thinks too highly of himself. He brags about being able to get any woman he wants. Wang Han's expression turns sinister. He warns that nobody touches the people he protects. The bald man grabs an object to use as a weapon. He says he loves breaking people who think they are hot stuff like him. The protagonist is completely unfazed by the threat. He gives the group one final chance to walk away before it is too late. But the blonde man is done talking. He says he cannot take it anymore and needs his revenge. He screams that he must avenge the humiliation. Wei Xiaokan appears behind her bald brother, observing the scene. The bald brother charges into the fray. Armed with a knife, he commands his men to join the brawl. Suddenly, the man in the suit appears at the door. He questions if they aren't in the wrong place to start a fight. The blonde man recognizes him and flies into a rage. He boasts about being tight with the casino boss Zhang Qingyu. Wang Han begins to laugh at the situation. He finds it hilarious that the two of them claim to be close friends with the establishment's boss. The bald brother tries to intimidate the man in the suit. He says he drinks with Zhang Qingyu and tells him he better stay out of it. But the man in the suit is not intimidated. He challenges him, asking what would happen if he insisted on making trouble. The man in the suit drops the bald brother with a strike. He reveals his identity, roaring that he is Zhang Qingyu. The bald brother slams to the floor, completely broken. The blonde man is left stunned as he realizes the mistake he made. He yells that the man is lying. The blonde guy cannot believe his brother, who supposedly knows the boss, would be laid out by him. Running out of patience, Zhang Qingyu boots him with force. He sends him flying, showing he is not messing around. Annoyed, he calls in his bodyguards. Zhang Qingyu orders them to teach the troublemakers a proper lesson. Lying on the floor, the blonde man spouts threats. He keeps saying his brother knows the boss, completely missing the irony. Zhang Qingyu orders his men to beat them both. The bodyguards move in and begin to assault the group. The man in the suit stumps on the blonde guy's face with force. The attacker spits blood, suffering the consequences of his actions. Ms. Chi cowers terrified. She tells Wang Han that she is too scared to watch the violent scene. Zhang Qingyu steps up to apologize, but Wang Han covers, saying his sister dragged them out. The boss does not buy it but accepts the excuse. He orders his men to drag the attackers away and finish them off. Wei Xiaoqing is dragged away by her hair, screaming for help. She tries to use Wang Han's name to save herself. Zhang Qingyu glares at her with contempt. He accuses her of posing as Wang Han's sister-in-law and orders her punishment. With the room now quiet, Ms. Chi questions him. She asks why Boss Zhang was so incredibly respectful toward him. He replies that he helped him out with a small favor. Exhausted, she says she does not want to sing anymore and asks to go home. Wang Han agrees and says he will step out for some fresh air. Ms. Chi simply agrees, failing to catch his sense of urgency. He heads to the room door but pauses for a moment. The protagonist catches a strange scent coming from the hallway. Returning to the room, he warns that something is wrong. Wang Han says he picked up a strong scent, but she cannot smell anything. He grabs her by the hand and pulls her to leave. The young man says they need to get out of there fast and leads her into the hallway. As they step out, they encounter a shocking sight. The protagonist's expression turns dead serious, and Miss Chai looks horrified. She covers her mouth, aghast. The young woman cannot hold back a scream of panic upon seeing what is on the floor. The hallway is lined with bodies. Zhang Qingyu's men and the attackers are all down and lifeless. Wang Han stares at the scene, perplexed. He wonders who could have caused this in such a short amount of time. In another room, the blonde man is badly hurt. Wufa asks him if he thinks people are moving. The monk questions him about the Earth's movement. The man shakes his head, terrified and failing to grasp the question. The blonde guy, despite his terror, answers. He says the Earth is moving because he learned that in school. Wufa then asks about the wind. Terrifying shadow looms behind him, amplifying the injured man's horror. The monk teaches him a twisted lesson. He says the man's heart is restless and that he will help him find peace. With an energy strike, he hits him in the chest. The blonde man spits blood and collapses, gravely injured by the attack. In the hallway, Miss Chi is horrified. She comments to Wang Han that the sight is far too gruesome to look at. Wufa stands up and gives a sinister grin. He seems pleased with what he did, showing zero remorse. Wang Han recognizes the emblem on the man's uniform. He realizes Wu Fei escaped from the Jiangning Second Mental Hospital. Suddenly, Wu Fa spins around and spots him. He smiles and greets the protagonist, happy to run into him again. Wang Han's expression shifts to pure panic. He cannot believe his old nemesis is standing right in front of him. Wu Fa notes that 11 years have passed since their last meeting. He seems excited to have found his old friend. Wang Han tells Miss Chi to run, but she says she is in shock and cannot walk another step out of sheer terror. The protagonist tries to calm her down but urges her to run. He warns that if they do not get out of there, it will be too late. Wu Fa pursues them, asking to chat, but Wang Han pulls her and yells at her to run without looking back. Chaos erupts throughout the karaoke venue. People flee screaming for help, calling the police because of the killer. Wu Fa keeps up the chase, asking questions. The protagonist shoves Miss Chai, telling her to go ahead. The monk finally catches up to him. He grabs him and asks about the nature of Buddha, completely ignoring the surrounding chaos. He says he meditated for 10 years. Wu Fa asks for help understanding why there is no equality if everyone can be Buddha. Wang Han responds with philosophy to distract him. He says a Buddha is an enlightened human, and vice versa. Police and ambulance sirens wail outside. The loud noise begins to close in on the venue. Wu Fa gets annoyed by the noise and decides to split. He snatches Wang Han's hand and drags him away from there. A female police officer arrives and orders the area cordoned off. She warns everyone to evacuate because the scene is dangerous. Someone in the crowd points to the roof. They spot two figures up there, appearing to hold hands. On top of the building, Wang Han tries to break free. Wu Fa says that from a high place, they can achieve enlightenment. The protagonist says he is busy. He tries to rid himself of the monk, but Wu Fa holds on to him with a vice grip. Wu Fa chokes him by the neck, demanding an answer. Wang Han is stunned by the man's raw power. In an apartment, two women watch a video clip. One of them, a blonde, gasps at a roof fight. The other woman, Nanan, snatches the phone to get a better look. She recognizes something familiar in the footage she is watching. She points to the screen, shocked. Nanan tells her friend that one of the people in the video looks just like Wang Han. Back on the roof, the protagonist is in a tight spot. He asks Wu Fa what he wants, but the monk asks for protection. Wang Han says he does not need protection. He questions why Wu Fa won't let him go, trying to make sense of the situation. Wu Fa says the protagonist helped him understand. He tries to return the favor, but Wang Han says he doesn't need it. His phone rings and Suki's name flashes on the screen. He falls silent for a moment, surprised by the call. He answers but hangs up right after. Wu Fa says someone is trying to disturb him, but he denies it. The monk strikes a meditative pose, suspicious. He does not seem convinced by the wrong number excuse. Wang Han slowly gets to his feet. He prepares to make a break for it, seizing a moment of distraction from Wu Fa. With a leap, he tries to jump from the roof. The protagonist hurls himself toward the neighboring building to escape. But Wu Fa, with a smile, warns him. He says the young man cannot shake his presence off that easily. While running, Wang Han calls someone. He says he was intercepted by Wu Fa and asks for his second brother to come pick him up. The man on the phone says the second brother is tied up. He reveals that Li Wenyuan released Wu Fa to bait the alliance. Wang Han asks when they plan to move. He informs them that the monk has already assaulted several people tonight. The person on the phone reassures him. He guarantees they won't let Wu Fa cause any more trouble and will act shortly. He hangs up drained. The protagonist decides he needs to head home to rest after such a wild night. The scene shows the quiet neighborhood around his building. People stroll calmly, oblivious to the danger. Upon arriving, he crosses paths with Tian Lily on the street. She greets him, but he seems to be searching for someone else. He greets her mother, who is recovering well. The lady thanks him once more for his assistance. While walking, Tian Lily comments that he made it back late. The three walk together toward the building. But Wang Han tenses up upon spotting something. He gets irritated, complaining that he cannot shake that person off. Wu Fa is standing in front of the building as if waiting for him. The protagonist compares him to a persistent ghost. Wang Han warns Tian Lily and her mother to back away. He says the man is mentally unstable and highly dangerous. But Tian Lily's mother recognizes him. She calls him Old Wu, and he calls her Su Xin, showing they know each other. The two lock eyes emotional. Su Xin asks how many years it has been since they last met, with tears welling up. Wu Fa turns back to the protagonist. He says the young man's mind is not at peace, and Wang Han panics. Su Xin steps in front of him to protect him. She tells Wu Fa to go somewhere else and says she will shield him. But the monk says her heart is not at peace either. He offers to help her settle down. Wu Fa strikes, but Wang Han blocks the blow. He keeps the monk from hurting the lady, shielding her. The impact throws him back, and he spits blood. Tian Lily rushes over to him, worried about his condition. Wu Fa readies himself to strike again. A blue energy aura envelops his body, showcasing his power. Suddenly, a tranquilizer dart hits him. Su Xin yells for him to watch out, but it is already too late. She throws herself in front of him and takes the hit to her shoulder. The woman shields him from the assault, sacrificing herself for him. Su Xin collapses to the ground, groaning in pain. The dart is lodged in her shoulder, and she begins to lose consciousness. Wu Fa is stunned to see her down. He cries out her name, unable to believe what just occurred. A medical team from a psychiatric hospital arrives. They encircle Wu Fa and order him to surrender. Wu Fa turns to the team furious. He accuses them of hurting Su Xin, his face contorted with rage. One of the medics fires another tranquilizer dart. The projectile flies at high velocity toward the monk, but he dodges with a swift movement. The dart zips past him, and the monk readies himself to counterattack. With agility, he leaps toward the medics. Wu Fa is not going to let them capture him that easily. He hits one of the medics with an energy strike. The man takes a direct hit and suffers a heavy shock. Wu Fa unleashes a blast of energy against the group. The attack blows everyone back, dropping the medical team. The remaining medics stare at him, terrified. They say his mind is unstable, but Wu Fa turns a deaf ear. Wang Han helps Tian Lily's mother up. He tells the young woman they need to get out of there fast. A masked man emerges from the crowd. The hospital crew continues to corral Wu Fa to capture him. Moving with incredible speed, the masked man lunges. He manages to pin Wu Fa's arm and lock him down. Wang Han realizes the medics are elite fighters. He concludes they are members of the famous Heroes Alliance. One of the team members aims a dart rifle at Wu Fa. He prepares to fire a heavier tranquilizer. The dart strikes Wu Fa's back with precision. The monk feels the sharp sting of the impact but does not drop immediately. Furious, he spins on the containment squad. Wu Fa roars that he will help them settle down. He hits one of the men with an energy strike. The impact is so heavy it breaks the man's back right in half. The man is hurled against an ambulance with violence. The force of the blow crushes the vehicle's roof. The masked man advances with a flaming fist. He tells Wu Fa to stop being stubborn and come back with him. The fiery strike hits Wu Fa dead on in the chest. The monk feels the power of the attack but still manages to withstand it. The man grips Wu Fa's head firmly. He says their hearts are restless and attempts to calm him down. The squad finally manages to surround and subdue the escapee. From afar, Wang Han watches the scene, feeling a wave of relief. He finally makes sense of the situation. The protagonist realizes Shi Tianxiang is part of the organization. After an entire night of chaos, he returns home. Wang Han is spent and just wants to get some sleep. He finds Nanan sitting in the living room with a laptop. The young man asks why she is always at his apartment. He warns her the place is no longer safe for her. The protagonist says Wu Fa now knows where he lives. She remembers a video clip she watched the previous night. Nanan realizes it was Wang Han whom Wu Fa dragged from the KTV. She is shocked to confirm it was him. The young woman says, "It's a miracle he wasn't broken by the monk." He says he is heading to the bedroom to sleep. She informs him that her sister was there earlier looking for him. The protagonist asks where her sister is. Nanan answers that she already left again without giving any explanation. Wang Han heads to the bedroom, truly wiped out. He warns her not to wake him up unless it is something critical. The next day, he heads over to Suki's office. The protagonist asks where she is but does not find her. Jiang Junhao is sitting in her chair. He questions what Wang Han is doing there with a mocking tone. He brags about his bond with Nanan. Jiang Junhao says his family is one of the 10 wealthiest in the province. He belittles him, saying he is nothing but a delivery boy. Wang Han fires back that everything comes down to his personal charisma. Jiang Junhao laughs and calls him a commoner. He mocks the protagonist, trying to diminish him in front of everyone. Suddenly, the office door opens. Nanan steps into the room, catching both men off guard in the middle of their argument. She ignores Wang Han and hands some soup to Jiang Junhao. Nanan mentions she heard he did not sleep well the previous night. Jiang Junhao shows concern for her. Wang Han watches the scene, but she simply says she is feeling fine. The protagonist steps up behind her. He places his hands on her shoulders and says she needs to rest too. Nanan turns to Jiang Junhao and dismisses him for good. She lies on the spot, saying she and Wang Han are already married. With a firm look, she calls for a secretary. Nanan asks Xiao Cheng to escort the uninvited guest to the exit. Jiang Junhao storms out of the room completely furious. He grumbles, feeling humiliated by the situation with his rival. Xiao Cheng escorts him out of the office. The secretary politely guides him out, ending the confrontation for good. Nanan says he does not look tired and that she should rest. He teases her, calling her the mother of the child. He falls asleep in the office chair. At that moment, Nanan's phone begins to ring on top of the desk. She sees the call is from her older sister. Nanan wonders if it is someone named Rao Rushuan calling her. Upon answering, she hears a confused voice. The person on the other end asks where her younger brother is. The sister thinks Nanan is a kidnapper. She offers a large sum of cash in exchange for her brother. Nanan calmly responds that he is asleep. The sister gets even more furious and demands to know who is speaking. Nanan wakes him up, saying someone is looking for him. She looks uncomfortable seeing that he fell asleep right there. He takes her phone and asks what is going on. She informs him that his older sister is calling. He tries to explain that the woman really is his sister, but Nanan does not seem to buy it and says he doesn't need to explain himself. To prove it, he offers to put it on speakerphone, but the call cuts off before he can do anything. The sister on the other end of the line is in a panic. She asks if Nanan is okay and if she was hurt by the kidnapper. The sister accuses him of being with another woman. Nanan flies into a rage, her face flushing with anger and jealousy. He tries to explain it as him but gets tongue-tied. The protagonist realizes that if he lies, it might raise suspicions. The sister reminds him of a promise they made. She asks what he said when they made a pinky swear. Nanan hangs up the phone, slamming it on the desk. Impressed, she praises Wang Han's skill, but the sister on the other end of the line is furious. She accuses him of not caring about her and hangs up on him. He tries to call back, but she does not pick up. The protagonist is left frustrated, not knowing what to do. He laments the situation with a desperate expression. Wang Han feels guilty for causing the mess. He paces the room trying to explain himself. Wang Han approaches Nanan, calling her darling. She shoves him away, annoyed by the situation. The young woman reminds him of the promise he made to the other woman. He tries to explain the story of an account that connects him to her. He says they need to be together because of it. He reveals there are two accounts, one black and one white. The woman with the white account would be his partner. But Nanan does not believe a word he says. She slams the desk, telling him to stop spinning tales. He asks who gave her the account she holds. Nanan says she found it in the lounge after losing it. She shows the account and he realizes something. He says her account is identical to the one a guy named Su Jenny gave him. Wang Han wonders if two identical accounts can exist. The memory of the two women with the accounts leaves him puzzled. She accuses him of cooking up more lies. He says he will call someone to verify the story. Nanan crosses her arms, defiant. She says she will give him time to cook up a good story. He calls an old man and asks about the accounts. The man confirms there is only one since there is only one daughter. Wang Han reveals he found two identical accounts. He holds on to his while speaking on the phone, intrigued. The old man is shocked and begins talking about something that was born. Wang Han understands nothing of what he is saying. The man instructs him to secure both accounts. He says he cannot explain right now, but is highly important. He hangs up the phone, worried. The call drops before he can get more details on the mystery. He turns to Nanan and confirms the existence of two accounts. She glares at him, still skeptical of the story. She accuses him of finding two daughters-in-law for his parents. The young woman cannot hide the jealousy in her voice. He tries to argue that the explanation makes sense, but she asks if he thinks she is playing games with him. Nanan stands up and says she has other commitments. She doesn't want to hear his explanations anymore and decides to leave. She exits the room, leaving him behind. At that moment, his phone vibrates with a new message. The message is from Bai Deming. He summons him to head over to Mr. Li's house for a new job. The scene cuts to Li Wenyuan's luxurious residence. The place seems quiet and serene, a contrast to the previous chaos. Master Bai, Wang Han, and Az arrive at the location. He asks the two of them to wait while he takes care of some business. From afar, Wang Han observes Miss Chi. He notes the woman looks deeply sad and disheartened. She is sitting alone with tears in her eyes. The young woman seems to be suffering over something. Suddenly, she stands up and runs barefoot across the courtyard. The woman seems to be fleeing from something or someone. Asa steps up and asks if he upset her. He suggests that getting close to her could save them some trouble. At that exact moment, Miss Chi calls out to him. She screams Wang Han's name with an urgent look on her face. She dashes toward Wang Han and Asa advises him. He tells the protagonist to just take it if she strikes him. She stops right in front of him and takes his hand. With a serious gaze, Miss Chi asks him to come with her. She pulls him away and Asa comments. He says Brother Han truly is no ordinary fellow. She leads him into a room and shuts the door. The woman says she is going to give him a chance to calm her down. With tears in her eyes, she confronts him. She says she stayed up all night, sick with worry over him. He apologizes, admitting his mistake. Wang Han promises he will change next time and won't worry her again. She asks about his injuries and tries to look, but he says they are just superficial scratches and stops her. Someone knocks on the door, cutting the chat short. A voice informs him that Mr. Lee wants him to come upstairs. He says goodbye, letting her know he must go. She simply nods, watching him leave the room in a rush. He heads upstairs and finds Mr. Lai and two other men. Li Wenyuan invites him to take a seat in the lounge. Mr. Lee asks if he is a retired veteran. Wang Han confirms the information without giving away too many details. Li Wenyuan praises him and makes a proposal. He asks if the young man wants to work directly for him instead of Bai Diming. Mr. Lee likes the direct answer. He promotes him, stating that from now on, Bai Diming will take orders from him. He advises him to be bold and take risks. Li Wenyuan says a man named Calvin will follow him and they will decide together. Mr. Lee dismisses him, saying there are no assignments for the time being. He instructs him to protect and spend more time with Annan. Wang Han guarantees he will protect Miss Chi. The boss sends him off to start working in his new role. As soon as he steps out, the door shuts firmly. The three men left in the room watch his departure. One of the men questions the rushed promotion. He worries that the protagonist might be a spy. Mr. Lee orders Calvin to keep a close eye on him. He says Wang Han's background is far too clean and they need to investigate. He warns Calvin to eliminate the protagonist. The order is clear: if they discover he is untrustworthy, he will be taken out. Calvin worries about Annan's safety, but Li Wenyuan reveals she is just bait to reel in a big fish. The scene shifts to Bai Diming's residence. The mansion seems quiet, with no sign of its owner. Wang Han enters the house and does not find him. He asks Asa and the others where old Bai is. A woman with glasses accuses him of betrayal. She says he deceived the sixth master and sided with Mr. Light. He is not intimidated and says he is going to find the master. Wang Han walks confidently through the room, brushing off the accusations. He walks up to the office door and kicks it open. The wood shatters from the force of the impact. Bai Diming is on the other side, packing his things. He apologizes for occupying the protagonist's office. Wang Han accuses him of falling for Mr. Lee's tactics, but the master warns him not to get too arrogant. Bai Diming says he chose the wrong person to climb the ladder. The protagonist merely laments his narrow vision. Asa and the woman question the master. They fail to understand why he is letting Wang Han take over. Asa is furious over the situation, but Bai Diming calms him down, saying they don't need to get their hands dirty. The master speaks with a woman named Xiao Ye. He asks about the person he requested her to look into. She reveals the man's name is Kang Hongji. The woman informs him that he is from the White Tiger Martial Arts School. The scene cuts to a busy street. People stroll through a mall, enjoying the sunny day. Amidst the crowd, Wang Han and Miss Shai are taking a walk. She thanks him for coming out shopping with her. She points to a claw machine. Miss Chi calls him over to try his luck and win a prize. From afar, Nanan and Lin Shufu observe them. Lin Shufu asks why Nanan looks so disheartened. She recognizes Wang Han with another woman. Lin Shufu realizes the woman is the same one they saw at the auction. Nanan flies into a rage at the sight. She calls him shameless and says she is leaving, her face flushed with jealousy. But Lin Shufu stops her from walking away. She suggests they trail them to find out what the deal is between those two. While Wang Han is distracted, Kang Hongji ambushes him from behind. The man uses brass knuckles to increase the force of the strike. He readies himself to strike him with all his might. Kang Hongji seems determined to avenge his previous humiliation. From afar, Nanan spots the scene and screams. She warns Wang Han to watch out, attempting to alert him to the surprise attack. Kang Hongji's fist moves at high speed. He is inches away from striking the protagonist's face, but Wang Han dodges at the very last second. He accuses him of a cowardly back attack, giving a look of disdain. With a powerful strike, he launches him into the air. Kang Hongji flies, completely losing control of the attack. He slams to the ground, spitting blood. Furious, the man screams that he will take the protagonist's life. Wang Han advances, ready for a counterattack. He's not going to let a cowardly ambush pass without a response. With a swift movement, he snatches him by the neck. Wang Han lifts him off the ground, showcasing his superior strength. He slams him against the ground with brutal force. The impact cracks the concrete, and Kang Hongji drops defeated. Lin Shufu is deeply impressed by his skill. She comments to Nanan on how good of a fighter Wang Han is. Suddenly, Miss Chi screams for help. She's being dragged by two men in suits toward a car. Wang Han takes in the scene and bolts toward them. He yells at the men to release the woman immediately. One of the men points a gun at her head. The woman shuts her eyes, terrified by the situation. The kidnapper orders him to stand back. Miss Chi begs for help, her face frozen in fear. The protagonist asks who they are. The man threatens him, saying he will end her life if he takes a step closer. They force her into the car. Miss Chi threatens them, saying her brothers won't let them escape. The car hits the gas and tears away. Wang Han sprints after the vehicle, yelling at them not to run off. One of the men fires through the car window. The projectile flies at high velocity toward the protagonist. Nanan screams his name, desperate. She runs to warn him, but it is too late to dodge. The young woman throws herself in front of him to protect him. She shoves him aside, taking the impact in his place. He catches her worried sick. Wang Han asks if she is okay, and she replies yes, despite the pain. Furious, he spins around toward the car. The protagonist cannot believe they dared to hurt his woman. Lin Shufu rushes over to help her friend. She supports Nanan's arm, which is bleeding from the wound. One of the men in the car taunts him. He challenges him, asking where he thinks he can run. The man keeps firing out the window. The shots shatter the glass, showing the kidnapper's determination. With incredible agility, Wang Han weaves through the projectiles. He runs in a zigzag pattern, avoiding getting hit. The shooter cannot believe his eyes. He refuses to believe someone can be faster than a projectile. The last projectile grazes his shoulder. The protagonist continues the chase entirely unfazed. The man in the car is left shocked by his speed. He yells that the protagonist is inhuman, impossible to hit. A red semi-truck emerges in front of the car. The truck driver blares his horn, attempting to avoid a collision. The kidnapper's car crashes hard into the side of the truck. The violent crash obliterates the front of the vehicle. The impact hurls the shooter out of the car. He screams in pain as he is thrown onto the asphalt with force. The car flips several times. The vehicle is left completely destroyed, with doors flung open and smoke pouring out. The man who was thrown out lies sprawled on the ground. He glares at his gun, which is a few feet away. But Wang Han gets there first. He stomps on the weapon, preventing the man from grabbing it to continue the fight. With a look of pure rage, he stares down at him. The protagonist tells the man to go to hell for everything he did. With a powerful kick, he strikes him. The blow is so heavy the man is launched away defeated. He turns around and sees the car engulfed in flames. Wang Han screams for his sister, fearing she is still trapped inside. Without a second thought, he sprints toward the car. The protagonist is determined to save Miss Chi. Inside the wrecked car, Wang Han turns to Miss Chi. He asks if she is alright, but she remains unconscious. The protagonist pulls from the debris with care. He holds her in his arms and tells her to hang in there. Carrying the woman, he runs out to the street. Wang Han yells desperately, trying to hail a passing taxi. At that moment, a blue car brakes hard right beside him. Nanan calls out to him and tells him to get inside. Once inside the vehicle, Lin Shufu alerts him. She says he cannot go to a hospital because of the bullet wound. They arrive at a two-story brick building. The simple facade indicates the place is a small clinic. In the waiting room, Nanan asks if his shoulder is okay. Wang Han says it is just a scratch, but she points out the bleeding. A doctor approaches with a first aid kit. He lets them know he is going to check Wang Han's wound, who nods in agreement. The doctor explains the bullet is lodged in a bone. He says if a nerve gets nicked, part of his body could become paralyzed. Unfazed, Wang Han says it is far too complicated. He digs his own fingers in the wound to remove the projectile. He rips the projectile out of his own shoulder. The doctor and Nanan stare shocked, unable to believe what he is doing. The young man tosses the projectile to the floor with indifference. He asks the terrified doctor to just stitch up the wound. While the doctor sutures the cut, Wang Han feels the sting. The needle pierces his skin, closing the open wound. Suddenly, firm footsteps echo down the hallway. Li Wenyuan enters the room flanked by his men. With a serious expression, Li Wenyuan looks around at everyone. He asks directly where Annan is and how she is doing. In the hallway, everyone gathers. Li Wenyuan asks Dr. Ren about Annan's health status. Dr. Ren reassures him. He informs him that she simply passed out and that the scar on her forehead can be treated. Then, Li Wenyuan turns to Wang Han. He thanks him for the help and asks about the protagonist's injury. Li Wenyuan questions who the two girls are. Nanan lies and says she is just a friend who bumped into him at the mall. In her thoughts, Nanan gets worried. She fears her bond with Wang Han might be exposed, putting her life on the line. The young woman says goodbye to the protagonist. She says everything is fine now and he can head out, arranging to meet another time. Wang Han agrees and turns to leave. Nanan sighs, relieved to have managed to throw him off for now. He watches the two girls walk away. The protagonist thinks to himself that this entire situation is going to be incredibly tough to explain. Li Wenyuan asks Dr. Ren about the preparations he requested. The doctor confirms that everything is already set. Dr. Ren guides them down a hallway. He asks Li Wenyuan and his men to follow him to the next room. One of Li Wenyuan's men stops Wang Han. He dismisses him, saying the boss has critical matters to handle. The protagonist accepts without an argument. He says goodbye and tells the man to get in touch if they need anything at all. A gloved hand holds a syringe filled with a liquid. The needle gleams, ready to be used in the procedure. In a private room, Dr. Ren administers the injection into Li Wenyuan's arm, who reacts with a slight wince of pain. Li Wenyuan orders his subordinate to look into things. He wants to know the true connection between Wang Han and that woman. The scene shifts to Wang Han's car. The vehicle speeds down an empty highway, leaving the clinic behind. Driving along, the protagonist reflects on the events. He thinks Su Q might be in danger and needs cover protection. His phone rings and he picks up. It is Xiao Wening, who asks desperately if he was the one who picked up Gogo from school. She explains the guard saw Gogo getting into a car. Wang Han is shocked and says it wasn't him, rushing over there. The protagonist slams his foot on the gas. His car flies through the city streets at high speed. He arrives in front of the school and brakes hard. Xiao Wening is on the sidewalk, waiting for him with a distraught face. She apologizes, blaming herself for not watching Gogo. He asks for the camera footage, but she says the system is broken. Wang Han looks around, searching for any lead. He spots a 24-hour supermarket across the street. He gets an idea. The young man says the market must have security cameras and rushes to check the recordings. In the monitoring room, they look at the screens. The clerk suggests they should probably call the police. Wang Han glares at the screen and recognizes the man in the video. He realizes he has seen that person somewhere before. Xia Wenning also finds the man's back familiar. She turns to the protagonist, surprised by the discovery. She asks who the kidnapper is. Wang Han asks to borrow her phone for a moment to make a call. He takes the phone and dials the number. The name Kang Hongji glows on the phone screen as the call connects. On the other end of the line, Kang Hongji answers. Wang Han cuts through the small talk and asks where his daughter is. Kang Hongji is surprised to hear the protagonist's voice. He did not expect Wang Han to have that phone. Furious, Wang Han slams the desk with force. He repeats the question, demanding to know the girl's whereabouts immediately. The kidnapper smirks and sets 2 conditions to release the girl. The first is that the protagonist must severely injure himself. He laughs maniacally and threatens the girl. Kang Hongji says he will dispose of her if Wang Han does not come play. Wang Han's rage explodes. He roars into the phone, saying Kang Hongji is begging to be eliminated. To provoke him, the villain places the phone close to Gogo. The little girl cries and begs for her father to save her. Kang Hongji asks if he heard his daughter's crying. He warns that his patience is wearing thin and her life depends on it. With that, the call is cut off. Wang Han stares at the phone, feeling an uncontrollable fury take hold of him. Wasting no time, the protagonist makes another call. He asks a contact to trace the kidnapper's number with urgency. He turns to Xia Wenning and hands back the phone. The young man lets her know he knows who took Guogo and is heading there. As he leaves, she checks the call history. The name Kang Hongji burns into her mind, leaving her bewildered. In an abandoned warehouse, Kang Hongji records a video. He speaks to Guogo, who is tied up to a chair. Irritated by the girl's silence, he strikes the chair. The kidnapper yells, ordering her to obey him. Suddenly, his phone begins to vibrate in his pocket. Gogo keeps crying, terrified by the situation. He answers a call and gets chewed out. The person on the other end fails to understand why he kidnapped Wang Han's daughter. Kang Hongji hangs up the phone irritated. He curses an old master and reveals his plans to take over a martial arts school. Shortly after, the phone rings again. This time, the name on the screen is Bai Dimming, the 6th master. Bai Dimming asks about the progress of the plan. Kang Hongji confirms he has already kidnapped Wang Han's daughter. The 6th master is pleased with the news. Kang Hongji takes the opportunity to ask about the promised payment. Bai Dimming guarantees he will receive 1 million. The kidnapper promises he will make Wang Han suffer a terrible fate. He turns to Gogo and taunts her, but the little girl responds confidently, saying her father would never abandon her. The girl's reply leaves him furious. He raises his hand, ready to strike her without any mercy. But before he can do anything, a car crashes through the wall. The vehicle flies toward them at high speed. Wang Han steps out of the car with a deadly glare. He states coldly that the kidnapper asked for this. The villain grabs Gogo as a shield. He places a knife against her neck, and the girl screams for her father. The protagonist reveals a playing card. He says he gave the enemy a chance, but now he will pay the price. With a swift flick, he launches the card. It flies like a projectile, slicing through the air with golden energy. The card strikes Kang Hongji's arm with precision. He screams in pain, dropping the knife instantly. He glares at the wound, shocked by the power of the strike. The cut is deep, and he shrieks in agony. Seizing the distraction, Wang Han charges. He rescues Gogo, pulling her from the chair and moving her to safety. Right after, he snatches the kidnapper by the neck. Wang Han says he is simply reaping what he sowed. With brutal force, he slams him against the ground. The impact is so heavy the concrete shatters beneath the villain's body. Kang Hongji is left sprawled on the ground, completely broken. He is injured and unable to move after the assault. Wang Han approaches Gogo and apologizes for the delay. The girl smiles and says she knew he would come save her. He begins to undo the ropes binding her. The protagonist notices a small scratch on the little girl's neck. Wang Han's fury peaks upon seeing the injury. He cannot believe they dared to hurt his daughter like that. He stumps hard on Kang Hongji's arm. The protagonist asks how he had the nerve to assault a child. With another powerful kick, he sends him flying away. Wang Han yells, questioning if the kidnapper even considers himself human. The protagonist stumps on his face with contempt. The villain stays down, spitting blood and completely immobilized. Wang Han says he does not deserve to live. Defeated, Kang Hongji begs the protagonist not to eliminate him. At that moment, a white car arrives at the warehouse. A voice yells from inside, begging Wang Han to show mercy. An older man steps out of the car with his hand raised. He approaches and repeats the request, pleading for the young man's life. The protagonist glares at him coldly. He reminds him that the man also has a daughter and asks if he deserves mercy. Kang Hongji begs for his master's help. The older man says he will punish him to apologize to the girl. But Wang Han does not accept the deal. He recalls the kidnapper's conditions, demanding both arms and both legs. The master tries to argue that his disciple needs to fight to live. Kang Hongji panics at the thought. The protagonist does not yield. He says sparing the man's life is already a massive favor, as his daughter was almost killed. The master understands the situation. With a heavy expression, he agrees to the terms laid down by Wang Han. Without hesitation, the master stumps on his disciple's arm. The bone snaps and Kang Hongji screams in agonizing pain. Desperate, he tries to save himself. He screams that it wasn't him, that someone else ordered him to attack the protagonist. Wang Han offers to spare his leg if he reveals the name. Kang Hongji confesses it was Bai Diming who hired him. Upon hearing the name, Wang Han's hatred intensifies. He swears that anyone who touches his daughter will pay the price. He takes Gogo and carries her to the car. The protagonist leaves the master and his disciple behind in the warehouse. The master glares down at his defeated disciple. He says the rebellious young man brought that fate upon himself. The scene shifts to Li Wenyuan's residence. Wang Han walks with determination through an elegant courtyard. Miss Chi runs into him and asks about his injury. He says he is fine and asks where Bai Diming is. She watches him walk away. Wang Han heads upstairs with a serious glare, ready for a confrontation. Upstairs, Li Wenyuan and Bai Diming are blindsided. They see the protagonist storming into the room furiously. One of Li Wenyuan's men attempts to block his path. He asks who let him in and orders him to leave the premises. Wang Han snatches him by the neck without uttering a word. His expression shows he will not be stopped by anyone. With a single strike, he floors the guard. The man drops defeated without a chance to react to the surprise assault. The protagonist advances toward Bai Diming. The bald man backs away, terrified by the fury in Wang Han's eyes. He grabs Bai Diming's head. With force, he smashes the man's face against the stone table, which cracks. Li Wenyuan is shocked by the scene. He yells Wang Han's name, asking what he thinks he is doing. Wang Han ignores the warning and grabs a heavy stoning stone. His intention to continue the assault is clear. He pins Bai Diming down with one hand. With the other, he lifts the heavy object, ready to deliver the final blow. But Li Wenyuan moves quickly. He catches Wang Han's wrist, keeping the inkstone from striking the man's head. Li Wenyuan demands an immediate explanation. He wants to know what occurred to justify that violent assault. With rage, Wang Han reveals the reason. He shares that Bai Diming hired someone to try and eliminate him. Li Wenyuan turns to Bai Diming and asks if it is true. The man denies the accusation, calling it slander. Wang Han offers to bring Kang Hongji in to confront him. Li Wenyuan is surprised to learn he contacted the Alliance. Cornered, Bai Diming admits it was an impulse. Li Wenyuan glares at him and says he knows the rules full well. Li Wenyuan tosses a knife onto the table. He makes it clear what the punishment is for anyone who breaks the group's rules. Bai Diming looks at the knife with fear and hesitation. He knows what he needs to do, but terror paralyzes him for a moment. Finally, he picks up the knife. He says he understands the rules and prepares to administer his own punishment for his mistake. Boldly, Bai Diming carries out the punishment. He strikes himself 3 times, following the organization's rules. Li Wenyuan explains that this is the rule. He says if Wang Han is not satisfied, he can punish him more, but the young man declines. Satisfied with the display, Li Wenyuan dismisses Bai Diming. The man bows and prepares to exit the room. The man leaves a trail of blood as he exits. Li Wenyuan reminds Wang Han that he broke another rule by entering without permission. He says the punishment is 3 cuts. Wang Han readies himself to accept it, but Li Wenyuan stops him with a quick gesture. Since it is his first offense, he forgives him. Li Wenyuan warns there won't be a next time, and Wang Han thanks him. The boss praises him for saving Miss Chi. He hands a stack of cash to the protagonist to take care of himself. Following that, Li Wenyuan releases him. He says if the young man has nothing else to do, he can go tend to his affairs. After Wang Han's departure, a subordinate steps up. He informs him that, according to rumors, Su-Q and Wang Han are husband and wife. Li Wenyuan smiles at the information. He finds their relationship highly interesting and begins to map out a plan. The man continues the report. He reveals that Wang Han is also close to Xia Wenying and has a non-biological daughter. Li Wenyuan analyzes the data. He concludes that Wang Han is reckless and likely does not belong to any organization. He reveals that Ghostmaster San will come from Hong Kong. The master will have the mission of uncovering the protagonist's affiliation. Upon exiting the residence, Wang Han crosses paths with Miss Chi. She walks hurriedly in his direction, looking concerned. The young woman bumps into him by accident. She asks what happened and why he took so long to leave the room. She asks if he is alright since she saw Bai Diming leaving injured. The protagonist guarantees there is nothing wrong with him. Miss Chi pulls him by the hand and begs him to come with her. But his phone vibrates and he needs to take a call. He sees Suki's name on the phone screen. The protagonist hesitates for a moment and lets the call go to voicemail. He tries to call back, but the call cuts off. Confused, Wang Han fails to understand why she hung up on him. The young man lets her know he must leave. Miss Chi mentions she has an engagement party and her brother ordered her to go in his place. He explains he has something to handle first. The two arrange to meet up later since the banquet starts at 8. While driving along, he receives a text. It is Su Qi asking him to pick her up at 7 o'clock in the evening for an appointment. He checks his phone and shuts off the screen. The protagonist seems thoughtful, trying to organize his complicated schedule. Wang Han realizes the scheduling conflict. He has one commitment at 7 and another at 8, which makes everything impossible. He calls Miss Xi and cooks up an excuse. The protagonist says his shoulder throbs and he won't be able to make it to the party. After sorting out the problem, he speeds up the car. Wang Han drives through the city streets toward his destination. The protagonist arrives at a massive commercial building. He asks for President Su, but is informed she is in a meeting. Ignoring the receptionist's warning, he heads to the office. Wang Han throws the door open without knocking, startling whoever is inside. A woman sitting in the president's chair asks who he is. He introduces himself and asks for her name in return. The woman glares at him with an air of superiority. She grabs a pack of cigarettes, confirming she has heard his name. She introduces herself as Su-Anna, Su-Q's cousin. With a cigarette in hand, she asks if he has a lighter to light it. Wang Han snatches the cigarette from her hand. He warns her that her sister is pregnant and she cannot smoke in that venue. At that exact moment, Nanan enters the room. She walks hurriedly holding some papers in her hands. Sueda begins to talk about a suitor for her sister. Nanan, however, cuts the subject short and says it is unnecessary. The cousin insists, suggesting she stay with Jiang Junhao. She describes him as a fool from a wealthy family, but Nanan asks for peace. Sueda questions her, asking what a man like Wang Han can offer. Nanan, held close by him, asks for silence. Wang Han attempts to speak with Nanan, but Sueda stops him, saying he is not good enough for her cousin. He attempts to explain what happened at the hospital. Nanan interrupts him, saying she doesn't want to hear it and orders him to just drive. The scene cuts to a luxurious engagement party. The event takes place at a mansion with a pool and many guests. Wang Han arrives at the party with Nanan. He finds the event strange and wonders if Miss Chi will be there too. At the party, Wang Han asks Nanan how long they will stay. She replies they need to wait until 9 o'clock at night. The protagonist smiles like someone who knows something. He thinks to himself that there will definitely be a major clash tonight. At that moment, a man in a suit approaches the couple. He calls Nanan darling and asks why she took so long.